ridiculous, isn't it? I've never heard anything like it. What difference does it make? What it says on the box? If you want to use it, use it. There must be loads of things that you can use that are sort of destined for the women's market. In fact, actually, there was that football manager, wasn't there, a while ago, Boobala, and he used to use women's perfume all the time. I mean, was he supposed to? The answer is anybody can use it. Do whatever you want. I mean, if you want to go and use Radox and it says for men on it, use it. Doesn't make any difference whether it sort of covers aching muscles or not. Who cares? I don't think it makes any difference. Honestly, we're turning into this nation of curtain-twitching little sort of snowflakes everywhere. Ghastly. No shoppers for the January sales, but you can buy online. Except I couldn't buy online because I bought some items on Amazon. You know, I like these musical Christmas cards, and I found the company that made them, and they had them in stock, so I ordered 6. And then I get a thing from Amazon saying, "Terribly sorry, we've had to cancel your order." I thought, oh, God. Not the credit card going up the Swanee again. No, nothing to do with that. It was Paperchase. They've gone into administration, so they're not selling anything at all. So scuppered my opportunity of buying the Christmas cards. It doesn't matter. I could live without it. There's probably other places actually sell them as well. The tributes pouring in for Colin Bell from Man City. I'd never heard of him. I did know a man called Colin Bell. But I don't think he ever played football. Tesco's, Sainsbury's and Morrison's have hiked up the price of their petrol by 3 pence. But the wholesale cost was only a half of that. But honestly, I wouldn't mind, but, you know, every one of the supermarkets, they're absolutely minting it at the moment. You know, they're the only place where they go, oh, we're going to close down the supermarkets. No, they're not. You've got to eat. And you've got to go and buy things. And, of course, toilet paper's gone into shortage. Always pictures of people outside Costco, you know, buying toilet paper because they've got tons of it. It's tons of it all over the country, but unfortunately a lot of people don't have a brain cell. And also, when is 12th night? Oh, honestly, these old little Marys get themselves into right tizzy. Oh, you said that today the 6th is 12th night. I think you'll find it's the 5th. Well, it depends where you take it from. It can be either or. But, they get their knickers in such a twist. I think you're giving out incorrect information. Well, why don't you worry about taking your own little fairy lights down, because I'm sure you can. Fern Cotton still doesn't get why Top of the Pops was axed. No audience, dear. No audience, OK? That's the reason they axed programmes. It was dated, and it didn't get a big enough audience. And also, you don't need to see programmes with poppy things on. I mean, that's a bit dreary, isn't it? Who drinks the most tea in Britain? I thought it was me. Electricians. Electricians drink the most. You know why? They're not bloody working hard enough, are they? You've got time to have a cup of tea. That's what they do. They turn up at your house, and the first thing they go is, we'll just get the stuff from the van. I'll have 2 sugars in my tea, and he'll have 3. And you go, you haven't done any work yet? What, you mean I have to supply you with a cup of tea as well? Goodness sake, honestly. So what else? Harry Styles has got a girlfriend. Woo, shock horror probe. I mean, isn't that exciting? Harry Styles has girlfriend. He's had quite a number of girlfriends. They make a big deal about it. They go, Harry Styles has got a girlfriend. And we all go, no, that's so exciting. It's not really, is it? Unless, of course, you know, he's got 3 legs and she's got 2 heads, which I think is unlikely. There's a factory worker, we'll tell you about later on, who only ever ate jam sandwiches. He's kicked his food phobia. He now just eats KFC, which sounds delightful. Jed who? They want a duet with Greta Thunberg. I think it's finished for you boys. I really do. I mean, they're getting on a bit now, aren't they, really? And the Welsh beer drinkers taking a bitter blow as they learn that their iconic brew could be made in England. Oh, Lord. I mean, that's enough to send you rushing for the cliffs. Dreadful, isn't it? Why don't we have our own? I don't know why. Probably because it's cheaper, I should imagine, to make it in this country than it is in Welsh Wales. Whether or not it's a unique brewery, I don't know. We'll find out later on. And the good news is that the 2 adverts that Rita Ora was doing, one for Apple and one for, I think it was EE, the phone company, both been dropped. They've dropped her being on them because you can't be seen to be associated with somebody who doesn't understand about lockdown, whose mother works for the NHS, and she basically just stuck 2 fingers up to the rest of this country and went, I'll do what I want to do. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll pay the fee I got. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. Good riddance to bad rubbish, as we used to say at school. So, sorry, Rita, but that's why I feel physically ill every time I see you on the television on that Masked Singer pile of dross that we get on the television. Also, 180,000 NHS staff have to pay to park their cars in the car. Why can't they give them a sticker which says, I'm a nurse, I'm this, I'm that, and then they can park for free? I see loads of people parking all over Twickenham. They've managed to get hold of one of these bits of paper which says, I'm exempt from paying for parking because I'm an NHS worker. And if you turn up in your uniform, you go to the front of the queue, apparently. And people delivering for Chemists apparently also get these things so that they can just park wherever they want to, like a disabled badge, and go and, well, the nurses have to pay to park in the car parks. And that's when I don't understand it either. There's a woman near me. She parks all over the bloody place. All she's doing is delivering medication, like loads of other people who work for chemists. And she's got this thing that says she's exempt from paying. Well, make her walk. Make her walk. Dreadful woman. 2 super trawlers are net fishing in UK waters. The nets are a mile long. I don't know if you've ever seen these super trawlers. They gather everything. They gather everything. 1 in 50 people is infected with coronavirus and rising. And a new mum gets her claim as a firm. She was pregnant. She was having a child. The firm forgot to invite her to the Christmas party. So I think it's outrageous I was not invited to the Christmas party just because I was pregnant. So she took them to court and she's won. She's won. She could anywhere between 900 and 8,000 quid. Good Lord above. Gets worse and worse, doesn't it, really? Also, Gogglebox star Mary Killen has dropped booze at the moment. She's not been very well, so she's dropped the booze, which is lovely. And model trains dedicated to Captain Sir Tom Moore have raised 140,000 quid for the NHS Trust. I mean, he's raised so much money. He's just perfect. And a dad cuddles his dog. Duncan Flowers unearthed quivering hound Dizzy, who's 20 feet underground at a nature reserve. He had to use a JCB to rescue her. I mean, you know, wouldn't you just sort of call the dog out and it would come out? But anyway, fellow dog walkers helped Duncan search for hours without success because he's a self-employed roofer. He rustled up 24 mates to return with a JCB. Like we all do that, don't we? I've got loads of mates who could rustle up a JCB, a water cannon, and 3 double-decker buses. Have you ever anything like it? What sort of mates has he got? And he's a self-employed roofer. That sounds a bit odd to start with. But anyway, the landowner gave them permission, and they then started digging out this huge rabbit warren, because they go for, serious time. Took them 3 hours, and then finally Dizzy turned up. He said, I'm delighted to have her back. Well, why don't you train her, mate? Train your dog so that when you call her, she might come to you. What a waste. What a waste. She says she likes to chase rabbits. Yeah, well, you know, we all like to chase rabbits. But finally, having dug in this hole for 30 hours, he sort of managed to find it. She was 20 feet below ground. These rabbits, honestly, are a bit naughty, aren't they? They just dig on your land, 20 feet below ground. They don't give a toss. They couldn't care less. We are rabbits. Hear us roar. You know, that's the kind of stuff. Apparently, the cream of Manchester, Boddington's, is made in Wales, says Chris in Oban. Ruby says, couldn't listen to your catch-up show yesterday. It was unavailable. It's available now. It's available now, OK? There was a slight problem with the computer. Too many people downloading, which we love, actually. And one here, somebody called Joe, who might actually not be Joe. It might be another one of these peculiar people, who says... It says, all Steve Allen does is talk about his diabetes. Oh, poor soul, honestly. Here he is. This one is a, what do they call them? He's a snowflake. He's a little snowflake. So, there he is. Never mind. Well, you could either be George or you could be Joe or, you know, it could be anything. And he says, I heard Steve Allen say on his Steve Allen show that Costco had refused any non-mask customers, even if they're medically exempt, but did say it's unconfirmed. No, I said it's confirmed. What do you wash your ears out? Goodness sake, George. I mean, honestly, how stupid. I told you the other day I went to Costco and the sign on the door says you will wear a visor. Whether you know, so, you know, why don't you get your facts right? Nothing worse than an idiot. Nothing worse than somebody who doesn't understand the truth of something. You know, and the truth is, you know, it is confirmed. It is confirmed. I told you that the other day. You know, honestly, you do get some people. And somebody says, shame Steve Allen didn't sort his diet out in the first place. Oh, Little Miss Perfect. And also, what was the other one? Somebody was talking about... do you know, I've heard of Boddington's. I didn't know it was the cream of Manchester. Steve, it's empty, says Monica. Only people I'm driving with are NHS personnel. As you know, I'm starting rather early, so I go to 11 to 12, carrying mostly them and nobody else. Slowly getting used to that. It's only a month from the last lockdown. Monica's our favourite Jewish cabbie. But isn't it ridiculous that people are actually sort of charging nurses to park in the car park? I can't believe it. I really couldn't believe it. Stuart says, still on furlough. I feel for the people like my brother who is self-employed and don't have much or any help. Have you also seen all the hype about America? They're expecting violence in DC today. Shouldn't imagine they've got the strength if they've got any sense at all. You know, you can't have kind of things like that. It's the pages of the newspapers are full of Harry Styles and his new girlfriend. Who cares? Why would you care about who Harry Styles went out with? And the answer is you wouldn't. Well, she's an actress. She's an actress, and her name is somebody. And so here she is. She's Olivia Wilde. So obviously capitalising on the thing. I mean, Harry's been out with loads of people, probably about 15 girls. Why shouldn't he? He's very rich, he's very good looking, and he's got that sort of quality that women look for. Easy. And so he's going out with this new girl, and there's 10 years difference between them. It's the only publicity she's ever had, poor soul. You know, it's the best she can get on with, but I mean, it doesn't matter. But he's been out with everybody, mainly Victoria's Secret models. For those read girls who'll pose in their underwear, okay, you know. Quite a few of those, actually, he's been out with. And mostly people you've never heard of. You know, apparently on one of them, she introduced him to her family. That obviously means it's serious. Company, every single text read out on this programme. There is not many programmes can lay that claim. We read all the texts out, we've got to do the emails as well. Got to do the emails. Richard Spur is up doing voiceovers at the moment in America. He's not gone to America, he's doing them from here. And I've just had a tweet saying, if you listen to me on one of these things, it still says, join Richard Spur for London's biggest conversation. Bless his heart, honestly. I suppose he's got to do them at this time of the morning. Because of the difference in time. Always working, that boy. Always work. He's either working or living on trains. He loves his trains. I mean, I like a train as well. I sat on it the other day, empty, until we got to Clapham Junction, and on they get, all the workers, you know, clutching their this and that. It was quite, yeah, definitely quite, well, yesterday was quite, Kingston was absolutely deserted, because I had a disaster. Because of this cystitis, I saw Marks and Spencer's was open. I thought, oh, good, I'll go in there and I'll get some pants. Okay, like you do. Oh, yeah, for the week. Let me just give you the number for this thing. First number is... Yep. Second number is... Next one is up 1. Next one is up 1. Add 3. And back down to the one we did just before the last one. No. Yes. I'll tell you, I'd be very good at one of these games on the television, at playing bingo. Very good at doing that. Richard sent me in a picture, which is, well, I mean, I can't believe he's up at 4:19 in the morning, which is not bad. I hope he's well. I hope you're well as well. What was I doing, actually? I was mentioning something. I can't remember. Yeah, that's right. Other programmes say, oh, yeah, we'll read all the texts and emails out, but we do read them all out. Yeah, oh, that's right. I went to M&S, and then as I walked through the door, and there's always somebody inside, a little bit Wagnerian, and I knew where the toilet was, but I suddenly remembered, are they open on the second floor, the first floor there? So I said, is the toilet open? No, it's not. I went, oh, thanks. You know, no mention of where you can go. I mean, I was going to say to her, listen, I've got a slight problem at the moment, dear, and believe me, I need a toilet. Anyway, I managed to get to the front of the shop, which was like a 3-mile walk, came out onto whatever the street is in the middle of Kingston, and I went to go to the Benthall Centre. Well, of course, everything's closed, but the Benthall Centre was open. Don't ask me why that was. So I go up, there's a man repairing one of the down escalators, which I'll tell you about in a minute, and I go on the up one, then I go up to the next floor, and the toilet was open. Well, I practically ran into it, going, thank you, Lord, thank you very much indeed. And it was brilliant. And then I came out, I went to go back down the escalator, but of course you can't, because they were only coming up. You had to go to the end of the building by Benthall's to get a down. Oh, what a pain in the rear end. It was dreadful. Apparently, Olivia Wilde was on the TV show House. What? What's House? Hugh Laurie in it? I don't know. Doesn't mean anything to us. Steve. Ian Dale has type 2 diabetes, says Jackie. Says he's number 4 on the list. Well, he can't be. And why would he be number 4 on the list? Well, he's no more vulnerable than I am. I'm type 2 diabetic, but I'm older than he is. He's only 15, and I'm 17 and a half, which is good. So he's definitely number 4 on the list. He's way under 60. Trying to muscle in on us over 60s. It's ridiculous. Another one says, not great fun to meet a super trawler at sea, says Monica. Technically, their nets go deeper than my keel, but still leave them a wide berth. Yeah, it's literally, it's a it's a mile the nets go back, and I don't know what sort of nets they use. They sort of sweep it all up, and then when they lift the net up, it's full of fishes, and then you pull the bottom bit and the net opens, and then off it goes again. I mean, I've watched all of these programmes completely. Shane says, you're sounding good. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody says, ignore the people who can't get their heads around, is it 12th night or is it the 11th night? Well, it depends where it occurs. It actually doesn't make any difference. You can leave them up all year long if you want. You want to leave your decorations up and your lights, leave them up all year, just to annoy the old curtain-twitching snowflakes. That'll really wind them up, won't it? I went past this house and their Christmas lights were still on. And we've only just put the rubbish out from Christmas. Not that I had Christmas, because I've got no friends. We love people like that. Steve, you say electricians drink the most tea. Are you positive about that? Certainly am. You're Bard. And definitely Bard, you won't be coming on this programme ever again. That's the amazing thing. But we're the only programme we read out every single text and every single email. We don't even care if it's critical, because the critical people are the loneliest. And they're the ones that we want to help, because they look so good. When they look in the mirror, what do they see? Loveliness. Just happiness. And because they're always looking at other people's lives. They love other people's lives because they're always marginally more exciting than their own life. And so then we ban them. You wouldn't believe the power you can have now on the radio. It was like the other day, wasn't it? Somebody said, I'm going to be complaining about you to Ofcom. Why? Because you dissed Donald Trump. And I had to point out to them that Donald Trump is an American, and I don't think Ofcom have got any regulations about anything you say about Americans. And he was totally useless. Totally useless. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Steve, just thinking about the high numbers, is there a good side to this, that more people will then be immune, says Chris? Not at the moment. 800 died the other day. 60,000 people went down with coronavirus. You don't want it. There's a few people that you think, all these people, who haven't got it and are deniers of it. You feel like saying, I wish I could wave a magic wand, give it to you, so then you'd know exactly what rubbish you're talking. There are people in hospitals at the moment. Hospitals are full to bursting with people who are struggling to breathe. Struggling to breathe. And these people go, it's just fake, isn't it? And you must be really thick. I mean, it's so embarrassing. 1 in 30 people in London have it. 1 in 30. That's what you call serious. But, of course, no, it's not serious. But my favourite story of the day is Tanya Roberts, who died twice. She was the Bond girl, and her partner of almost 20 years first thought she died after seeing her lifeless in hospital, and then it turned out that she hadn't died, but then she did die. So she died twice, which is good. I didn't even know who she was, to be honest with you. I had no idea. I looked at her. She just looked like Farrah Fawcett Majors with lots of hair. But medics told Lance, the husband, on camera that she was alive. Then the next thing is she's died. So, I mean, how do you make a mistake like that? I don't get... You think you'd have to be sure, I'm terribly sorry, she's died. No, she's not. She's actually alive. Do you know what I could drink now? Oh, my God, could I ever drink something now? I could drink... No, I could drink a milkshake. A milkshake. I could drink a vanilla milkshake. And they don't do them first thing in the morning. None of the burger plate, no, they don't do it. They don't do chips in the morning. They only do whatever that big fat thing is that they sell. The hash brown, can I have a hash brown, please? Yeah. Why haven't you got any milkshakes? We don't, it's breakfast. Well, people eat milkshakes for breakfast. What's the matter with you? Why don't you do chips? Like everybody else does chips in the morning. I don't know why we go, oh yes, you can only have sort of French fries at lunchtime. What was the point of that? Why can't you have... I'd much rather have French fries in the morning, wouldn't you? Sitting on the train, who wants to eat a hash brown? They're very naff, very boring, I'm afraid. But snowflakes, you know what they're like. I don't think you should be eating on the train, Steve. I don't think it's very good for us. These are sort of people who, as I say, not only no friends, they don't actually have anything, not even a brain cell. But we do try and be nice to them. It's so easy to be nice to somebody, and we always tell them, if ever we see a picture of them, you look really good. And then we have a little laugh, which is good. Did you watch Billy Connolly? It's been a pleasure. I've seen Billy Connolly over the years. I saw him when he first started, when he did his poetry and sang his little songs. Yes, of course. Kevin says, tongues on the first date, Steve. You was lucky. I considered it a result if they only bought a short barge pole. Kevin the milkman. I don't know. I mean, you're supposed to, if you're going on a first date with somebody, of course you're going to do tongues. What are you going to do? Sort of do it in stages? Peck on the cheek? Well, on the first date, I tell you, if all I got was a peck on the cheek, they're out the door straight away. I'm not going back with them. No, there's no second date for them. No, you pay for your own McDonald's. Honestly. Cheeky devils, honestly. Oh, so, do you like me? Yeah. Shall we kiss? No, I need to ask my mum first. What? What? We're not kissing your mother as well. You'll have to find somebody else. And my granny would like to be there on the first date. What? Don't want your granny to be there. I mean, years ago, you had to ask the father of the girl you wanted to go out with whether or not you could go out with them. Oh, ridiculous. Small wonder people sat on the back seat of the bus. That was the only place you got a snog in the early days. If you sat on the back seat, you were up for it. I was always on the back seat. I was. Now I don't go anywhere near the back seat. I don't want to be pinned in by somebody. Imagine that, you know. Wimpy do vanilla milkshakes, says Mark. Well, of course, they all do milkshakes, but not for breakfast. In fact, if you want a milkshake, you've got to go to Marks and Spencer's or one of the supermarkets where it comes ready mixed in a bottle. But whether it's proper milk or whether it's that semi-skimmed stuff, it's okay. Oh, you've had it. I've mixed the chocolate and banana together. That's quite nice. So half chocolate, then half banana. I mean, that is like heart attack in a glass. That's very nice. It's very good for diabetics. Absolutely. You couldn't beat it in a million years. Oh, honestly. There's a couple here. They go to a safari park in Longleat. And two monkeys, because you've got to be careful. If you go to a safari park, make sure that there's nothing on your car that can become detached, because they will rip it off. They'll rip off bumpers, aerials, anything. They nick things, and they do warn you in advance. These two monkeys didn't do that. They decided to start making out on the window of this car. So there's one on the on the windscreen. There is one monkey having it away with the other monkey. And the couple are sitting there, and he said, I'm not sure the kids realised what was going on. They'll find out soon enough. Did you see... Oh, I watched this programme in America. I think it's called Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil. And he sort of deals with all sorts of people's problems. And this particular programme was dealing with troublesome teenagers. Teenagers who never did a stroke of work but expected their parents to pay for everything. There was one 14-year-old. A 14-year-old. And she was having sex with boyfriends with her parents' permission, because her parents said, oh, it makes her happy. And you go, you're some sort of pervert or something. Why would you let your 14-year-old daughter... And, of course, the daughter thought this was normal. Quite normal. But not everybody else did. And another one here. How's the washing up bowl, says Jane. Perfect. I love the way somebody said, oh, you won't have that by next week. Obviously a plastics expert. Also, somebody says, I try and get my breakfast before 5 a.m. because they do make fries and burgers. No, they don't. Not round here, they don't. They might do in transport cafes, but they certainly don't in any of the big places. They really don't. John in Hamwell says kidneys getting a bit worse, starting dialysis soon. Well, that's good. That's good. I do love it. All these people. There's a piece in one of the papers today, obviously put out by an agent. Emily Atac's career has gone from strength to strength. The actress turned comedian split up from her boyfriend after, wait for this, COVID restrictions put pressure on their romance. What COVID restrictions? Well, you couldn't bear the sight of each other 24 hours a day. That I can well imagine. And also then you discover, don't you, Charlie, that she's actually not funny for 19 of those hours, which isn't particularly good. And somebody says, Emily's work schedule has been busy lately. She's had to focus on making that work. What is it, these people who moan about everything? I've been so busy. I've been so busy now that I haven't got time for doing anything at all. You think, what a load of codswallop. You've always got time for everything. It's like saying, oh, I was so busy. I came home from work and then I climbed into bed and I got up again. I went into work and then I came home and I climbed into bed and I got up and I went home and I climbed into bed. I've had no time to make phone calls, no time to watch television, no time to do anything at all, just time to get up, go to work, come back, climb into bed again, get up, go to work, come back, climb into bed again. And you think to yourself, God in heaven, what is the matter with these people moaning about everything? I get up every morning, early hours of the morning, come into work. Admittedly, I get paid for it. I'm not doing this for love. Well, actually, if I tell you I am doing it for love, then the management always hear it and they always go, oh, you're doing it for love, are you, Steve? And you go, no, not really. No, I'm doing it for money. You know, it's a living. It's a career. Although I'm not sure how long a career goes in radio. I'm really not sure how it works, you know, because I read about a very well-known DJ the other day, a radio DJ, and he was working on a community radio station, and he was huge at one time. He was enormous. And I remember thinking, and then you read about somebody who sort of lost their job in radio, and we do hear about it quite a lot, and they go and they haven't got any savings, because apparently nobody saves any money nowadays. I mean, I try and save. At the moment, I mean, during COVID lockdown, you should be saving loads of it because there's nothing to buy. You know, I'll tell you what I had the other day, and I wish I hadn't had it, actually, because I wasn't sure if that was going to affect all my blood sugars and everything. I had a pot noodle. And then I thought, I want to chicken flavour, which was actually, it was okay, but you have to put the hot water on, wait till it settles down, then start mashing up and then I thought to myself, it's noodles, and then I looked at the back. Well, there was every number under the sun on there. I didn't even know what they were, these things. And a little sash of soy sauce, a little sachet, which you pour on the top. And so I had a couple of those, which was quite nice. And then I just had some mashed potato with grated cheese on. That was quite nice. That was one of my cordon bleu bits, you know, because you know I'm quite an expert in the kitchen. You know, I've learned everything from Phil Vickery and Jamie Oliver. Haven't got the Heinz breakfast pot yet. You know why? Because it's the sugar content, which is quite high. A little bit higher for me. Noodle mix, 96%, okay? This is what's in the pot noodle. Dried noodle, 69%. Wheat flour, palm oil, salt, a firming agent, potassium carbonate, sodium carbonates, maltodextrin, wheat flour, sweet corn, potassium chloride, flavours, enhancers, monosodium glutamate, disodium inosinate, disodium guanylate, flavourings containing milk, sugar, skimmed milk powder, palm fat, salt, onion powder, plus yeast powder, contains wheat or barley, mushrooms, 0.4%, herbs, sage, potato starch, mushroom juice concentrate, I haven't finished yet, acid, citric acid, sauce sachet has got soy sauce, water soy sauce, soybeans, wheat, salt, molasses, sugar, acid, acetic acid from sustainable agriculture, may contain egg, celery and mustard. And that's a pot noodle. That's a pot noodle. So all natural ingredients. Don't you just love it? Don't you just love it? We've just discovered, actually, for cystitis, don't drink tea and coffee. So we're drinking water. So we've got, so we've got lots of cold water, tins of water, which is lovely. It's so nice. There's nothing worse. Are you lying there in bed and it's really hot and you're going, don't do that, Steve. I'll have to get up now and go and get a drink from the kitchen because there's something. What did I do? I did something the other day which actually annoyed somebody, so I'm going to do it again. Oh, wrong cup. So I'm going to do it again actually because I love doing things that really annoy. I'm always amazed at how people are annoyed by things. What do you reckon, eh? Always good fun. But no, drink water. Drink water. Water's very good for you. Somebody says. Do you fancy being the next Doctor Who with Gemma Collins as your assistant? You might need a bigger TARDIS. You do know it's a joke, the TARDIS. It doesn't actually exist. I mean, it's there, but you don't go inside it and it is bigger. You know, I mean, I don't want to, you know, because some people like to believe in this sort of thing, actually. Linda says, how come yesterday's episode is unavailable? I think you find it's there, Linda. I think you find it was always there. It's just you couldn't find it. It's there. All my podcasts are there. They have to be. So many people download them every day. We get so many people who download the podcast, which is lovely. We like it. Thank you. Dennis says, I'm type 1 diabetic, have coronavirus and had partial stroke in June, which makes my right-hand side feel heavy with a slight pain. So where am I on the vaccine order? Depends how old you are. So residents in care homes... You see, it's interesting that... Ian Dale said that he was on the list. He said he was number, 4? Did he say 4 or 5? Clinically extremely vulnerable individuals. No, he's not. He's just got type 2 diabetes. That's not it, because otherwise I'm in 4 as well. It says all those aged 70 and over. So I put myself down as those aged 65 and over, which is number 5. It only goes down to number 9. It goes a little bit lower. I mean, the kids around here, nothing at all. You won't be seeing for ages. Perhaps 65 plus diabetes takes you up one. And then you get a letter. But if you go to my surgery, you have to push a button on the door, then somebody go, hello? And you go, oh, hello, Steve here, Stevie Babe, and I've come to collect a test tube, and they go, okay, hold on 1 second, what size? Well, I mean, how do you know? How do you know? So anyway, luckily I had a tape measure with me. And so I then went, what's the biggest you've got? Oh, it's about sort of 5-6 inches. Psh, honestly, what an embarrassment. And I said, well, I'll struggle, I suppose. But anyway, so they give you that. And then what you've got to do, it's got a label on it. You've got to put your name down and your date of birth. Well, have you tried writing on a test tube? It's not easy. It's got a sticker on it. And then, of course, when you eventually do a sample, it runs down the thing and rubs your name off again. So I've had to put it in another bag and then write on the outside who I am. I could be anybody. I could be Muffin the Mule. You don't know, do you? You've got no idea. What's this one got? I don't know, but it looks pretty dangerous. This one don't look so good. So today, penicillin. Yeah. They always ask the same thing, don't they? First of all, how did you get on with the test tube? Not very well. And secondly, are you allergic to penicillin? Nope, not at all. But Dennis, it depends how old you are, but I'm guessing the name Dennis could take you over 65. You know, I don't want to be sort of, you know, ageist about this, but that's not a young person's name, Dennis. It's a bit like Margaret. You watch, all the Margarets will write in, I think you'll find that's outrageous, Steve. How do you go back on time on the Global app? I don't know. What are you asking me for? I don't know. I just make the programmes. I've got no idea. And where do I find the podcast of you? I've tried looking for it. Go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. All will be available. And somebody says you were mentioning yesterday you're not sure why garden centres can remain open during lockdown. I've worked out why. I haven't, despite asking numerous people. The lockdown presents no change for me anyway. I've been shielding since March. Sigh. Have a good day. I know. I've heard people are sort of shielding themselves and doing everything else. I've lost track of how many times this is now. This is getting ridiculous. But we do read everything out on the programme. Everything is read out. Every text, every email, mainly because we have to. You know, it's part of the contract I have with the producers, and it says basically, you know, mention everything as much as you can. Somebody bought some herb-crusted fish from M&S yesterday. Don't thank you. I can't stand fish. Don't ask me about fish. Definitely don't do it. And Steve, I avoided as many products as I can containing palm oil, says Keith. See, I don't know anything about that at all. I really don't know. What's your view on police officers being pushed up the vaccination order? I don't have a problem with any of it. If they think somebody is deserving of it, well, then give it to them. And police officers and everybody like that, I think you should have it. I think you should have it. I mean, I know that people say, well, you know, they're not sort of vulnerable and everything. Well, they've got to go out and they've got to mix with people, so best that they all get it done. That's what I think. But, you know, other people might have a different opinion of it. What else we got? Oh, the EasyJet boss who could trouser 1.8 million as hundreds lose their jobs. 180,000 people lost their jobs in retail last year. This year, not good. As I say, now it looks like Paperchase has gone under. They've put it into some sort of dispute, which means they might better save it, but my order's cancelled, which is a bit of a shame. And Jedward want to do a duet with Greta. Greta, don't get anywhere near them. Okay, they're mad as broomsticks. They are absolutely crackers. They really are. They were on the Big Brother house, that was years ago. They were mad then. They turned up on Noel's Christmas presents, where a little girl wanted to go out to see Father Christmas in Lapland, which is lovely. I've done it. It's really lovely. And they go over there and they go, this is where Father Christmas lives. The door opens and there's Jedward dressed as elves. I mean, serious enough to call out the militia. You know, it's a case of quick, dig a pit, throw them in it. Paperchase on the brink of collapse. 1,500 jobs. First casualty of 2021. And so they've cancelled my order, which is a shame because I'm more than happy to sort of purchase. A lot of people would be buying stuff online. I'm still waiting because I've got my little heater with me. Really good. I was letting loads of people play with it yesterday. Loads of people. They were all going, Steve, that is hot. And I said, it really got quite hot. Really quite hot. But, so I've ordered another one, which arrives today, which is fantastic. Somebody says it's snowing heavy in Reigate, says Neil. Yeah, but it deserves it, doesn't it, really? I think. Reigate. Where's Reigate? That near... Is it... I don't know. Okay, Surrey. Yeah, Reigate's Surrey, I think. Why would it be snow? We had sleet the other day. We haven't actually seen snow in London. I don't mind. I wouldn't mind seeing snow as long as I'm not out in it. And there is nowhere to go at the moment. Yeah. I should do the weather, shall we? Oh, it's so exciting, honestly. This programme, I'll tell you, it just jumps around like a jumping thing. And then everybody goes, you know, this is amazing. How can you cover so many items in one programme? I said, basically money and the lure of a contract. You know, that always works well for me, you know. And I forgot a friend of mine's birthday the other day, who's working double shifts where he's working in radio because he's saving up to get his house. And so he's decided to basically cut himself off from everybody. And he had a birthday the other day and I didn't say happy birthday. So happy birthday. There you go. I've done it. It saved the price of a card and a postage stamp. Am I Frugal Alan or am I Frugal Alan? 40. Morning, nice to have your company. It's 10 to 5. So another weather event taking place. Brace yourselves. This is taking place high above the North Pole, and it could lead to another beast from the east hitting the UK in the coming weeks. They reckon between 6 and 30 miles up in the layer of the atmosphere called the stratosphere, there's a sudden stratospheric warming, which is called an SSW, occurring where temperatures could increase by up to 50 degrees centigrade over a few days. It's so high up we don't feel the warming ourselves. However, if the weather disturbance heads downwards to the Earth's surface, you could see a knock-on effect on the jet stream within weeks, which in turn would affect our weather conditions, making it unusually cold across Europe. It's bloody freezing at the moment. The beast from the east winter storm in late Feb 2018 is a stark reminder of what an SSW can bring. I mean, just cold. Just cold, biting winds from Siberia. We had ice and snowy conditions for a couple of weeks, led to several deaths. And the Met Office say the latest event is more likely to bring more cold weather without the heavy snow, though it's a bit difficult to predict. In other words, what the dickens have we got the Met Office for? If you don't know the blooming answer to something, what's the point? I mean, you might as well guess and go, today there could be a snowstorm. Or on the other hand, we might be, baking ourselves to death in a real scorcher. Monica says, it snows on the M25, Steve. Does it? I mean, I've been down the motorway before. I don't like driving on the motorway when it snows. I really don't. It's too dangerous. It's blinding snow, and because it's so white, it's just really terrible, isn't it? The Welsh beer drinkers. Now, I don't know anything about beer, because I've never drunk beer in my life. Bitter. What, it makes you bitter, or whatever. Oh, just got me names. All right, this one has been made in Cardiff since 1882. Brains put its brewery up for sale and announced Marston's would take over its 156 pubs. And so it could be brewed in the United Kingdom, which, of course, a lot of people would be a bit upset about. Have you ever seen the programme, what's it called? Selling Sunset. It's an American piece of trash, where they take these so-called estate agents. Most of them look like they were pole dancers. I have to be honest. I don't want to be rude about it. But there's one here. She's already started posing in her underwear. She's an estate agent, or as they call them, a realtor. And they go there and they go around their house and they go, so would you like to buy this place? And they lean into shoving their boobies in your face. I mean, you have to buy it, don't you? But this one here is Christine Quinn. I mean, she's wearing underwear and she was promoting her lingerie range. She sells houses and flats. What do you mean promoting your underwear range? I tell you what, do yourself a favour today. Go past any estate agent, look through the window, you see a lot of old men in suits. All right, mate? All right, what have we got for you today? And then you'll see the one token woman in there. And she don't look nothing like one of these people. In America, they look completely different. They all look as though they're ex-sort of models and things like that. Over here, they look as though they've graduated from Greggs. I don't want to be rude, but I mean, to be goodness sake, but it's always blokes. Why is it blokes become estate agents? What is it? I mean, I just don't know why it's just full. I mean, what a stupid question to ask you, especially on a Wednesday morning. Actually, I had a bit of a shock the other day because the doctor called me. I thought it was today. And he phoned, then he left another message, then I ignored it. And then he called back and I said, I'm terribly sorry, I'm going through sort of a bit of a bad time at the moment. And he said, it's okay. And we were sort of he's become he's very good at chatting away to me and telling me, what you do, how you're doing on your numbers. So I have to write all my numbers down on my blood pressure and on my blood sugars and everything else. So I have to write all these numbers down and then I read them back to him and he'll either go, especially on the blood pressure, we're doing very well actually. I was doing about 145 over 73 and it's supposed to be a bit better than that. They always tell me, but I mean, I've got bits of paper everywhere with these numbers written on it. Because I bought this machine, it was only about 25 quid, and you put it on your arm, and then it tightens up. It's only battery, or hamster, can't remember. Anyway, and you push the button and it tightens up on your arm, and then it seems to go to high numbers, then really low numbers, then all of a sudden it pings up something completely different. It's like being on a fruit machine. And you can't understand. It goes, you could have this, three lemons or 3 melons equals, £4 or something like that. And so I put it on the arm and I push the little button. And the doctor always does best of 3, so I've started doing best of 3, but they're all roughly turning out to be the same thing. And the thing under the arm as well, I mean, that's, I suddenly realised you can have a shower with this on, and because it's sealed, it doesn't get wet. It's very good, Very good. I mean, I tell you, I'm a living embodiment that you don't want to be pricking your finger to get your blood things out. Just get a Libra and stick it on your arm, underneath your arm, or somewhere where it's hidden. Otherwise, people think you're a bit peculiar. Think you're a bit like a cyborg or something from Doctor Who. And then you just sort of you just wave your little machine underneath it, and it tells you what your blood sugars are immediately. There's no sort of waiting for it to count down, which we had to do with all our other machines. So I've become a total convert. Total convert. And I think there is Libra 2 at the moment, so I can't wait to see what that one's like, and I should be trying it very, very shortly. Also, Roman Kemp is going to do it's a one-off documentary for the BBC. This is covering the death of his colleague and pal Joe Lyons last year. I never discovered, actually, what Joe Lyons died of. I remember people phoning me at home, and because Joe had worked on my programme. He was fab. He seriously was. He was a good lad. So when it was announced that he'd died, nobody was more shocked than the people in this building, because he'd worked on so many different programmes. He was a bit of a workaholic, but they're going to do this programme, and it's going to feature Joe and loads of other people. I think he was only 30-something, which isn't very old at all. So it was good. He used to finish on my programme and then go next door to our sister station, Capital. How we ever found the energy, I've got no idea. Steve, did you see the KFC documentary before Christmas? No, I didn't, no. There was a documentary on KFC. Behind the scenes, what? Here is a chicken, here is a dead chicken. Here is a chicken in a box, and here's 12 pieces in a party barrel. How fantastic. Steve, stop savaging Donald Trump. Oh, here we go. He was very much behind the production of the vaccine. Yes, the man was an idiot. An idiot. Better complain about me, because I've complained about somebody. Tomorrow, Mogadishu. We'll be naming and shaming people in Mogadishu. And where else are we going to go to? I think we might do France, actually. France is always a popular one. You must write and complain immediately, please. Steve, I hope the beer takeover is a no-brainer. Right, you're barred. That sorts that problem out, actually. But a documentary on KFC. Wow. Snow in Croydon, says Janet. Yeah, in your dream. You're having those nightmares again, are you? Looking out the window and seeing snow. Yeah, whatever. Steve, I'm the 1 in 50, as I've been down with COVID since Sunday. I must be on the mend, as I haven't had an appetite for days. But now, says Todd, after you mentioned milkshakes, I'm laying here craving a vanilla milkshakes. A vanilla milkshake. There's something nice about vanilla milkshakes. I quite like them. After 10:30, you can't get them for breakfast in the morning. Why can't you have the things you want? For those of us who work nights. Although people used to say to me, oh, you're on the graveyard shift. And I used to laugh. We laughed like drains here when anybody ever wrote that, because you knew that they were over the age of 70. And the graveyard shift was something they were really familiar with. And they would then sort of write in, and you go, no, I start at 4 a.m. That's not graveyard. There is no such thing as a graveyard shift. What do you think? They bury people at night? Of course they don't. And then I go, but I'm still here at 6 o'clock in the morning, which is breakfast. Look at all the radio stations we own. What time is their breakfast show start? 6. Who's here at 6? Ta-da! Me! Yeah, the Spike. Have a look at the Spike at 4 a.m. Graveyard shift. I mean, admittedly. It's Friday, Barbara's funeral. Well, it's a cremation. It's at Golders Green. And it's limited. So you can't just turn up, I'm afraid, although I'm sure people will turn up outside the gates. And also the Star of... Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to do something later in the year. I think Scott or Biggins will organise something, or one of the people from EastEnders. The star of First Dates and now Fred Siriex. Have you seen him? Fred Siriex, the French guy. He just shows you to your table. Okay, who you're waiting for? They're always French. All the people who work in restaurants, I suppose if it's a French restaurant. Well, he's now advertising Marks and Spencer's. His picture was outside M&S. I thought, you don't cook, dear. What are you doing? Thin talent. Mind you, poor old Gino D'Acampo. What's happening to him? I don't know. Gordon Ramsay's Tanner wants another baby. Fred has also appeared on Channel 4's Tried and Tasted, The Ultimate Shopping List, BBC Two's My £1 Million Menu, and Remarkable Places to Eat, and even a BBC game show called Step Up to the Plate. Oh, God, how to be bored with somebody quite quickly. Isn't that dull and unexciting? That's like, but mind you, Lauren Goodyear, she's not going to have the vaccine, so more for us, which is great. She thinks it's a joke. She thinks it's the same as having a cold. Well, as I've said a million times, Lauren, you're not the brightest penny in the box. We know that. Never got over the... I've been watching the Gimme 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 box set recently to escape the news. Great to see some cameos, including Dale. Yes, I mean, I don't think I have the box. No, I was watching Golden Girls. Yes, I've got the box set of that. In fact, I've got quite a few box sets, which are very good indeed. Somebody else says, last night I had to use the blood pressure monitor from the hospital all night. Very strange feeling, says Paul. I think it's brilliant. Jill says, if you were asked, would you do Coach Trip with Brendan? Nope. No, I'm not interested in doing television programmes, thank you very much indeed. I'm quite happy with the way things are at the moment. I'm way too old for that kind of stuff. Poem for you today by Andrew Taylor. We don't know Andrew Taylor, but I suspect he's not very old, hence the name Andrew. And you'll have seen this on the television. People who roll down hills, or they try and run down a hill, then they fall over, and they seem to do it, it's a northern kind of thing, and they do it all over the place. It's very peculiar. And I think some of the councils have banned it because it's quite dangerous. You can, they do cheese rolling as well, which is very exciting. I tried doing that in Waitrose. My God, they don't like you doing that at all. They get very upset. So, Andrew Taylor's hill rolling. I kind of exploded inside, and joy shot out of me. I began my roll down the grassy hill. I bent my knees up small, took a deep breath, and I was off. My arms shot out sideways. I gathered speed. My eyes squinted, sky and grass, dazzle and dark. I went on forever. My arms were covered with dents, holes, squashed grass. Before I knew it, I was at the bottom. The game was over. The door of the classroom closed behind me. I can smell chalk dust and hear the voice of teachers to make me forget my hill. OK, that was the poem for this morning. That was sort of reliving a few little childhood memories of sort of rolling down a hill. I didn't quite get it at all, but I'm sure it was marvellous. Did you see the programme last night about a young black lad shot dead in Shepherd's Bush? Nope. The rap music was full of four-letter words. I think a lot of rap had four-letter words in it. I mean, I think if you listen to rap music, you'll probably be quite familiar with the fact that there are lots of bad languages floating around. People like doing bad language on things, and it's the way some people speak. You see them on the television. They can't. Danny Dyer, the man, he can't do a sentence without swearing. You could spend ages taking out the sweary words. Really, it's just absolutely dreadful. He can't do a conversation without swearing. Here we go. This is Rita Ora. A TV ad featuring her. EE bosses decided to pull the plug early on the pop star's Apple 12 Pro launch campaign after she was caught throwing a party and fell into quarantine. Good. Kick her where it hurts. Stupid woman. Stupid woman. And one source said EE took the lockdown breach very seriously. It is very serious. More fool of her. She says, my apology was sincere. It's a load of old cobblers, dear. I'm sorry, you knew exactly what lockdown was, unless you really are thick as a brick. So, no, we're not having any of this. You pay the price for it, as far as I'm concerned. Here's a gym owner and a bodybuilder doing pull-ups on an elephant's tusks. Can't quite believe I'm seeing this. Emma Roberts sparked fury after posting these shocking images taken at the Adventures with Elephants Park in South Africa. She told critics on her now-deleted Instagram feed she does not agree sharing an amazing moment with this animal is cruel in any way. Duncan McNair of the Save the Asian Elephant says this stupid exercise is dangerous, destructive and cruel. Tusks can be fragile. So she's now deleted the Instagram. Another fool, honestly. Why do we get these stupid people? What have I done? So I thought I just lost my telephone, actually. Avocados are now 3 for 1 at Waitrose, says Richard Spur. He's obviously going through his avocado season. He likes avocados. I don't think I've had avocado for quite some time. I quite like it as a dip. But that's about it, I think. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, blokes are more likely to choose to be estate agents because they have to do viewings with strangers, and women a more apprehensive profession to do experiments on. Oh, right. Oh, sorry, no, that was two things I was reading. I wonder why I was doing two things, actually. So, that was it. You know, people are a bit apprehensive about being alone in a house with people they don't know. Yeah, I mean, they have to be very careful now. There's all sorts of rules that are governing estate agents, which is good news. Donald Trump declared he would fight like hell to hold on to the presidency as he made a last-ditch bid to reverse his election defeat. You lost, you lost, you lost. The president who lost to Joe Biden said, I've had 2 elections, I won both of them, it's amazing. They're not taking this White House. You watch what happens over the next couple of weeks. Really dumb, really dumb. Get out. Man with funny hair. They don't want you anymore. The American public voted. They want somebody different. And they voted for Joe Biden. So they think thousands of supporters will descend on Washington, D.C. Thousands of supporters. Hardly worth bothering, is it really? 84850. Somebody says, people are asking if you do Coach Trip and this and that show. Don't they realise you work 6 days a week and don't have the time, says Roger. I know. I mean, how many more hours do you need in the day? And then people go, mind you, if it's certain people, they sort of weave in shows and on the radio, and then they sort of go off and do telly. I'm thinking, oh no, thank you, definitely not. I mean, some people do. I've seen Coach Trip. Big fan of Coach Trip. Love it, love it, love it. I just don't want to be on it. Thank you very much. Imagine being stuck on a coach with a load of people you hate. That's like sort of, you know, people talking to you on the train in the morning out of Waterloo Station. You know, you wouldn't want to talk to them. Why would you want to get on a coach with a load of people? I mean, Brendan I could cope with, but I mean, the rest of them, no thank you very much indeed. Also, child killer's plea for prison reunion with ex. This is Mick Philpott, the fire death dad. He wants a reunion behind bars with his ex-wife and fellow child killer, Mairead. No thank you. No, thank you. I think so far they've said no to that one. Do these people realise that they're in prison for reasons? There's always a reason for these sort of things, isn't there? You know, but they don't seem to get that at all, which is a bit of a shame. Shane said in Sydney, sorry, Steve, I didn't get the poem. I didn't get the poem either, but don't worry. It's about people rolling down hills. Okay, people roll down hills in this country. I mean, you're in Australia, you don't have hills. You know, we have hills here, and they rolled, and they've been doing it for days and years, and they do it for charity, and sometimes they run down a hill, sometimes they roll down the hill, sometimes they roll cheeses down the hill, sometimes some people do it when it's very muddy, and they get very messy, and then people win a prize at the bottom. I can't remember what the prize is, but it's all about that. But I mean, I didn't understand the poem either. There's no I mean, it doesn't matter, does it? Listen, better things to worry about in life. So that's why you didn't get the poem, Shane, but probably quite a few snowflakes never got it either. Steve. Another one here. Aren't exports meant to be good for the economy, or I'm missing something? That's from Tom. I think that came in for somebody else, actually. Definitely not for me. Pete says, Steve, the term graveyard shift is related to grave robbers used to dig up the bodies during the night to sell to the medical profession to do experiments on. Well, most of them, they didn't have to do experiments on them, because there's no point doing an experiment on somebody who's dead. What they used to do is they used to dissect them, and then they could see how the human body worked. That was what it was. What else we got here? The Perfect Planet takes us on an epic show of extreme nature. The cruise secrets behind Attenborough's volcano spectacular. It makes you wonder how they get these things, but it tells you all about it. And Tom Daly normally has nothing on, but nowadays he loves a jumper. He knits. He says, I've thrown myself into it head first. He shows off the knits he makes for himself, for Dustin, and their 2-year-old son, Robbie, on the Made with Love by Tom Daly. They're quite nice, actually. They're quite nice. I mean, whether or not you could ever get them made commercially, I don't know. How old's Tom Daly? 26. He's 26 and he's taken up knitting. I can remember the funniest interview ever was with Graham Norton, who held up this little pair of Speedos and went, you fit into here? And Tom went, yes. And he went, you fit into here? And they're really small. And he said, well, they have to be. If you're a diver, you've got to have everything, you know, in one place, as it were. Because I think Tom Daly has dived into a pool before and his Speedos came off. But these look particularly small. I mean, seriously, very, very small indeed. You know, I'm a huge fan of the Speedo. I wouldn't wear them myself, but I always try and recommend that the team wear them as often as possible. And because I just think it's good to get them back fit again, because nobody's going to the gymnasiums at the moment. Mainly because they can't. There aren't any open. You have to wait. You have to wait. So Harry Styles, as he finally met his match in his new flame, Olivia Wilde, it's just another girl he's going out with, all right? And presumably they must have done the business because they stayed at Corden's place in America. Also, 6 officers in a specialist police unit which use racist, sexist and homophobic language must be dismissed immediately. Wow. They've listed all these people. They say it was an attempt at a relaxed culture. They're going to get a decision on Friday. So they've said they should go immediately. Where do they go to after you've been in the police force? Nowhere. There is nowhere to go, is there really? Plus, Tanya Roberts, I mentioned her earlier, Ron, and the tough soldier who survived a sniper's shot to the head, revealed in a World War I letter. Lieutenant Cyril Kingerly. It went through his cheek and passed through his jaw and tongue before exiting below his right ear. This bullet, and he survived. He survived. Unbelievable. He was shot in the head. The bullet went right through him. It's been discovered by a historian. Somehow it missed the 20-year-old vital organs and arteries in a clean wound. I mean, you could probably look through it, couldn't you? Hello? You know, I think that's really, I mean, that's unbelievable. You do hear of people who've been shot in the war and then they've had a cigarette case. And the cigarette case has sort of made the bullet rebound or whatever it is. But to actually go all the way through without hitting any major arteries or anything like that, that must be the luck of... Yeah, especially through the head. I mean, there must be going through your tongue. I mean, nowadays people pay good money to have something pierced, don't they? They enjoy piercings and stuff. I'm not a big fan of that, as you can well imagine. Nothing worse than having a drink of water and all of a sudden your body looks like a fountain because you've got so many piercings in it. There used to be somebody who did that, a magician years ago. Used to drink water and these fountains would shoot out of his body and everything. And that was an act, apparently. I used to like Jerry and the Pacemakers. Well, they're still around. It's just that Jerry's not with them. Heavy snow in Biggin Hill. Good. You deserve it. And I got the downhill bit of the poem, says Lee, but the chain dust classroom at the end threw me. Not chain dust, chalk dust. Within a classroom, chalk dust. You're allowed to give out the vaccine. You've got 21 things you've got to do. First of all, produce a passport, full photo page or proof of right to work, a DBS certificate, that's a criminal record check, the highest education certificate, conflict resolution level 1, core knowledge for COVID-19 vaccinators, and so it goes on, down to equality, diversity and human rights level 1, fire safety. Wait a minute, let's just set fire to you before we give you this. I mean, what's that all about? Infection prevention and control, level 2. Introduction to anaphylaxis. Legal aspect of vaccination, moving and handling, level 1. Recognising and managing anaphylaxis. Resuscitation, level 2. Safeguarding children, level 2. Vaccine administration and vaccine storage. I mean, to be honest, most people would give that up, won't they? I mean, do you think all the nurses who give out injections, they've done all of these things, have they? You know what's been turned down by ministers? Chemists giving out the vaccination because they say, you know, the pharmacies offered to give the jabs have been snubbed by ministers. Ministers have been urged to deploy an army of thousands of trained vaccinators. Well, you let them give out the flu vaccine, so why not let them do this as well? Is it any different? Comes in a different shaped bottle, but I don't see any problem with this here. 5 million doses of Pfizer jab are yet to be used, and 3.5 million doses for Oxford are still waiting for checks. I mean, yeah, it's like the blind leading the blind, isn't it, really? It's like people who have no idea what they're doing. There's no rush. We'll just sort of wander through it and wait for a few more hundred businesses to collapse and go down the road. But we're not going to let pharmacists be allowed to give injections. Why not? I don't understand why not. They seem to have no answer for any of these things. Oh, look, Colleen is still solving your problems. Whereas, in fact, she's not very good at solving her own problems. Fiancé ignored our planned wedding and won't discuss it. They're always the most ridiculous things that, you know, people sort of worry about. Oh, incidentally, there was a piece in the paper about that woman who's just left Loose Women, the one whose name nobody ever remembers, but she's been there 5 years, and apparently is inundated with offers. She said there's a few other people on the panel who should have left. She's obviously she's beginning to sound a bit angry about the whole thing, which makes you wonder, actually, did they not treat you well, love? Did they not treat you well? Yeah, your choice to leave, their choice to leave, or your choice to leave because of what was happening? You know, are you going to be coming up with all sorts of things about what it's like working on Loose Women? You know, how did the producers treat you? But anyway, she's been inundated with offers. That's all we need to know about it. But she's just coming over as a little bit bitter now. obviously wondering why she's not the huge celebrity that she thinks she is. Oh, it's nice. Angela and Bob, I know where they are. The picture we've been waiting for. Snow in Pratt's Bottom. Snow in Pratt. We always get one every year from Angela and Bob. This is the only time their garden looks the same as everybody else's. And it's coming down nice. Is this this morning? Is this here? I mean, unbelievable, isn't it, really? So, very nice. Very nice indeed. I think it's so pretty when it settles on the top of hedges and everything. I know people don't like it all the time, and it's not great for getting the car out, but I mean, to be honest with you, I think that looks fab, you two, Angela and Bob, in Pratt's Bottom, just getting on with it. Getting on with it in their little garden, all covered in snow. Very pretty. Mind you, it might vanish by the end of today, mightn't it? Depends on how much snow you get. Keith in Harrogate says, from rolling down a hill with cheese, the chalk-filled classroom would be about as different as chalk and cheese. And Nick says, the cheese rolling lark's very dangerous. I say it's hard cheese if they get injured. Right. And somebody says, loose women, I'd rather watch the flumps. Oh, no, I like watching loose women. I think some of them have lost their way on it. You know, but for somebody to leave, you know, and then sort of go, oh, there's other people I think should have left. And she wants her seat to be taken by a transgender person or something else. I think, what's it got to do with you? What's it got to do with you? You were the failure on The Apprentice, for goodness sake, where all it is, it's a load of old desperados, numpties, who sort of come up with, you know, no, it's not an option. You know, I'm the most positive person I know. I can succeed in business and all that kind of stuff. 5 years you did on it. I didn't know it was 5 years. Nobody seems to know at all, really. I'm scared to go to the kitchen now, Steve, says Connie in Stockwell. 2 days ago, a basket with 3 pairs of shoes, and it was falling on my head. I was really shocked. Did something like that ever happen to you? I don't tend to have baskets with 3 pairs of shoes in there for some reason. I don't know why. I don't have any baskets with shoes in. I really don't. But, you know, no, not, and certainly not above my head. I mean, how would that work out? Baskets of shoes above your head. So there you go. A lot of other people talk about the cheese rolling lark. Very dangerous. Yes, very, very dangerous. They've had. That's why I do believe the local councils have stopped it happening because of elfin safety, that kind of thing that goes on, where they sort of go, no, it's too dangerous. Somebody could lose their life because these hills are practically vertical. Laurie Lee says roads as busy as ever. Lockdown, really? Well, when I came in this morning, there wasn't an awful lot of traffic on the road. There was a bit. But there wasn't very much. Very quiet out there. Maybe, well, where would you go? Where would you go? There's nowhere to go. None of the shops are open. The supermarket's open at 7:30, 8 o'clock. And that's about it. So you go there, then you go back home again. Have a cup of water, lie down on the settee and watch sort of the daytime offerings, or the better offerings, tune into the radio. Because that way you get all the stuff and then you can phone up and take part in it. The Cooper's Hill Cheese Rolling and Wake has been held for, it's a 200, I mean, it looks quite dangerous. People all over the world take part. There's people, you know, coming from Canada, Australia, New Zealand and Nepal. And they've got people who won. Sometimes the same people win. Steve Giddy has won on a few occasions, so he's obviously one of these people who bounces down a hill like Tigger and seems to do quite well. She's good, isn't it? She's very good. And somebody said, yes, lots of injuries. Loads of injuries, which is good. Lee says, where do you keep your shoes? It's not in a basket on a shelf. What? Basket on a shelf for shoes? Are you for real? And Joanna says, I do so agree. Pharmacists should be able to vaccinate. Why not? Well, they've obviously decided they don't. I don't know. Got no idea. I didn't make the decision, but ministers appear to be the ones who have sort of said, no, they're not to do it. Although we could I mean, surely. Oh, they're not doing them on Sunday either. You'd think that would be the thing that they would want to do, wouldn't you? You would think. Harry will not return to the UK. Good. To arrange an extension to his Megxit deal due to coronavirus. Good. He's planned to request a face-to-face meeting with the Queen. I think you're in everybody's bad books, Harry. Why don't you enjoy your life over there in America? You know, put it this way, our loss, their gain. Lovely, isn't it, really? So you stay over there, dear. Stay there with little Megxit, who's still using up the court system in this country. That one's not happily going anywhere at the moment. So Meghan's dropped royal duties. Did you ever do anything, dear? I thought you just held on to Harry's arm and sort of trailed around like sort of a handbag. I mean, you know, it came as no surprise to us that you came up with the excuse about the way the press treated you, because you've been in and out of court ever since, but yet you're in America, living on a gated estate. dear, honestly. How sad. Funded by a company who's doing a programme which has got your mother featured in it. You think that's good news? You better watch it, mate. I bet you've never watched it. That's the trouble with Harry. He thinks he knows everything, but he doesn't. Richard and Julie say, snow here, Steve. Farnborough Village in Kent. Very heavy. Yes. And also, Steve, all those ex-cabin crew having a lot of those qualifications for being a vaccinator, firefighting, conflict, resuscitation, anaphylactic, diversity training, DB check. They're applying, but it sounds complicated. It is complicated. It really is complicated. It's very difficult to do it. And my friend Rich, so I have to take his word for it because he's the most truthful person, snow from South London to Sevenoaks. He said, not fun driving in on the M25. You go careful. You go careful out there, because you spend all the time with... You imagine if your windscreen wipers gave up. I did that once. The thing that was holding it pinged off. And I had to go down the motorway. It wasn't snowing, it was raining. And there was no... I couldn't do anything about it. I had to go straight to the garage to get them to reconnect it, because I can't do stuff like that. And so Colin Bell, Manchester City great, dies. We did that at the beginning of the programme. That was about an hour and a half ago, but nice to know you've caught up. 3 positives, says John, about wearing the mask. I protect others. 2, keeps my nose warm. And 3, don't have to wear my dentures. Lovely. The whiteout UK weather. Snow blankets the north with 10 centimetres more on the way as temperatures drop to -13 amid the snow warnings. And look at it. Lovely, isn't it? Some of these little villages. And you go, that's really pretty. And they go, no, it's not. I mean, severe conditions... with the frost could mean that people will be falling over. Cycle paths will see icy... People still cycle. Can you believe? You know, you've got snow all over the place with ice underneath it. And then they go, oh, I'll be taking the cycle out today. Way too dangerous. Way too dangerous. It's coming here. Is it? The Met Office have said the southeast of England could see snow on Thursday or Friday, but it's unlikely to stay for long. Oh, you know why? Too warm. Too warm here. You don't really need it. And I went to my supermarket last night for milk and bread. Yeah, well, that's okay. Why did you go last night? Because when I go first thing in the morning, I'll never see anybody. Never see anybody. Most people are a bit more organised than I am. And somebody here says, oh, sorry, Rich is back again. Is it the same? Oh, no, it's the same one that keeps popping up again. So snow from South London to Sevenoaks. It's not good, is it? Mind you, it's the only time your car gets really dirty. Really, really filthy. I've got a bit where, you know, the car just gets very dirty. And never very good at all, actually. Never very good. Sheila is in St Albans. Well, somebody's got to be. My Noreen's in St Albans as well. Also, somebody else saying, why can't pharmacists be allowed to do it? I don't know. You know, it's as simple as that. Katie Price reveals a mega transformation about cutting her hair into a bob. What do you mean, her hair? Since when has she had her hair? It's fake. It's stapled on her, which is the best thing for her. Apparently she might be pregnant, or she might not be. We don't really know. It's difficult to tell. She doesn't know the truth from one end of a bottle of milk from the other. Polly Hudson's column talking about today about, what's she talking about? Oh, Rylan, who apparently turned up. He turned up on that programme. I can't remember what it is. It's a load of comedians sit on the stage. Is it the Taskmaster or something? Taskmaster. And Rylan was on it. Talk about a dullard well out of his depth. God, blimey, didn't fit him. He was neither funny nor interesting. He didn't come up with any funny lines. That's the trouble. There was somebody else on one of those programmes. And I remember looking at them thinking, why did you ever agree to go on this programme? I was watching, who's that comedian who looks about 15? He's got blonde hair and lots of teeth. No, it's Rob Beckett. He's doing a quiz show on the television, and presumably they booked him because they went, oh, he's a comedian, he can be funny. No, he doesn't. I think he's on BBC One. He doesn't say anything funny at all. He just reads the questions out and then goes on to the next. It's the most boring presentation I've ever seen. You might as well have got a trained chimpanzee to do the programme. They could have been marginally more entertaining. Nothing entertaining about it. No comedy lines, no funny bits, no nothing at all. They obviously said, listen, read the question out, the answer comes up here, and that's it. And that's all he does. I said before, out of his depth. Funny? Maybe. But quiz show presenter, no thank you. Although the questions were so complicated and so difficult. I mean, really difficult. Unlike poor little Greg Wallace, who was on Tipping Point the other day. And I have to mention it because whenever they have celebrities on there, the questions are like 1 and 1 is They're really simple. They're basic. And he was going, yeah, and I'm thinking, what is the chase? Exactly the same. They ask the stupidest questions. Morning. Apparently Ryland Clark Neal wants to beef himself up. Thank you. The last thing you want to worry about, isn't it, really? Also, the bog roll bandits have stripped shelves clean again. Bosses beg customers to shop as normal. Well, stop them buying them then. What are you bleating on about? You say to them, I'm terribly sorry. No, you're having all of those back. You can have one pack. That's it. There's other people. I mean, it's selfish. Supermarkets in Ilford were stripped bare in just an hour. Shoppers at Costco were seen buying essentials in bulk yesterday. Well, you buy everything in bulk in Costco. Not exactly. You can't just go in there and buy one pack of toilet rolls. You end up with sort of a whole loads of them. And police found a sex doll in the back of an abandoned car after a chase in scene straight out of Any Fools and Horses. Who carries a sex doll? I mean, seriously. I don't know. Well, they didn't know because the people weren't there. Apparently, the car's occupants were due to come in for a chat. I bet they were. Somebody says maybe they were just taking the girlfriend out for a romantic drive in the countryside. Just something worth thinking about. So Mary Killin from Gogglebox has revealed she can no longer drink a drop of alcohol after being struck down with food poisoning. The telly, Posho, who delights fans on the show with hubby Giles, used to drink a few glasses of wine 5 or more days a week without any effect, but she's ditched the booze after a severe bout of vomiting and diarrhoea. She said it's completely lost its appeal. I don't even like the smell of it. Well, there you go. There you go. That's good for her, isn't it, really? Greg Wallace... Oh, boring Greg Wallace. We can't really be bothered with Greg. I couldn't care less anything that Greg Wallace says. That's the man with sort of, he's had a number of businesses that have collapsed, actually. But he called himself a chef the other day. I don't think he was ever a chef. I thought it was... And who else called themselves a chef? Oh, Ainsley Harriott. I thought he worked at Lord's Cricket Ground. He was just a cook. Wasn't a chef. They have to sort of over-exaggerate things, don't they? Which is good. I don't mind people doing that. And also, pongy feet and stinky armpits could soon be the thing of the past. They've developed a film-like substance that makes sweats evaporate 6 times faster than normal. So that's good. I don't sweat, so I'm very lucky. Dawn Neesom's column, talking about the heat is on, him indoors, because the fab fitness babe, she says, Chloe Madeley, says James Haskell is tight for not letting her put the heating on. She's frugal. She's still frugal, which is interesting. She says, as our flat is currently cold enough to store the Pfizer COVID vaccine and the husband is still wearing shorts, I feel her pain. My mother used to say that. You cold? Put a jumper on. Can't we put the heating up a bit more? No, just put a jumper on. So we did. Julie says, looked at the cabin for a minute last night. Yuck. Yes, I mean, it's sad and tragic, isn't it? I'm sorry, can you not find anybody to go out with? Look in the mirror, and that'll tell you. Weather report update, Steve, 25... M25 between Sevenoaks and Dartford, white. Bromley on the other side, drowns in heavy rain. Everywhere else on this side of London, rain. OK, snow in Wallingham. I think, was it Wallingham? Yeah, Wallingham in Surrey. Del Boy had a sex doll in the back of his Reliant Robin, says Nick. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He had, not always, no. He had there were the ones in the flat that sort of all popped up at the same time, and the one in the back of the car, which frightened them. And, because he was actually selling them. Because he was a wheeler dealer, wasn't he? So he was buying stuff and then he was passing it on to people. I mean, they still sell them. You can buy some very posh ones now, some of these dolls. And they can be, I've seen the documentary on the television. They did one on the television where they showed them and they look realistic as opposed to those things that just look like a cheap balloon. And these ones, do you want long hair or short hair and different and some of them move. No, that was the wife. And I remember thinking, but they're about £3,000, some of these big ones. There was one bloke who had loads of them. It's like, do you remember the one time there were women buying babies that weren't babies, but they looked like babies. They were made of silicone, and they looked absolutely perfect. They were sort of like dolls, and women used to buy them. They were quite expensive, again, and then used to take them out in prams. People would go, oh, lovely. They'd look at it and go, oh, because it wasn't real. But they looked very realistic. I don't know, babies, they were sort of made out of a soft vinyl. They just put in fake babies, I suppose. I can't think of anything else you'd put in on the computer to find them. But they became immensely... There's a woman who makes them, And she makes them at home, and she adds anything that people want. If people have sometimes lost children, she can recreate them as well. But there's a lot of people who just like them for the way that they look, and they like babies. Have you found them? There must be... Somebody will know what they're called. There's a name for these babies. And I can't remember what it is. Yeah, if you know what it is, do please let me know, actually. Thank you. Snow in Tadworth, says Linda. Have you ever wanted to buy something but your conscience has told you not to? Absolutely. Buckingham Palace. I remember thinking to myself, I could get that family out. Listen, they've got 700 plus rooms and there's only 2 of them. I mean, come on, honestly. You don't want Prince Andrew anywhere near it. Steve, when we was in lockdown last March, there was a woman physically fighting over toilet rolls, says Shane. I saw it. It was on television. Yeah. People are a bit odd, aren't they? People like fighting over it. It's like whenever they have a special offer on in the shop, and they go, televisions, 150 quid, and people start fighting over, a 40-inch television, and you think, don't fight over it, you greedy little old baggage. It's that Asda do it, don't they? We had it from here one morning. They did a thing. Somebody said, Asda are opening very early because they've got... And we went down there after we finished the programme, and we ended up buying... I can't remember what we bought. Whatever it was, we were lucky. And we managed to get one of the last ones. What it was, I've got no idea. Steve. Still waiting for serious snow in Wrocław in Poland. By the way, my daughter Verity sent me some custard powder for Christmas. Birds, of course. Oh, they're reborn dolls. Try reborn dolls. I knew you'd know. Somebody else says that. Reborn or baby reborn. And Dave the Bouncer says my daughter collects them. They're very, very realistic. I knew you'd all know. I knew you'd all know about these things. I mean, if I can't remember something, but I remember it being on the television, then you're very good at doing it. Reborn dolls. So, you look at that picture there. So there's an unpainted one, and then there's the painted version, and they look realistic. This all happened in the 1990s when people wanted more realistic dolls. But look at them. I mean, you wouldn't know if you saw that in a pram. You would think that was a baby. They've often been mistaken for real babies and rescued from parked cars after being reported. They're quite terrifying. I thought so. But this woman who makes them is absolutely... But you can pick the brands to best suit the doll you wish to create. And a kit includes the vinyl doll parts. You then purchase a reborn doll by choosing a kit named by sculptor and have it reborn. Put up other pictures. You'll be surprised when you see some of them. But put up on... reborn and then put up images. You would look at them. You wouldn't know, would you? Have you seen these? Have a look, Jake. You have a look at how amazing they are. You would never know that half of these were vinyl. I don't know. I think some people who have lost babies take a picture in and they try and get the baby back again, but some people just like them because of what they are. They're not cheap. How much are they? Do you go back? How much are they? So they've got one here, £74, £104. See, I don't think they're very expensive for what they are. If it makes somebody feel better, for 80 quid or £100 or £200, then they're worth it. Amazing, isn't it, really? But you look at some of them, they're touch activated. Because presumably I mean, look at the one here. Little Camilla, truly baby girl doll, realistic reborn, 43.5 quid. I mean, it just looks like a baby.
How did we get onto this?
I don't know how we got onto this, actually. I'm really not too sure. That's the oddest thing ever, isn't it? But it's only because I remember the television programme, and I remember looking at it, going, Steve, is it the Cabbage Patch Kids? Oh, God, no, they were dreadful. But the Cabbage Patch Kids, and shall I tell you the reason I remember that? Is because one year it was the Christmas present to have. Kids wanted the Cabbage Patch Kids. It came with an adoption certificate. And, of course, all of a sudden you couldn't get them. So what were parents doing? Getting flights to America, buying them and bringing them back here. One year we had Furbies. Furbies were very popular, and you couldn't get them anywhere. So I go into Argos in Richmond, long since gone, and they had 3 on a shelf at the back. And so I bought the 3. I bought all 3, put them in a bag, and then as I was going out, the manager came out and said to the girl, where are the Furbies gone? She said, I've just sold them. He said, it's supposed to be 1 per person. I was out that door so fast. Still got them. I've still got quite a few Furbies, thinking they might be worth money. Niall says, you're sounding broody. Stop it. I don't get broody, actually. If I was going to have a family years ago, I'd have started them at about 12. I don't want to go through the weeing and the other stuff. Thank you very much indeed. I'm not into things like that. As far as I'm concerned, get them when they're old enough to go up chimneys. That's so much easier. The one doll you don't want in the back of your car is Chucky. Now, I think I've seen Chucky, but I don't know anything about him. I'm assuming he was sort of like an evil doll or something. I really don't know enough, actually. So here is Chucky. Oh, you can buy Chucky as well. $16.99. So Chucky is portrayed as a notorious dead serial killer whose spirit inhabits a good guy doll and continuously tries to transfer his soul from the doll to a human body. Wow. Chucky. It's a bit naff. It's a bit dated, really, isn't it? I mean, it goes back quite a few years, I think. Chucky. So there you go. It's like Freddy Krueger, isn't it? Oh, who was that clown? He looked fairly scary. All these people look very scary. Pennywise, is that who it was? Oh, don't like stuff like that. I don't like those. Oh, there was Curse of Chucky. Oh, that's horrible, isn't it? That clown is really scary. Really, oh, my goodness me. Oh, it's a great character. Pennywise the clown. That's, yeah. Does what? Put kids in the drain. Oh, really? Oh, dear. Not a nice person. The makeup's fantastic, but wouldn't want to bump into that person on a dark night. Martin in Westbrook, Margate, says, I would wish you a happy new year and thank you for making us laugh. We had decent snow, says Ian, the skip in Banstead earlier this morning when I left for work. I'm now parked up at Victoria and it's just a drizzle, really. It's always the way. Mark says no snow in Bromley, just heavy rain all morning, which is not good. And snowing in Purley, on the Purley Way, which is good. What was the other one that said, snow in Banstead Hill. And Johnny in Watford says, please wish my wife Simona good luck. First day of remote learning for Bobby, 5. Hopefully Emily, 2. Won't have a meltdown and want to watch Peppa Pig on the tablet. I'm working. Yeah, give me the tablet. I'm working. You're not having it. It's as simple as that. People talk about the fake babies. Thank you, Penelope. Reborns. Yes, we've seen the pictures now. Very scary. Very scary. But, in fact, Deborah says the babies you refer to, or should I say the fake babies, are called E-born or reborn or whichever. But Dave the Bouncer, as I say, his daughter collects them. So, because they're not as expensive as I thought they were. I thought they were terribly, terribly expensive. Apparently Katie Price is going to raffle off her hair extensions. Whatever next. Oh, I mean, there's nothing to the depths to which she will sink and sink. Can I have another cup, please? Thank you. And so she will get, publicity for things like that. So the next thing is she's going to have a baby, so you'll be bored witless with OK Magazine's endless plugging of this woman who doesn't do anything in her life apart from go on holiday and get married. And so she's got all these different children with all these different men. You feel a bit sorry for them, really, because she's a bit of a disaster. The kids will be working more than her if she's not careful. Fern Cotton says she still doesn't know why Top of the Pops was axed. She was a presenter when it ended in 2006. 42 years. 42 years. They did a Top of the... I used to watch it all the time because it was the television pop programme. And the reason I say that is because if you got the call for your group to appear on Top of the Pops, you dropped everything. Even in the middle of a tour, bands dropped everything to go onto the programme because that would guarantee you chart entry. It was as simple as that. There was no other way round it. And it had been 42 years. She told Gabby Roslin, after the show had finished, I sort of campaigned, can we bring it back? No. It still comes back for Christmas and New Year editions, which Fern co-hosts. It's just a bit dated now. It's a bit dated. I mean, you don't need to actually have somebody physically there. You can just show loads of things and put captions up. That's all you need, isn't it, really? No snow in the Maldives, Somalia or Australia. Don't discount it. Don't discount it. They have snow in Australia. They've had terrible snow in Australia in the past, as Shane will probably tell you. One of those things, isn't it? You go, wouldn't snow in Australia? Yeah, it snows in the desert. In the desert. I've seen pictures of snow in the desert. Just when you think it gets freezing in the desert, middle of the night, you go there and you go, is it going to be all right? You'll freeze. You'll freeze. That's why people sleep with the fire, apart from keeping the animals away. Much better. Another one here. No snow in Pimlico, says James, but plenty of laughs. Love Pimlico. Isn't it fantastic that it actually appears as a film? Passport to Pimlico. Passport to one of my favourite films. Anything from the Ealing stable was absolutely brilliant. There was a man who caught caught using his phone inside a courthouse has been jailed. He's obviously an idiot. Justinus Raugala of Northampton recorded a drug gang sentencing hearing in the town's Crown Court. So they've sent him to prison. He admitted contempt of court at the same venue. You can't take film in courts nowadays. You just can't do it. But some people don't know about that. You have to tell them. A monster conger eel, more than a metre long, has washed up on a British beach. They normally live in the northeast Atlantic. They say a metre long. They say about 3.5 feet in it. It doesn't seem very long. If they said it was about 20 foot long, I could understand that. I could understand it was going to be a little bit frightening. Oh, look, Chloe Madeley. Apparently she's a TV presenter. On what? We have no idea. They say TV star. Dreary old Madeley? I don't think so. I love it when she talks about booze. What's bad for you? Certainly was bad for you, love, wasn't it? We all remember. Thank you very much indeed. The original Pennywise was played by Tim Curry, says Nicole. Oh, right, Tim Curry. I'm just a sweet transvestite. I remember seeing that show in the King's Road Theatre when it opened, and the theatre was filthy. Filthy. You know, really, really dirty. They would leave all the rubbish on the grounds that people had left there, and that sort of added to the, you know, science fiction double feature. One of those good shows. Didn't know it was played by Tim Curry. Well, did you know Biggins was in the film Rocky Horror Show? Yeah, Biggins was doing the time warp. Let's do the time warp. That show, we saw it so many times. A friend of mine, Alan, loved it. He absolutely loved it. Thought it was one of the best shows. And we went to the King's Road Theatre, and you'd sit there, and the cast would come up and leer at you, but they had these plastic masks on, which stretched their skin and made them look freaky, and they'd lean up and they'd sort of look into your face. I'm demonstrating this now. If you're listening in stereo, you can probably see that. And you just like that. Amazing, isn't it? It's uncanny. That was almost a faithful sort of creation of what it was like. And then the show started, it had a band, and it was fantastic. I loved it. Michael ready to kill the day the earth stood still. I never went in that, but Nicholas Parsons did the time warp on numerous occasions. He was the narrator. The trouble is, the show had to have security. The audiences got terribly rowdy. Every time Janet appeared, they called her a very rude word. Everybody would shout out. The whole audience, they knew all the rude words. And then I think Brad as well, you know, and everybody, all these people had things. And when they did, there's a light over there, over at the Frankenstein place. Everybody took their lighters, flicked them, and held them up in the air. Fire hazard. You can't do anything like that. So it's just put that light out. And then they had people took water pistols in to signify the rain. I mean, it was dreadful. And the cast used to suffer. Oh, just me again, making a bit of a moment, as you can imagine. But it was so good. But they did become terribly rude, terribly rude, and torches and things like that. But it's a torch on the telephone. Well, I used to use a lighter. I didn't have a phone. Bear in mind, I saw it years ago. We didn't have telephones. I went in there and had one of those things that you lit if you were going to a bonfire party. Sparkler? No, I can't remember. Anyway, it was very good. But everybody used to sing. But every time poor old Janet appeared, they'd use a very rude word. But I can't tell you what it was, but it started with S, and it was 4 letters. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You'll have to... Please don't write in to me. Please. Dale in Birmingham says, re the pricey. She's not the pricey. Do you remember because the pricey is always right. Unfortunately not well-known bankrupt. And she says she's shrewd, acts stupid, but knows what's going on. No, she is stupid. That's why she went bankrupt. Admin Dave is in Antigua and keeps posting pictures to the LMD Skip Roadies. Wish him some snow out there, says he and the Skip. He's in Antigua. He'll be self-isolating when he comes back. Can't come back from there. Definitely not. My local fish shop has its windows vandalised last night. Not too much damage, just a small chip. Right, you're barred. You'll definitely not be in the cold light of day. Biggin Hill, 8 miles from Bromley. We've got 4 inches of snow on our Carlton Road. Always colder by 2 degrees here. Oh, right. So 8 miles and yet you've got 4 inches. Sounds great, doesn't it? Producer very excited by this. I don't think you've seen that much for a long time, have you? Ages. Yeah, I think people should send us pictures. Biggin Hill, show me the snow. In fact, you can send your pictures in to me, and I will give you the build-up that you so richly deserve, because I think snow is great. I don't want to drive in it. I don't want to see any accidents or anything like that. But I don't mind talking about it. I'm very good. We're going to take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock. We're trying to lift your spirits, and in fact, Judi Dench, I think, is playing Madame McCarthy in Blythe's Spirit, which is a great film. I remember seeing it a while ago. Very, very good film. Also, Radox will remove the For Men label from some of its bath products after accusations of sexism. Some shoppers boycotted Radox over its blatantly sexist packaging. I mean, you know, in 2018, priest Philip Green complained that marketing for men's products used words like sporty and strong, but equivalent women's products use glam and fabulous. And in August, Louisa Compton of Channel 4 tweeted, "Don't women get sore muscles, Radox? Do they just..." I think it's pretty. If you're inside and you're self-isolating, which you have to at the moment, because nowhere you can go, the only thing you can do is sort of go out and do a bit of shopping and get a few little... But it's bitterly cold. Why would you want to go out in the freezing cold? As far as I'm concerned, you get home, you pop your gym jams on, you climb into bed with a hot water bottle. I've got the littlest hot water bottle. You know, I bought this heater for your have you seen this heater for the hands? It's really good, actually. But they also sent me, he says, delving into his carrier bag. I'm like Edna the inebriate woman. They also sent me I'm like Mary Poppins. Actually, she was on the television yesterday, Mary Poppins, talking about how she got the role. She was seen in Camelot by Walt Disney, and then she got pregnant, but he held up the making of Mary Poppins, and she'd never really made a film before. She was very good. Anyway, so I ordered this thing, and then along comes the hot water bottle. Isn't that so cute? I think there are two of them in here. And there's one. Yes, I think they're obviously for little children, and it comes with a bag to put it into. A free gift from China. Now, what was I really expecting from China? Maybe a vaccine would be nice, thank you very much indeed. But no, you get a free thing. There's no English wording on this at all. It just says made in China, and it's got things like, it's a hot water bottle. Perhaps people don't see these very often, but I think that's quite good. You could tuck it into your coat, couldn't you, or in your pockets, which is lovely. Oh, thing's fallen out now. I charged it up yesterday. I had this on and off all day yesterday, and then finally at about 5 o'clock it gave up. So I put it on charge yesterday, and now we're back to full strength for my hand warmer, which is It's quite big. I wish they could have made it a little bit smaller, but it's very warm. It's very warm. It goes up to 60 degrees. I'm ever so messy in the studio. I don't care. I'm telling you, if Eddie Mayer was in here, he'd have a blue fit. Honestly, the amount of mess that I make everywhere. Somebody else talking about going to the supermarket first thing in the morning. I like to get in, get out. If I see a queue, I go back home again. I have no intention of queuing to get into a supermarket. It's just not, I've got enough food at home. I've got half a loaf of bread. Oh, butter. I need butter today, and that's all I need. Not that I have very much butter, because it's not good for me. And so I've got some bread, I've got some soup, I've got some asparagus, I've got mashed potato, I've got all sorts of things. So I can have basically anything I want, which is nice. They reckon that this lockdown will cost us about 390 million a day. Carnaby Street, pictured yesterday, normally packed with shoppers. And at 11 a.m. yesterday, deserted. Kingston, deserted. Marks and Spencer's was open, but just not other places at all. So it's really bad. It's really bad at the moment. But you've got to do it. I mean, you can go out if you want to go for a walk round, but I would take your mask. So here we go. Stay at home, work from home. If you can, I'm a key worker. I'm an essential person, because I'm on the radio, quite clearly. Foreign travel is banned. A-levels, GCSEs scrapped. Only meet with one person for exercise. Luckily, I know nobody who wants to do exercise, so we're fine on that one. You don't want to do exercise. You've never done exercise in your life. What are you on about? This feeble excuse about, I'm doing exercise, Jake, is not buying it, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, when it's all over, you're going to go back to the gym. When it's all over, I'm going to go to KFC. All right? That's the difference. I can't believe, honestly, he's gone on about this gym thing. I don't think he's ever been to a gym in his entire life, have you? He said, I've got my gym gear. I said, what would that be? Lycra? Trying to work out exactly what it is he wears in the gym. But so he's sort of joined. Corey's joined a gym as well, hasn't he? And he's not actually been to it either. Goodness sake. Kids' sport is cancelled. They'll be delighted. School meal vouchers continue. Police can fine rule breakers as before. Takeaway alcohol is banned. Now, nurseries stay open. Weddings can take place in limited circumstances. And non-essential retail is shut. So, but I mean, as long as you can get food and stuff like that, and you can do exercise at home. Why do you need to go to a gymnasium to do exercise? You can walk up and down stairs, or if you don't have stairs, you can walk around a car park. You can do anything. You can do a little bit of jogging. You don't need the machines. If you want to do exercise, just walk. Do you take the lift here in the building when you come in? Yeah, probably do. Yeah. Well, walk up the stairs. That's it. I mean, look at me. Look at this. This body you don't get by overeating, let me tell you. This is a fantastic body. It is. Coffee and a nice pastry in order, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie. I would love that, but I can't have it. They're all full of sugar. All these pastries, I go, oh, it's lovely, isn't it? You've got a pastry, and I look at them. I bought some yum-yums in the other day, not for me, but for the boys. And they were delicious, but I looked at them, and they were just covered in sugar. I can't catch that. Steve, apparently the most likely place to catch coronavirus is at a supermarket. I don't go anywhere near people. Best to limit your visits there. It's not true either. You've just been reading rubbish on the internet. That's what it is. If you believe everything you read on the internet, the Loch Ness Monster's coming back to come and eat you up. Simple as that. And Steve, I had what I thought was cystitis, says Michael. Treated it as such, no effect. Turned out it was an inflamed, infected prostate. Sets the nerves off, feels stingy. Well, what I've done is I'm on penicillin from today. So I wasn't on penicillin before. I was on something for cystitis, which took it away for a week. And then it came back the other day, a couple of days ago. But of course, until you've done a sample, they won't just hand tablets out. And so I spoke to my diabetic doctor the other day, and he said I'm putting on penicillin immediately. I said, oh, that's good. So I'm going to go and collect the penicillin this morning, and the producer just said to me, I mean, he might be just giving me a load of old flannel. He said, it acts fairly quickly. I thought, bloody well better do. I can't go much longer like this. But then what they do is they do an instant test, like a dipstick test, and it says, yes, you've definitely got an infection. And then what'll happen is they'll send the rest off to the lab. That'll be back Thursday, Friday, so either tomorrow or Friday, and they can then tell you, and then they can adjust the medicine that you're on. So they target the medicine for whatever it is. I don't know what, as I say, I mean, it looks as though there's sort of bits in it. I'm tempted to say I think they're swimming. I'm not sure about that. And I did read about that at all, because it's, it's not the nicest thing to happen, but ladies know more about it than blokes. Blokes don't get it as much as ladies do. And I've spoken to friends of mine, and she said, oh, I've had it a few times. And you think, God, how do you suffer with this? How you suffer with it? I mean, I'm sort of fairly okay. I've got a fairly good tolerance level. But this one, it just gets you down. So we're going to try the penicillin this morning. Hopefully by tomorrow morning I shall be bouncing around like Tigger and Winnie the Pooh, and I shall be so much better. Steve, one good thing about lockdown, if there was such a good thing about lockdown, is giving you the chance to catch up with all the old movies. Mr. Skivington, oh, that was brilliant with Betty Davis. That was really brilliant. So that's Joy in Gravesend. You know the places to go to, don't you? That's good. Is it Mr. Skivington or Mrs. Skivington? Betty Davis was marvellous. That was good. She was sort of a society beauty, and then she aged, but she kept looking the same, which was very, very embarrassing. But it's Mr. Skeffington. Thank you. Mr. Skeffington, Job Skeffington, was played by Claude Rains, who features in the Rocky Horror Show. Claude Rains was the Invisible Man. And it makes a point about Skeffington's status as a Jew in 1914 high society, and later in relation to Nazi Germany. Supporting actors, Richard Waring, Walter Abel and George Coulouris. Her name was Fanny Trellis. That was the character name she played, Fanny Trellis. Only in those days could you get away with things like that. Oh, Fanny. Yes, she was a society beauty, but then her hair fell out, and so they put a wig on, and then, she was caked in makeup, so people thought she was still attractive, but of course she wasn't. And it was really terrible. Pamela says, I bought the 3-foot-long hot water bottles for the grandchildren, 14 and 17 at Squires. Dad says it takes too much hot water. Too much hot water. I don't worry about that. I didn't buy one. I did give them away as presents, and I think there's still one in the boot of the car. I think there's people in the boot of my car. I'm totally convinced. It's all very odd, honestly. But you know me, I'm a hoarder, and I love hoarding. I love hoarding. There's an exhausted student sharing an emotional post about the lack of support she says students have received during the pandemic. She's in Bournemouth, and she wrote, in case anybody wondered how it looked or felt to be a university student in a pandemic, I'm so exhausted and drained. Yes. But are you socially distancing, dear? Have you managed to keep your mask on? Have you managed not to hang around in the bars? But she wants students' voices to be heard. Oh, we've heard students' voices. Thank you very much indeed. No, listen, people have to follow the law. If you don't follow the law, this is going to go on forever. And very shortly, all of us, every single one of you listening, is either going to know somebody who has got coronavirus or who's died of coronavirus. And the 1 in 50 people. So in other words, if you live in a tower block, there's a very good chance at least 4 people will be dead in that tower block. And it's purely because they have it, or they might even have it. Whatever you've got to do, you don't want it. You really don't want it. I'm sick to death of people saying, oh, like Lauren Goodshire, oh, it's just like a cold. I mean, how thick do you have to be? I mean, don't emphasise the fact how stupid you are. Steve, do you, like me, believe that there are aliens? No, David, of course not. I mean, why would I want to believe in something like that? Why would I want to believe in something like that? Steve is a long sufferer of cystitis. I've tried everything. I swear by cranberry tablets and drink pints of water, says Kathy, who's a new listener in Horsham. Well, I'm preparing to go for the penicillin. I think it might stand a better chance than using the cranberry juice. I mean, believe you me, I drink a lot of water. In fact, this morning I seem to be drinking an extraordinary amount of water. But in one end, no, I haven't got through it. I've only got through 2 tins of it, which I thought was better than nothing, isn't it? It's a piece in the paper today, and actually somebody asked me where it was. I think Rachel asked me, but I couldn't remember which paper it was in. And it's about taxpayers who will rack up 19 million hours doing their returns this year. And I've seen a couple of people in the office doing their tax return. I wouldn't know where to begin. I seriously would not have the faintest idea. I am totally inept. Whenever it comes to money, I've got people what do. And I say to my accountant, who deals with another friend of mine, and he'll say, I need this, 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 and this, and that gets bumped on to him. And then he sends me a bill, which actually he's forgotten to do this time. I've got to send him a text. So I hope he's all right, because my accountant is wonderful. And just say, I hope you're all right. By the way, have you forgotten the fact I owe you some money? And so he then sends me a thing, normally about November, December time, saying, this is how much you're paying at the end of January. So I know that. I don't know how much I'm paying at the end of July, and I'm not a limited company, which is a great embarrassment to people who thought they'd found me in Company's House. Yeah, Steve Allen Unlimited, Mr. Frugal. But of course, there is no limited company. I'm sort of sole trader, so that's it. And then he does all of that, and then he tells me how much I have to pay, and he's very good. And he does my VAT as well. So I just have to send him the figure, and he then writes back with, this is how much you're paying. And then I speak to another friend of mine, and she pays all of the bills. That's what it's about. How people sit down and do things like tax returns, I've got no idea. I mean, in total, I spoke to somebody a short while ago, and I thought they were a bit dim. And he went, I'm just doing my tax return. I said, really? I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Yes, I felt like saying, you need to get staff. That's the whole idea. Get somebody else to do it for you. And he said, but you have to pay them. I went, yes. He went, I don't have to pay anybody. I thought, oh, God. Joy says, no Prosecco whilst on penicillin. No worries for me. No worries for me on that one. I can not drink anything. Do you know what I bought yesterday? I did buy, I haven't drunk it or even opened it. Rosé penicillin. Rosé Prosecco. Rosé penicillin. What a marvellous thing. You can get tablets now of Prosecco. No. And I thought to myself, rosé, because somebody had recommended it. They said, brilliant, get some rosé Prosecco. And I was going to open it yesterday, but I didn't get round to it because I didn't feel sort of up to it. So I didn't bother. Steve, I was on a sound unit at Merton Park Studios. I'm amazed these films are now shown on TV from all these years ago, says Mike. I love it. I can't get enough things. Try the nice new larger M&S food hall at Staines, parked right by it in the Two Rivers car park. We've got a huge Marks & Spencer down the road from me at Kew Village. And we've got Marks & Spencer's in, Staines. It's the biggest in the country, is it? I know, it's just Staines, though, isn't it? And, no, I don't mind Staines. I went there once. I lived there. Goodness sake. See, the only thing that you need is cephalexin. That's what I had last time, Victoria. And so this time we're going for the big guns. We're going for the big ones. One here from Dean, who says, thank you for keeping me awake. I've just delivered 45 tonnes of food at M&S Banbury, enough for everyone. Yeah, I mean, it's all these people who go, there's shortages. They're delivering it, it's just people are stockpiling the stuff. There's no shortage of anything. Why do you think we've got a shortage of toilet rolls, for God's sake? I mean, honestly, I do give up. Forget the rat race. City dwellers walk more slowly than those who live in the country. I've seen people in the country. I've seen all these housing programmes, and they say, "Oh, I want to go and live in the country." And I think, well, go and live in the country. You know, go and live in the country if you want to go and live there. It's good. They seem to like it, and they all are on the fitness thing. They all do the fitness thing. They've got these things that make it look like they're on skis. Of course, I mean, there will be people in this weather who've got skis in the garage, and they'll be out going, we go, hello? You know, we're on skis. No, sort of, yeah, no, a proper skis, because you can get around much quicker. It's the sort of people who've been to St Moritz. You know, and they go, I've been to St Moritz, so we've got our skis out, and we're going down to the local shop now. Good morning to you. Love stuff like that. Do you know, mums are more likely to be asked for financial tips than fathers? Really? Oh. Tips. You know, so on how to sort of look after your money. Only 1 in 14 would turn to their dad. 1 in 12 offspring would seek money guidance from their mum. Depends who your mum is, isn't it? If it's Jordan, don't bother asking her. She hasn't got the faintest idea. Thick as a brick. I mean, honestly. Oh, Jordan, do you think you could give me some money advice? Not. I don't want any advice on driving either, which is good news. Happy birthday to Rowan Atkinson. He's 66 today. The star of Not the 9 o'clock news, Blackadder and Love Actually, is estimated to be worth around £100 million, with a car collection has got an Aston Martin DB2. He sold his McLaren for £8 million in 2015. It's funny, with £100 million, yeah, I think he's fairly well off. How much have you got, Joe? Yeah, I think he's doing all right, actually. He's also got 100 million followers on Facebook. He's doing okay. He's not complaining. Sandy Denny died in 1978. She was with Fairport Convention. And she's only guest vocalist to sing on a Led Zeppelin album. Sorry, I did a very bad impression, actually, which I decided not to do. But, of course, Led Zeppelin, who had Stairway to Heaven. I never went to see them live, actually. It was never my kind of thing. I was not into groups like that, who I think were sort of called supergroups. Rock and roll! Doesn't Nick Abbott have a jingle about rock and roll or something like that? Bless him, honestly. How he knows about these things, I've got no idea. Fern Cotton says she's building a studio in the garden after using her stepson's bedroom to work from home. Lovely. I don't know what she does, actually. What does she do now? Does she work anywhere? I mean, she hasn't done Top of the Pops for ages. Oh, podcasts. Oh, right, okay. That seems to be the latest thing, doesn't it? I've got three podcasts. I mean, goodness sake, that's just greed, isn't it? Greed. Steve, love the little bit extra to lull me to sleep, but there wasn't one yesterday. It's there. You're very late to the programme. Goodness sake, it's 26 minutes past 6. Yes, it's there. The podcast, the missing podcast from yesterday. Nothing left of this text in a minute. It's there. So you can download it. Have you ever been to the Musical Museum in Kew Gardens? It's not in Kew Gardens, it's in Brentford. See, I have to correct people. I know all these things because I went there before it moved into a little church next door. But yeah, it's the Musical Museum in Brentford. Steve, I saw Nosecco alcohol-free Prosecco at my local Sainsbury's. Maybe you can drink that. I'm not bothered. I can easily stop drinking, like I stopped smoking eventually. But no, I can stop drinking. I don't have any problem with that at all. And if somebody says it's going to make you better by not drinking, I'll not drink. You know, I'm very good at following advice. And Jackie says, one person can be a limited company, Steve. That's one of the legal tax loopholes. I've always been very straightforward with my tax. This is what I earn, this is how much tax I pay, and I always pay it. I'm never late with sort of filing everything. My accountant, Steve, looks after things like that. And I always save the tax, which I didn't do years ago. I didn't know you had to save for the tax. I don't know why. You know, so I'm very good at saving for it. So, in fact, I've already got the tax for this year sorted out, and then some, because we just put it into the tax account and it stays there. So I've got all these peculiar accounts. I get this stuff now because I'm online. You get it through on your telephone. This account number ending 0462, you know, is now available for you to look at. Who wants to do that? Why would you want to look at it? I only want to look at it if somebody phones up and gone, somebody's nicked all your money. You know, sort of people, or I won the lottery, or in which case I've already decided. I could be changing banks if I win the lottery. But I forgot to buy a ticket the other day. I didn't buy a ticket. They said, apparently on Saturday you can win 20 million. Pfft, who wants 20 million? I wanted the 175 million that bloke in France won. Not that I was very bitter or jealous about that. 178 million, 175 million. Can you imagine? Wow. I mean, that would go. I'd buy everybody here a drink. I'd buy them all a drink. You'd all get a bevy in the pub. You could have anything you want except doubles, because I know what they're like. Yeah, the pubs are shut, so that's another thing you've missed out on. Monica says it's not a loophole, you pay corporation tax. I don't do anything like that. Some people have done it. Friends of mine said, oh, you can do this and that, and I went, no, too complicated. Straightforward, pay the tax man. I used to do a tax programme on LBC. Years and years ago, we used to have a tax inspector in, because my accountant was a tax inspector. A lot of tax inspectors go on to be accountants. And I used to have somebody in, and she was lovely. And people would phone up and say, oh, I'm doing that. And she would just rattle it off. And I'd sit there going, right. And it was then that I decided I didn't want anything complicated. Steve, I think 100 million is enough to make do for the rest of one's days. Oh, yes, listen, the rest of it depends how old you are. If you're sort of 18, 19... £1 million is going to go nowhere. Nowhere at all. You can't even buy a decent property. I mean, it's still nice to have, but if you're you could invest it, but you're not going to get much at the moment. I got a thing the other day from my bank saying, oh, just to let you know, it's not been a brilliant year. Investments have gone down and all this kind of thing. So we're moving it. I'm moving it to another place where I can get better rates. But trying to get your money back out the banks, that's the problem nowadays, isn't it? And, Steve, I was involved in a fight in a fish shop. I was charged with assault and battery. Just make sure they never write again. I don't want to hear from these people. Ridiculous. Donna says, sorry I'm late, I'm driving the 188. Do you know, I had a bus driver the other day. He stopped at every bus stop. Every bus stop. You know why? Because he was obviously ahead of himself, and it was where they switched drivers over. Normally they have a little message which goes, the bus has stopped so the drivers can change over and all the rest. You sit there waiting, mid-route. And so he's sitting there thinking, well, how long have you driven before you have to change bus drivers? And so he sat there. He didn't push the little button to say that, so I just assumed because he put his coat on, he was going. And then we had to wait for the other one to turn up, and he was actually, some of them are so slow. There's a woman who's on some of our routes, don't go any further, but, she takes forever adjusting the seat, adjusting the mirror. Morning, Steve, we had a girl dancer with Danny and Ronnie's show. Says Tony at Westgate, who suffered from your illness. Make it sound like it's my illness. Jackie says corporation tax 90% is less than most of us pay. I don't know, actually. I just know that my accountant tells me this is how much I've got to pay. Then I get the notification from the tax office, and so I can pay it any time between now and the end of the month. And you just pay it, and that's the way it works. Anybody flouting the lockdown should expect to be fined, police chiefs have warned. Well, let's see it. Let's see it then. Don't just come up with claptrap. Let's actually see it. I mean, there was a party in Kensington in West London on December the 30th. The 43-year-old organiser claimed he'd just woken up despite standing in a room full of people and loud music. A total of nearly 25,000 COVID fines were issued in England and Wales between March the 27th and November the 16th. So, where does the money go to? What did it go to? Is it police funds for, heated gloves or something? I don't know. We don't know what happens there. Also, I was trying to find... a lot of people talking about... you're going to be getting money from the Chancellor. The furlough scheme could be extended again. He's unveiled another £4.6 billion bailout for firms ordered to closure in the lockdown. But that doesn't go anywhere. It really doesn't. Payments, they say, grants up to £9,000. Some woman was on the television earlier on saying her rent every month is more than that. So what do you do? The answer is nothing. Also, hundreds of thousands of care home residents face heartbreak after visits were banned again across England. Oh, goodness. I mean, how frustrating if you're in a care home. You just want to see somebody you know. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Very nice. Also, Harry Potter actress Jessie Cave, unfortunately, I don't know who she is, but she's obviously in Harry Potter, so she's obviously well known, is being treated in hospital after testing positive for coronavirus. Best known as Lavender Brown in the film adaptation of the Magical Books, had her son 10 in October after a traumatic delivery that left him in a neonatal unit. He's ever so cute. He's got a fab little face, bless his heart. I always love it when you get pictures of kids. They're so cute. So cute. So here we go. Now they're getting longer again. All sorts of interesting things are happening in the garden. So you can go to the garden centre and go and buy your bulbs and stuff like that and stuff. I mean, I've got two wicker baskets, which I bought in Costco, and they're already pre-planted. All you got to do is take the lid off and leave it, and you get 4 different plantings. I don't have to do anything at all. The first ones are coming up now, the bulbs. Then there'll be something else that shoots up next to it. Then when that goes, there'll be something else. Very clever. Very clever. About 16 quid, I think, or something like that. I never worry about that, actually. If it's to do with the garden and it provides flowers and makes people feel better, then I'm all in favour of it. I'm all in favour. Here we go. There's a story here. There's my pension. This is pensioner Mark Berentsen, says his retirement plans are in tatters because of the crippling costs of fixing his flat. He's got one of these flats which has got cladding on. And how much has he had to pay? £42,000. £42,000 because a third of his income has gone on fire patrols, new alarm systems and insurance bills after the property was found to have dangerous cladding. I mean, that is just ridiculous. His insurance premium was hiked by about 300% from £205 to £815 a year. And then he had to spend more than £4,800 on a 24/7 waking watch and a new alarm system. I mean, you know, you don't want to go for any of these things, do you? That doesn't sound very good. Steve, here is the snow in Biggin Hill. Oh, we got a picture. We got a picture. Should not be long for our jab. Apparently we get ours between the 6th of Feb and the 6th of March, being type 1, according to the COVID checker app. Yeah, you've got to wait until you get the actual letter through the post, haven't you? Or a phone call. I think it's a letter, I have a feeling. But, so you'll get it between the 6th of Feb and the 6th of March. Listen, I don't mind that. Doesn't matter to me. And we have got a picture on that one. I don't know where it is, though. I can't see it. 0636, the snow in Biggin Hill. I went to Biggin Hill. We went to an air show there. Didn't they used to have an air show? Oh, you forgot to put the picture on, fool. Honestly, for goodness sake. Steve, you should change your doctors. They've let you go on suffering too long. No, I've had it 3 times. You can't just change doctors like that. I'm very happy with my doctors. Very happy. Dave in Caerphilly says, any good news in the papers? Not for you, no. Absolutely nothing at all, I'm afraid. There's no Yahoo, here we go again, which is good. Jason says, you're spot on. We do need to see it. More traffic on the road the last 2 days than usual. And a call last night to Ian Dale from a garden centre worker talking about the abuse she's been receiving. People taking their kids there and arranging meetups as nowhere else is open. Well, I still can't work out why garden centres, idiots, why garden centres would be open. Why would anything there be essential? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining about it at all. Stand here, follow, go this way around the garden centre. I'm not bothered about things like that. It doesn't bother me, but I couldn't understand why they would be an essential service. Doesn't make any sort of sense at all. Oh, they've got loads of food. When they start putting food in the middle of the papers, they've got an easy chicken and mushroom pie. Looks delicious. Banana bread, overnight oats, and cinnamon and orange hot chocolate. Whoopee! Let's go for something like that, actually. And all the papers, for some reason, getting very excited about Harry Styles going out with a woman. He's been out with loads of people, and they always put this publicity down, and you think to yourself, what is the interest? I mean, is this the One Direction fans hoping that they stand a chance? I don't know. I think it's highly unlikely. But anyway, so loads of coverage for him. They met on the set of his film. So that's very good. But there is no good news in the papers. I wish there was, actually. I wish there was something that I could go, well, this is fantastic, but you're in lockdown day 2 or day 3 or whatever it is. And then you just have to get through it. You have to get through it. And if you don't get through it, then, you listen to LBC and we'll help you get through it. That's the only thing that we can do now. Steve, how much does the NHS spend on sending letters out to patients? Well, I get texting as well. I have had letters from the hospital. I've had a letter. They say you need to come back and have this done. And so I'm quite happy with that. But I do get the other thing, which is the text saying you've got an appointment tomorrow at the doctor's surgery. Do not come to the doctor's surgery. They will phone you. It's as simple as that. So I've done remote calling and I've done Zoom. All work very, very well. All very well. Another one, somebody was talking about... I've lost it, actually. It's a bit of a pain, never mind. They all sort of disappear, these things. Oh, that's right. Best to use an accountant to prepare your personal tax return. I know a guy years ago who prepared his own. He entered the bank balance in the interest received section of the return and wondered why he had a huge tax bill. I sorted it out for him, says Nick. Well, I've had my accountant for years, 20 plus years, and he's always been very good. Always been very, very good. And I trust him implicitly, because he has to get it approved by the tax office. Mark says, off to Waterloo this morning for a scan on my hernia to see if it's getting worse. Very nervous about getting on the underground. Well, you'll find there's more people on the underground not wearing masks than there are on the normal trains. Quite empty, though, so you're all right. You're all right. Garden centres are open because they're mainly based outdoors, plus it's proven that gardening is good for mental health, says Jill. Well, it's certainly good. It's certainly good for something, actually. And where is it? Oh, there we go. The government said they were keen to get garden centres back open to mitigate the effects of the coronavirus on the horticultural industry. Our decision to reopen will allow businesses to sell their products directly to the public. Could that not be said for everything? Why can't we have a haircut? I mean, that's all people want, isn't it, nowadays? It's very nice. I do like garden centres and, you know, gardening and wider horticulture are often used as a means of improving physical and mental well-being, so that gardening can provide a small window of relief from all the bad news. That's what we do. That's what we do on this programme. We provide a bit of respite from all those people who are going, oh, not lockdown again, please. And I go, listen to the radio. Listen to the radio. You'll be absolutely fine, I promise you. And I've got to hear from my producer, Corey, actually. I must check with him today. Somebody says, Lorraine, drink lots of cranberry juice for your cystitis. I've no idea how it works, but it does. Yeah, do you know you can't buy cranberry juice everywhere? It's really bizarre. I might have to trot back to Waitrose, because I don't want the one with all the sugar in, so I'm going to do the low sugar. But I have drunk it before. You know, and it seems to do something. Somebody says, I kept getting water infections turned into sepsis. Keep an eye on it. Oh, I always take it seriously. That's why, you know, I'm at the doctor. I've moved in. I've moved into the doctors, you know. Oh, he's back again, you know, and they sort of go, here you go, there's your tube. Thank you very much indeed. 6:45, let's get the news headlines at 6:45 with Simon. Morning, 6:50, he said, trying to sound as bouncy as possible. I received a letter from a pension fund, Steve, on behalf of a company I worked for in the 80s, which I totally forgot about, saying I'd reached retirement age and to log on and decide what to do, says Dallas. And I logged on. I was surprised with the funds, so I did a drawdown, visited the bank, paid off the mortgage after 50 questions and almost a strip search. Happily mortgage-free. Well, that's what... I also got two things saying, oh, by the way, your pension has matured. I thought, well, I know the feeling. And so I had two pensions. One was a little pension that I'd had taken out when I was 16 years old, with clerical and medical. And it was taken out years ago. A friend of mine said, oh, take it out. And we did. It was only a cheapo thing, but, you know, still worth a bit of money. And then the next day, another thing came through, and I got all excited about, God, two pensions. I thought, pensions? What am I talking about? Actually, if you know, I'm a big fan of Sheila Hancock. There's a fabulous interview with her in The Lady this month, and she's very punky, is Sheila. She says, I've got a punk soul. And it's a really super interview. Really super. Don't ask me why I read The Lady. It's only because I think it's sort of glossy, and I quite like reading with star signs, but I love some of their celeb interviews. They're very good, and they've got quizzes and puzzles and all sorts of things. I know she's 87. She's phenomenal for 87. She really is. But this is a great interview. So it's in the current Lady. Also, the reason I'm reading it this month is they've got a thing on diabetes. I seem to absorb things. I get the diabetes magazine from Diabetes UK, because I'm a lifelong member. Because years ago they said you can pay monthly, you know, if you want to subscribe to it, and you get the magazine, or pay £250 and you get it for life. So I was in a fortunate position to have £250, which I just found in a railway carriage, and I sort of sent that off, and now I get the magazine and I always go through it thinking, all these ill people. And I think, wait a minute, I'm an ill person. I'm the same person. So there's 1.1 million infected with the virus. That's what they're saying, as 1.3 million get the jabs. But what they're doing, they're not doing them on a Sunday. They're not allowing pharmacists to give the jabs, whereas they let them do the flu jabs. And at this rate, we'll be waiting, you know, until heaven opens up for us. Because it's just ridiculous. 1 in 30 in London, is it? 1 in 30 in London have got coronavirus and probably don't even know that they've got it. And as I say, very, very shortly. In England, it's 1 in 50. 1 in 50, that's not very big at all. Very shortly, you're going to know somebody who's either got it or who's died of it. You know, that's the hard and fast. You know, no matter what you read in the newspapers about stupid people who go, oh, don't worry, it's all a bit of a hoax. It isn't a hoax, sadly. That's why it's front page of all the newspapers. So, and the front of The Guardian are doing that as well. They say tough curbs for months. I think eventually we're all going to get quite used to being in lockdown. I spoke to a friend of mine yesterday, and he said, it just drives you mad. Absolutely drives you mad. He said, you come home from work. He said, and what do you do? Sit there staring at the walls. You know, whereas I sort of get out there, get a little bit of food. I shall go to the chemist today, pick up the penicillin, go back home and just stay there. Dawn Neesom's column, excellent as always, in the Daily Star today. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. She just pushed herself around a bit, but she had a very nice new year, which is good. There's a lovely picture of Allen Heads in Northumberland. This is an old picture because I saw the picture of Allen Heads the other day. Oh, look, Demi Rose, core. And we have to say that, apparently. The Brummie Beauty. Oh, God. She's sort of showing off her stunning cleavage. That's her claim to fame. She's showing you her boobies. That's it. I don't kind of get it. That's a career nowadays. Get your boobies out for the boys. And that they go, yeah, that's your model and you're a star. She's probably described as a star in some places, just for getting her boobies out. So perhaps we should have a new sort of system on the programme for tomorrow. It's Get Your Boobies Out Thursday. Why not? I'll be first. I shall do it. And, we'll have a good old laugh at the presenter, the diabetic overweight presenter. So Dawn's column today, talking about a new survey. Ladies in Bristol are most likely to flash their Bristols. Thankfully, Cockermouth and Littlehampton weren't included in the poll. That's what she says. That's what she says. Also, the video nasties are back. These are people complaining about Greece, which we all... So I was just waving at Nick Ferrari. Sometimes as he goes past the studio, I've only got a little bit of glass in my door. It is almost like being in a prison cell, which is probably the best place for me. And as he goes past, if I catch his eye, he'll sort of step backwards and we wave at each other. We do that, you know. Very sociable in this building, which is quite nice. There's a microbrewery has turned into £1 million business. That's good. I don't understand microbreweries. I think it's the people who want to buy, you know, Amy's Old Wallop or something like that, isn't it? They're buying all this sort of stuff. And also, veganism is not an option for over half of Britons because they couldn't live without cheese. I wonder if you can get vegan cheese. You get vegan everything now. Ask Luke. He seems to know all about this, although he does laps. He has lapsed on quite a few occasions because you know what he likes? Creme brulee. You're not supposed to have creme brulee. He loves it. He absolutely loves it. He thinks it's the best thing. Everyone's a critic. How to be kinder to yourself in The Guardian for today. Rita's been dropped from an advert because she doesn't know how to self-isolate. And even though she's come up with the old garbage about, oh, I'm really sorry, and all that, she knew exactly what she was doing. Exactly. You don't come back from an event overseas which you were paid good money for, only to go to your own party. I mean, what do you think? There's two separate rules? I hope not. Vanessa Blow for Iceman. Which is she's apparently in dancing or something, and she's I don't know. She's been out with quite a few people. That's the best way that I can put it to you. What are you looking at me and smiling for? What's the matter with you? Well, don't smile. It frightens me. Honestly, goodness sake, you look up and all of a sudden the producer's smiling. He's not known for smiling. Ask anybody in the building. You go, have you ever seen Joe smiling? They go, there was a time last Christmas, I think, or something, where somebody gave him a liqueur chocolate. But apart from that, and then it was cancelled, wasn't it? It was cancelled. And so I don't encourage them to smile on the programme. I don't mind a small titter. Oh, we're back to that booby story again. I do beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. Sometimes you can be just so cheap, can't you? And the Bond girl, Tanya Roberts, and she was with Roger Moore, who died twice. You know, reports of her death were greatly exaggerated because it came out, and it turns out she hadn't died, and then blow me down, the next thing she had died. Because they were saying, that was the thing, that, they thought there was very little chance of her surviving. Steve, we have a fully up-and-run vaccine centre, no vaccines till Friday, and a friend of mine in Twickenham, Steve, has been called in to have her jab on Sunday. Yeah, well, I don't know how they're managing these things, because the government have said not. And that is just about it this morning. Plus, stores target thousands who vow to go vegan for January. I don't think I want to go vegan. I don't have any problem with people going vegan because I've worked with loads of vegetarians over the years, and now a vegan as well in sort of Luke, and he's been sort of fairly good about it. Because every time I ask him about something, pancakes, you can get vegan pancakes, and he seems to like it. Although for Christmas he had nut roast. Please don't do the jokes. It's not worth it. It really isn't for this time of the morning. But we will do it again tomorrow morning. If you found, I mean, seriously, if you fancy it, I'll be here from 4 o'clock. I do have a podcast today. In fact, I have two podcasts today. One is my free Little Bit Extra pod. They're all free. My free Little Bit Extra podcast. Gordon Ramsay's wife, Tana, wants a 6th child. Suggests the couple start trying during lockdown. Ruth Langsford finally speaks to Philip Schofield again. They really need to get over themselves. And The Crown's Emma Corrin looks the part as she goes for a country stroll. Story again. We used to have laser pens all over the place. I myself had laser pens years and years ago, and I've got a laser pen, which is part of a magic trick. But I remember trying it in the studio here, and I can hit the buildings the other side of the square with a laser pen. Seriously, they're that powerful. This particular man thought he was being particularly clever. The judge thought differently, and they've sent him to prison. Royal model Lady Amelia Windsor has broken COVID rules, we are told, by travelling for a festive getaway with her siblings. And Andy Burnham celebrates a birthday today, as does Helen Worth from Coronation Street. The RSPCA have accused the BBC of objectifying dogs. It's a ghastly programme on the we told you about it when it was first mooted, where people dress dogs up, people spray them different colours. It is absolutely the abuse of animals and should never be shown on the BBC. God knows what on earth Sheridan Smith's doing hosting it. Dreadful. And is Beast 2 roaring our way? They've said it is. Cold outside, so I've got my second hand warmer, which we're very excited about. So we've got that. And another two, well, it's not 2 water bottles, I discovered the other day. It's 1 hot water bottle and a cover that goes over the top of it. But it's still quite sweet. And also, you might be stuck indoors, but there is plenty to keep you busy. People are moaning already about sitting indoors. That's why these people were protesting in Parliament Square. But you only had to look at them to realise there's something the matter with them. They're not the full ticket. They're really not the full ticket at all. They're out there with no masks on or anything else. I think they're just out there for a bit of a scrap with the police. Luckily, the police were fining them left, right and centre. So that's good news, isn't it? Let's make sure that they all pay. Talking about fining, yes, over in Barbados, I think it is, we had to take little Zara What's-her-face. She went into court. She went over there. Apparently, she's been going to Barbados for years. And which is, I'm sure, very exciting for her. Her boyfriend gets and tests positive for coronavirus. They give them the wristbands to wear. They rip them off and try and get back to the airport so they can get out of the country. And they got arrested because she's stupid and thick. And he, of course, is carrying the coronavirus. Now they've got an extra 200 cases. Whether it was due to them, we have no idea. Anyway, they put her up in court, and all she got fined was £4,500. Somebody else who did a similar thing went out to get a tin of fizzy drink, got fined and put in prison for 6 months. They should have put Zara Holland in prison and her boyfriend as well. These people are too stupid. They are people spreading the virus. That's what they're doing. And she went, oh, I've always been a big fan of this country. Yeah, you're obviously a bit thick, aren't you, dear? But anyway, she only gets the fine, but if she doesn't pay it in a week, 6 months in prison, which is good. The Scouts have been hit by a slump in revenue. They're down, so they're looking for people to sort of help them out. Nobody's got any backup money. Have you noticed? There's no backup money anywhere at all nowadays. You see all these companies. I mean, poor old Greggs have counted the cost of COVID. Before COVID came along, there were queues out of the door in Greggs. And all of a sudden, there's no queues. No queues. I walked in yesterday, bought myself a bacon baguette, extra bacon, twice, and then went and sort of got the bus. And then got home, got a couple. I had to go to the chemist, as you know. Got a couple of bits and pieces, came back, and that was me for the rest of the day. In fact, I went to bed so early yesterday. Even I thought I'd gone to bed early. I was in bed by 12:30, lunchtime, which was brilliant. I woke up probably a number of times, and then sort of settled out. And then the last time I woke up, it was about 9:30. I thought, that's good. Done very well there. The clap is back, which is very good. So when people are clapping for the NHS, we're now. I don't know. It went away. I suppose because we're now they're far too busy. The poor people in the NHS, so they're clapping for loads of other people. We're actually clapping for all sorts of people who've helped us out and done good things. All the people who are working. There are people who are working throughout this pandemic. Lots of you will not be working. You'll be working from home. We're key workers here in the radio industry and in television. So you'll find all the newsrooms are up and running. They've got to be. And exactly the same for radio. We are key workers. But then you've got to have people who get you into work. So I tweeted this morning, we're bombing into work at 20 miles an hour, and somebody said, be careful. I thought, well, I'm not driving. There's a driver who's driving me in. The day woman's hour turns sour. I'll tell you about that story. And what was the other one that I quite liked, actually? It was Amazon have bought a fleet of planes, and a third of Brits have tried out wacky fads. You know, they go, oh, have you tried this? Have you tried that? And they go, yeah, we've tried that. They go, have you really? It was like years ago, it was diets. There were 1,000,001 diets. The the Hay diet, the F-Plan diet. There were this diet, that diet, and all the rest of it. And I've always said diets don't work. Why? Because if they did, there'd be one. You wouldn't need a load of diets. It's $1 billion a year industry to part you from your money, but you're still as lardy as you were from the day that you first started it. You know, look at Gemma Collins. Oh, I've lost 3 stone. No, you haven't. Blatant lies. They give you an injection, which is very unwise. You know, if you're fat and you're too fat to exercise, that's your problem. It's going to come back and hit you. But this is the year that Gemma Collins says she wants to have baby, because all her friends have got babies, and she wants baby as well. The fact she hasn't got a boyfriend and no luck in finding one. The last one went into rehab about 6 times, so there's no point in dragging old Arge out again and going, do you want to go out with her? You go, I don't think so. It's like a hippopotamus, isn't she? And which is why she then vowed that she'd never go out with him ever again. But of course she'll have to, because there's nobody else. And she thinks this is the year that Hollywood are going to come a-calling to put her in a film. I don't think so, dear. It's very sweet of you to try and make an effort, but it ain't going to be working at all. Steve is already here. It's freezing, says Monica, my frozen favourite Jewish cab driver. Driving to London on moonlit roads, bright as ever, and it is -1 centigrade in the south. It is cold, actually. Not as cold as it was the other day. I thought it was colder yesterday than it was. When I went home yesterday, I sort of looked up at the sky and I thought it had that kind of sky. Oh, the trees are down. All the trees are down in Twickenham. The council have still got their lights on. I don't know why they've not got the workers out there to take them off. Yeah, the trees are down here. Where the trees are down? Yeah, the trees are down. Yeah, and we've still got lights in Leicester Square. I think you could leave them up all year. Who cares? They're only white lights. It doesn't say Merry Christmas on them. They're just white lights. Makes Leicester Square look a bit pretty. Nobody here. A couple of pigeons, some mice and things like that. You see them running across us. Yeah, there's us. There's a few of us in the building. Not very many this morning. Probably about 20 or 30 people. Yeah, which is, I think that's quite enough. Lovely. Very COVID secure. We're more COVID secure than anybody else. You know, I mean, it's like people getting on the bus. Did I get on a bus yesterday? I did get on a bus yesterday, actually. I did get on a bus. Twice I got on a bus. And everybody was wearing masks, you know, because you have to, because otherwise you're spreading it. So I've got a free podcast, which I'll tell you about a little bit later. And I did say, actually, a friend of mine who I thought had coronavirus, him and his girlfriend haven't. They've tested negative, which is good. But then another friend of mine has tested positive for coronavirus. So him and his girlfriend and baby are all isolating for the next 2 weeks. And he's always been very good at putting masks on and all the rest of it. And so you've got to be careful. You can spread it anywhere. And it's generally the selfish people. You know, the people who go, I don't have to wear a mask. I'm exempt. And you see perfectly healthy-looking people walking through Waterloo Station, no mask on. And you want to say to each and every one of them, you know, you want to be wearing a police uniform. That's where that kind of takes over and go, why are you not wearing a mask? And them going, I'm exempt. And you go, what have you got? And they go, well, you know, you look as though you're going to work. So, you know, should you really be out? Should you not be self-isolating? And the answer is yes. Plus, they found, you won't believe this story. This is unbelievable. Even I didn't believe this story. A dance floor, yep, you heard correctly, a dance floor where John the Baptist was sentenced to death has been found. They knew it was in a palace in about 29 AD, where one of Herod's sons was the one who sort of oversaw, and John the Baptist was around the same time as Jesus. He was going around, he was preaching, and he was doing all his things to all the masses, and they decided that to get rid of him. So it was one person in biblical times who said, bring me the head of John the Baptist. And they went, no, we can't do that. They'll be absolutely right. Bring me the head, she said. It was a woman. Bring me the head of John the Baptist. And they went, no. She said, you will. So they did. They did. It was brought in on a silver salver with a sort of a dome over the top of it. And she had sort of pushed the person she was married to bring her the head of John the Baptist because he was causing mayhem in the country. So they had to get rid of him. They got rid of Jesus. And they got rid of loads of people. But they found the dance floor where he was sentenced to death. I mean, how they know it, I've got no idea. You know? It's very interesting. Barbara's funeral is tomorrow, by the way. It's not today. It's Friday. Snowing in Bermondsey. And somebody said there were queues at McDonald's, says Dale in Birmingham. Well, they've stopped doing walk-ins at McDonald's. You now cannot walk in, about time, because you can walk into Greg's, buy something. You can walk into KFC. You can walk into loads of places, and just get your thing. But you can't do it in McDonald's. You know, that's it. And then some ridiculous person here who says, putting you in the key workers category with doctors, nurses and emergency services. Yes. What do you think you're listening to at the moment? You're listening to somebody who is a key worker. Yes, it's a recording. We did this about 3 years ago. There you go. I'll tell you, I'll get some thick people. We're not like nurses or doctors or emergency services, but every single person in radio and television is a key worker. How do you think you get your information? In your case, probably you don't. And that's why you're a bit thick. It's not your fault. Goodness sake. I mean, honestly, how are you supposed to know that? Ian says, in Belsize Park, where I used to live, they put up street decorations for Christmas 1 year on Haverstock Hill, which were never taken down. So they ended up using the lights to designate a new area called Steele's Village. It got its own stop on the 168 bus. How lovely. So I like things like that. Why do you have to take down Christmas decorations? You don't. Many still have lights up. He's over in America. He said the big Christmas tree is still up by the main entrance. Yeah, I mean, lots of people have still got lights up. I mean, we've still got them on the lampposts in Twickenham, but all the individual trees above the shops have come down. Well, just having but these do look Christmas specific. You know, they've got lights that like that. The light sort of runs down it, so they do look Christmassy. But I've got Christmas lights up all year round. I love them. I don't call them Christmas lights. I just call them, they're mine. Mind your own bloody business. What's it going to do with you? Honestly, people who go, why have you got lights up? Mind your own business. You know, I had a voice calling me, and it said in my ear, leave your lights up to wind people up. You know, the especially stupid people who were probably in Trafalgar Square the other day. But I ordered as well another one of the hand warmers, and it arrived yesterday. Whoopee! So I've now got 2 miniature hot water bottles and 2 hand warmers. And they got so hot yesterday, I had to take it out of my pocket. It was like, ta. Very, very hot. We were trying to work out where to put the little hot water bottle. Jake came up with some brilliant ideas of where to shove it. So we were very excited by that. 4:minutes. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday, the 7th of January. We're going to be in lockdown for middle of February, I suspect. Middle of February. I was trying to find out, actually, the person who complained about radio people being key workers. And it turns out he's a big supporter of that little Stephen Yaxley creature. You know, that one, who changed his name to Tommy or something, you know. But he doesn't have a name. Well, I think everybody's got one for you, love. It's a shame that you don't understand how things work. You weren't in Parliament Square, were you, yesterday? Pinned to the ground by the police. So Neil says, I don't know whether I have Weetabix or cornflakes. Neither. Toasted bacon sandwich. That's what all you can have. Over in Sydney, it's 22 degrees. 22 degrees. I'm not sure whether or not... whether I can cope with 22, double it and add 30, so 44, so, yeah, that's just about pushing it for me. Just about pushing it. That's, I don't think I could go in any more than that. Somebody says in one of the papers, Britain must stop dithering and vaccinate around the clock. Absolutely. If we want this thing to stop, then you have to vaccinate, and it's got to be 24 hours a day. So in other words, you can go and you can get the vaccination, and they give you a sticker or whatever they give you, and you take it on from there. Because you can't just say, OK, we'll do it Monday to Friday. That would be ridiculous. Do it all the time and make sure that you've had it. But you've got to, wait in line. So they have to get the right people. Remember we had people the other day who were saying, of course, rich people will probably actually go and buy it. And I said, I don't think you can. I don't think it's actually possible to go out and buy it. Whether or not you can go to another country and buy the vaccination, I'm really not sure. But I think as long as we get it, but unless they start pulling their finger out, unless they start sort of making sure that we're all going to get it, then it's just going to get worse. You're going to get these idiots who are in Parliament Square. You know, at the age of 92, I shouldn't imagine he was particularly bothered whether he was wearing a mask or not. But unfortunately, for the sake of other people, you would rather that he was wearing a mask. And all the other ones, pinned to the ground, they've got that, that word swampy written over most of them. Harry and Meghan have no regrets over their Megxit split. No, we don't care about you either. So that's good, isn't it? Unless you're called Angela and she's one of their stalkers. She's a real stalker, this Angela. She writes to me all the time. Well, she thinks she does. And she was sort of saying, you're obsessed with them. And I thought, no, the only person obsessed with them is you. I'm not remotely obsessed with them. I couldn't care less what they do over there. But I do know that they're hypocrites and they've milked the publicity, for sort of, using the press for their gains. Luckily, the book never did very well, so that was the first disaster. And obviously now Netflix have had to increase their prices to pay the ludicrous amount of money they've given this two pairs of ne'er-do-wells so that they can sort of be happy. Also, your smart speaker could become a smart spooker, which will let you talk to people beyond the grave. I don't think it really will be somebody from beyond the grave. Yeah, I mean, you can get talking gravestones now. You've had those for ages, yes. Ages and ages. You push a button on the top of the gravestone and there's a recording of the person who's there. But they've had that for a long time. I don't know why they're sort of making such a big deal about it. Also, if you go past cemeteries now, and I go past 3 cemeteries in my journey into work, and a lot of the gravestones have got lights on. They've got solar panels built into the top of the gravestone and little light, which I quite like. I think that's quite comforting, definitely. Also, as a bus driver, I happen to think a lot of people claiming exemptions from face masks are making excuses, says Raheem. Instead of trying the face shields, which count as a face covering and give plenty of room for them to breathe. Yeah, well, I'm with you on that one. As I say, I know you can't, but I wish the bus company would bring it in and go, well, we're doing our bit to make sure we're not spreading it, because people without masks on could have the virus and could be spreading it. We don't know. Costco have done it. Tesco are doing it. Stopping people going in there. And people go, well, I think it's my human... In America, they go balmy bonkers if you don't let them in shops. It's my right. And they produce this fake piece of paper. And there's one woman, and she's right rude old bag. She's a racist. As indeed most of these Karens are in America. My favourite was a woman in the shop. And she's put all her stuff on the counter, and she's a big fat woman. In America, they have lots of big fat people. There is an obesity problem. Probably not during lockdown, but and she's there. She's got no bra on. She's wearing a tight pair of shorts, but she's got an arse the size of Greenland. It's huge. And the man behind the counter is trying to serve her, but she's not very pleasant. And so, she says, I don't want that. And so she's piled all this stuff on the counter. So he goes, all right, you're not having it. So he starts putting it in bags. She said, I've told you I'm not having it. So he said, I'm not serving you. Puts it in bags, puts it on the floor. And then she goes, how much do I owe you? He said, you told me you didn't want it. Make up your mind. Do you want it or do you not want it? He's just a little corner shop. And then she starts taking the name of Allah. And it's at that moment somebody else in the shop goes, get your fat arse outside this shop now. You are disgusting. And so she's really being I don't know what you could have done to her. If Allah had actually been watching that shop at that particular moment, he could have opened up the floor and she could have disappeared completely. She was so disgusted. I'd have taken all her stuff back, credited the credit card and say, don't ever set foot in here again. Walk, lose the weight. Dreadful person. But there's this woman in a shop. She's doing the same thing, not wearing a mask. I don't have to wear a mask. She produces this long... Read that. He said, I'm not reading that. This is my shop. She says, are you going to serve me? Thinking that's going to put him on. And he goes, no, I'm not. So she goes, and she uses a rude word. And he goes, yeah, well, we are what we eat. And so she goes, you're not going to serve me? He goes, no, I've just told you I'm not going to serve you. So, of course, she has to walk away. There's nothing she can do about it. It's a private shop. And that's why Costco score very well, because all these shops are private. And if they don't want to serve you, they don't have to serve you. So that's good, isn't it? That's why, the police in Parliament Square the other day, they've got better things to do than sort of attach themselves to ridiculous people with no masks on who are just being pains and spreading the coronavirus. Because you don't know. I don't know. There's nothing that signifies somebody for having it. Like all those people in America, who've been there, this Trump hate mob. I mean, they might have to drag Trump out of the White House. It's a simple... I couldn't care less. The man's an idiot. We all know he's an idiot. And all the people who didn't vote for him know he's an idiot. He's just a bit of a worry. And so they've got the guards out there basically being taunted by this bunch of thugs. They're in there. At one point, there's one of them, they've got all the police guns trained on him. These people must be really stupid. Really stupid. They will end up... Trump is just a very bad loser and also not a very trustworthy person. Not a very trustworthy person. So the sooner he's out, the better. Thank you very much indeed. Albert Roux dies at 85. Albert Roux Jr. has been on the programme many, many times before. They were a dynasty. And if you counted the amount of people who went through Albert Roux's kitchens, and who sort of ended up getting jobs as chefs, Absolutely amazing. I still enjoy watching the Gordon Ramsay programme where he goes to America. I don't think you could do it here. I think they tried it here and it didn't work. So they go to America and they discover why this restaurant is failing. And it's basically because the food is just so dreadful. It's not even cooked properly. In fact, at one point, he said, don't eat the chicken. They cut into the chicken. It was raw. Absolutely raw. They hadn't cooked it properly. And you wonder why these restaurants start going under. So what he does is go there and he tries to turn it around. He goes into the kitchen and it's chaos. Some of the food, you look at these places, we'd have closed them down ages ago. Ages and ages ago. And yet over there, they seem to like it. So he then does the restaurant up, gives them a new menu, and then hopefully things go well. Some people don't take his advice, but they should do because he's successful. You know, it's like, you won't find anybody ever complaining about sort of Phil Vickery or Jamie Oliver's food because that's what they do for a living. That's what they do. They know how to sort of cook. They know how to make meals look appealing. And, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, and people lose a lot of money. I mean, Jamie had to close a lot of restaurants, but I believe he's still got restaurants in America. It's a tough business. And then all of a sudden you go into lockdown. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? There's nothing that you can do at all. You just have to wait until this thing blows over. While you've got stupid people faffing around in Parliament Square, which is quite a big area to police, you're never going to get this thing cleared up unless the government are going to go, right, 24 hours a day vaccine. So it doesn't matter where you are, you just put people on night, like we work in the early hours of the morning. There's nothing to stop us learning how to start giving injections, and then we could sort of do injections. That would be the best thing to do. Definitely. Oh, look, bless him, he's coming with his little mask on. Oh, it's so sweet. I've still got a Christmas mask I never wore this year. I can't wear it now. It looks a bit silly, doesn't it? Christmas mask. I've got a Brussels sprout one as well. I've got quite a number of masks. Although I did walk out again yesterday. I was having a very bad day yesterday. Very bad day. And I walked out and I'm halfway down the road. I went, mask! I quickly turned around and go back to the boot of the car, ferreting through to find the 1,500 boxes of masks that I bought. Because I thought I'd buy them while, not knowing we'd have to still be wearing masks a year later. But we are, and I don't have any problem with it at all. The day a Woman's Hour turned sour. And what was the other one as well? Greggs, £15 million loss they've made. You're not obviously eating enough pasties and stuff like that. Please go and buy more pasties. Once you've lost Greggs on the high street, what are you going to do then? What are you going to do? Where are people going to go? Where can you go and get 4 sausage rolls for £3 or something like that? It would be a travesty. I always buy a baguette, which is £2.80. I think it comes out about £3 something, with the extra bacon in it. And that kind of sets me up for the day. But then once I've got home, if I've got all my food in, which I have, I don't need to go anywhere. I just put my feet up, heating whoosh, whacked up, and it's lovely. I love it. It's very exciting. Susanna Reid, I am told, has 10 cups of tea and coffee during each edition. I'm surprised she's on screen. She must have spent all of her time in the loo. Do you remember there was a very famous presenter some years ago? I know who it is, but I'm not going to mention her name. And she had to rush off set because she needed the toilet. Unfortunately, she left her microphone on. And so she's in the loo, and in the control gallery they can hear, because they actually turn your mic on and off. It's on permanently. It's only but they could still hear it because it's on like a pre-fade. Imagine if that was for me. Oh, dear me. Because yesterday was not a good day at all. Yesterday was a very bad day, but a lot better now. And, as I say, whether it lasts, I don't know. We've got to wait and see. Medication is just... I spend most of the time giving samples to people. This is a small clip of my programme. This is another clip of my programme. This is my little bit extra. Please download it, I don't want to appeal to you like a little pleader. But it's always very useful. The more you download, the happier the management are. It just goes to prove that the spike is still there, and you're downloading as much as you can. Although you couldn't the other day because we had a bit of a glitch. But I'm reliably informed... And, there could be repercussions. 6 of the best, as my headmaster used to say to me. And I just say, really, sir? And, very nice. There's the shilling I promised you. And, because you've got to make sure that it's there, haven't you? What's that? 1. What time? News. I know news. I know. Clutching his wet wipes, honestly, trying to impress me. You're right, says Shane. Always. Always right. That's it. Steve, working at a London railway station, the one thing that's increased during lockdown is the amount of people asking to use the toilets. And it got me thinking how London must be the worst capital city for having public toilets available. Well, they've got to get the people out there to clean the blooming things. It's free at the station, which is fine. We don't have any problem with that, because they seem to have removed all of the trains that have got toilets on. I used to be able to get on a train and there would be sort of every second carriage there'd be a toilet. Well, I don't seem to notice any toilets on trains anymore. Where are you supposed to go? What happens if you've got an incontinence problem and stuff like that? That would be absolutely a nightmare. Where would you go? And the answer is, just have to sort of wee in a cup, I suppose, or something like that on the train, and then just sort of throw it away when you get off the train. I don't know how else you're supposed to manage. I mean, if you're a woman, how on earth are you supposed to manage? That must be absolutely terrible. But, so there we go. So, I mean, so you can't, yes. I mean, why have they taken the toilets off the trains? I don't understand that. I mean, that's the one thing that you do want on a train. Is not just for us, but the staff, you know, for the guard or for the train driver, generally speaking, as they wander through the train. I used to go to the toilet all the time. They had that moving door. And that was always a bit of a thing, because if it was somebody who didn't know how to operate the moving door, they didn't lock it. So I never used to tell people that there was somebody in there, because it used to go locked, or you'd pull the handle down inside. It's, yeah, I think that's free, there's nobody in there. And of course, they would then sort of push the button to open the door, and the person in there using the loo go, no! Oh, yeah, I'd sit there going, oh, there is somebody in there. I've no idea. Good Lord, looky here. Impressed with the passport office, Steve. New passport returned in 8 days. They're very good at the passport office. I used to send mine to Ireland, and it would be there and back in again, a matter of days. Sending it to Petit France was a little bit slower, but it's good. Steve, I think you've increased their sales. Britain holds the world's largest Prosecco export market. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. I'm not drinking, which is very good, isn't it? I'm not having a dry January or whatever they call it. I'm just sort of having a day where I'm sort of thinking, I've got a bottle of Rosé Prosecco, which I've never tried. It's only on the recommendation of a few of my listeners to say, Steve, you must try Rosé Prosecco, and I haven't got round to it. I'm quite happy actually with sort of just having sort of water or some milk or something like that. I'm not particularly fussed either way, which is very good. Very good. Steve, very good morning. You are a key worker. Listen, everybody in radio and television is a key worker. I don't know why people are so surprised about this. It was the same during the war. Why are people being funny? We had that peculiar one who was a fan of Stephen Yaxley Lennon, sort of saying, you think you're a key worker, that's doctors. Well, I'm sorry, but of course you don't take any notice of what the government says, do you? Because you're not the brightest penny in the box. But anyway, we don't need to worry about you anymore. We've put you out of your misery, which makes it so much easier. But yeah, key workers. Anybody in radio, anybody giving out information is a key worker. Bus drivers, key workers. They're getting people to work. Taxi drivers, key workers. You really must bring yourself up to date. I mean, honestly, you don't want to appear to be stupid, do you? That would be terrible. Steve, it depends on the bus driver. Was on a bus and the driver didn't let anybody who didn't wear a mask. Nobody was allowed to stand, and he didn't let too many on the bus either. Well, I didn't think that they could do that. They can't ask you. They can't question you. They can't question. If you say, I don't have to wear a mask, as far as I'm concerned, well, you're not getting on the bus. I would be that bus driver would be being bolshy. I would literally take the key out of the slot, stand outside the bus and say, well, the sooner you're off the bus, the sooner the rest of us can go. You know, let them sit there all day, as far as I'm concerned. I've got no time for people who could be spreading the virus. The idea is yesterday 1,000 people died. Did you know any of them? Very shortly you will. Very shortly you will. Did you know that yesterday 60,000 more people came down with coronavirus? Did you know any of them? You will soon. You will soon. Very worrying. Steve, the scariest thing in the world is when you're on the street and you need to go and you can't find anywhere and you don't think you're going to make it. Yes. I mean, that is the problem, isn't it? That is the problem. Because we just don't have... In France, it's okay because they've got these pissoirs, which are sort of just like... looks like a bad bus shelter, actually. We've got one in a park in Twickenham, a French pissoir. That's what they call them. And it's an original French thing in Radnor Gardens. Have you seen it? It's unbelievable. You've been in it. I've been in it as well. When I first saw it, I thought, that's not it. It is. It is absolutely a pissoir. Yeah. And I think it's where it came from France, I suppose. I don't know. I'm very, very impressed. Very impressed. Steve, I think you can get a map of public loos on your iPhone. Or if you're a man, it just says doorways. I think, or sort of back of parked cars or something like that. We've all done it. I have to be honest. And it's for some reason, it's to do with the weather. It is. You come out of a very warm flat or house or whatever, the cold air hits you and immediately you're like a dog. You've got to have a wee. And you can't be bothered to go back inside, so you look around for a suitable place. Rugby day around our way is a nightmare. You can have 20 people standing there having a wee. Or Army and Navy day. You know, they just have wees in car parks. It's dreadful, really, but that's what happens. Men have an inability to find a toilet before they leave the pub. They're in the pub, you really feel like saying to them, it's like your mum and dad, we're going on a car journey. Have you been to toilet? Okay, I'll go now. Even if you don't want to go, my mum used to say, go. Try and go. Because we're on a long car journey, we don't want to stop. Because when you think about it now, you don't... I mean, yesterday I didn't go very far before I needed to go to the loo. And I've got a funny story, but I can't tell you. I can't tell you what it is. I can only tell the people here what it was. And... when I think back on it, it was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Steve, I'm approximately a month older than you, have underlying health conditions, and have left my immediate neighbourhood once, says Anne in Preston. There you go. I'm enraged that the sunflower lanyards may need help. Be slow. Check out in your shop are being abused by COVID-idiots. There's so many. I don't know what it's like up your neck of the woods, but down here it's terrible. Terrible. Somebody else saying, of course you're a key worker. Why would people think that people in radio and the media were not? I don't know. We're key workers. When the first time it came round, and I remember there was some idiot up in Scotland, poor little soul, and he really was dim. And he said, only the BBC are key workers. You go, how old are you? Yeah, he was so stupid. And I said, no, we're all key workers. If you're in radio, you're key workers. We're giving you information. How do you think the government get their information out? What, are you going to wait for the paper? You can get it out within minutes. If Boris decides at 19 minutes to 5 in the morning to make an announcement, we can put it on air immediately. Papers have got to go, we'll have to set up the presses again. No. He loves the show. Boris listens all the time. Mind you, yesterday he mentioned my chemist, Mr. Shah, which was very good. He was very impressed. Mr. Shah, it was to do with COVID. And I was very impressed, because we always knew that Mr. Shah was a star. And he got mentioned. He says, I got a mention on PM's COVID questions in Parliament. The Twickenham MP asked a question about the COVID vaccine. There you go. So that's always very good, Mr. Shah. Well done. Honestly, I can't compete with two of us in the business. That'd be a nightmare. But chemists are open. They're key workers. You know, you've got to have food. But McDonald's and a few other places have stopped serving people who walk in. You can't just walk in. You have to pre-order. So I often wondered how that was able to be done. But there you go. At least they've sorted it out. Sorry? Phone. You have to do it on the phone. Yeah, you can do it on an app as well, I think. You know. Another one here. My mum's first car had a hole in the back floor. My sister and I used to wee out of it whilst on the motorway. Well, we used to... I mean, in the early days, you could always find somewhere to go to the toilet, couldn't you? If you were a little child... I mean, I've seen people... In my lifetime, women holding babies over drains so they can go to the toilet. Have you seen that before? Yeah? Holding them. And I mean, that must be... I mean, the shame of it. I mean, how old was the kid? 15, 16? I don't know. Seriously, holding people over drains. But it's mainly people who sort of stagger out of a pub and just wee up against a bus stop or something like that. In certain parts of the country, the police are there with a bucket and mop. And they go, right, it's a £50 fine. Go and mop it all up. You know, and they stand there because they're so drunk. Mainly men, it has to be said. Mainly men, it has to be said. So the poor old Scouts have been hit by a slump in revenue, which is not so good. I don't know how they make money. I mean, I can't remember when I was when I was sort of in the Cubs, and you did pay to go, didn't you? You took your subs with you. My mother would give me money, and she'd say, "That's for your subs," and you go there. Was it £2 a week? Oh, I think ours was, I don't know, I think a shekel or something like that. I can't remember, whatever it was. It was very interesting. And so, yeah, and that all it's all right. I was in the first Hong Kong's Cubs. You put your little outfit on, you know, and you woggle and everything else, and you've got your subs in one hand, cheese and pickle sandwiches in the other, and off you went. What food we ate in Hong Kong, I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you if we ate Chinese food or English food or British food. I've got no idea. I cannot remember for the life of me. We had somebody who cooked. We had a cook who lived in and cleaned and did everything else and helped my mother with sort of dinner parties, because they used to throw at least 2 dinner parties a week, you know, where people had come round. We'd be in bed, me and my brother, sort of trying to sleep, and all you could hear was like that. When you wake up in the morning, all you could smell was cigar smoke and cigarette smoke and everything else. Because after they'd had them, I mean, I don't know, we were just kids in the bedrooms. We didn't really care about it. Steve, I'm a road sweeper and I'm a key worker, says Martin. Well, there you go. There you go. But try telling that to the Yaxley Lennon supporter, you know, key worker. It's so dumb. It's so embarrassing, isn't it, that somebody can be that... I mean, do you think that in school they were in what we used to call the leavers class? You know, and where you could sort of... They were stupid but not savable. And so you'd put them into there and they'd go, all right, they'll be finishing their last year at school whilst they decide what to do, whether to sit at home and smoke drugs or whether to... Yeah, it was the thick table. You know, you didn't want to sit with them when you were having your lunch or anything like that. So they'd be over there and you go, oh, who are they? And you go, that's the leavers. They're the leavers. Oh, dear. Another one here, Steve. My mum used to say to me, going to the toilet before going out, always go, before you go, so you don't have to go when you've gone. Yeah, we did a lot of car journeys, a lot of long car journeys, and you know, if we did need to go, my dad would pull into a lay-by, and you just have to go and run behind a bush. That was... What else could you do? We didn't have sort of things like that, and it always worked. I mean, to be honest with you, it still works now. If I'm sort of driving down the motorway and I'm thinking, oh, I really do need to go for a wee, you know, when I had the problem with the bits and pieces, I just used to pull in onto the hard shoulder, open both car doors and have a wee in the middle. It was not into the car, obviously, but it sort of stopped people seeing as they went past, unless they were in a lorry or a coach, in which case they saw everything, you know, and I didn't charge either. How good am I? Third to list, actually, because I always love it when people think they're actually better educated than the people who are actually on the radio. I was tempted to say preaching. And we're a key worker. We're a key worker, OK? I can only tell you what the government have said. So, you know, in health and social care, obviously, not limited to doctors, nurses, midwives, paramedics, social workers, care workers and other frontline health and social care staff. There's also the support and specialist staff working, you know, distributors of and producers of medicine, medical and personal protective equipment. In the education, it's childcare, support, teaching staff, key public services, OK? These include those essential to the running of the justice system, religious staff, charities and workers delivering key frontline services, those responsible for the management of the deceased. And here comes the key one. This is for those people out there who think they know everything, but they don't know nothing. Journalists and broadcasters are providing public service broadcasting. Hello, that'll be us. And then there's food, production, processing, distribution, public safety, police and support staff and everything. But we're key workers. And in utilities, you've got payment providers, thank God for that, postal services and delivery, waste disposal sectors. There's a load of people. But journalists come under a separate category. We are key workers. If you don't trust it or believe it, go and have a word with the government. You know, and so essential and key workers, Graham, exactly the same, dear. OK? I don't want to have to prove you wrong yet again. It's very embarrassing, isn't it, really? But a key worker and an essential worker is the same thing. You're both exempt from having to stay at home. You can come out and do your job, and that's what we do. Which I think is very good, actually. COVIDiot should be entered into the Oxford English Dictionary. They might, actually. You know, the way it's going, it probably could be. I thought it was, actually. Nick's from Kent. He said, keep up the good work of not publicising train toilet occupancy. Which is good. Timpsons are open. They're key workers, says Paul. What? They repair shoes, don't they? They're open, are they? They're a key word. I don't know. I've never heard of that before. I'm repairing somebody's shoes. Not in the dictionary yet, by the way, COVIDiots. Not in the... No. It will. As soon as it is, we will know, because we're key workers. We are providing information to you from the government and elsewhere, so we know all these things because we're radio. I love the way you have to explain. I love the way that people think. Do you know? Do you think all these people are the people who sort of write in to the Queen or something saying, what are you doing? Are you self-isolating? You know, why are you not talking to Harry? Quite a good one, isn't it? Steve, my brownies subs were sixpence. says Jill in Ashford. She says, I love the show. You would sixpence. There's probably only me and you listening, Jill, that know what a sixpence is. I bet you could show one to this lot here. They wouldn't have the faintest idea of a sixpence. 2.5 pence it was worth. Sixpence. Yeah. I don't know why it was called, because it was 6 pence, but it was in a little round 2.5. Yeah, that's what I said. It was a sixpence. It was a little round silver thing. You used to get silver sixpences, threepenny bits, pennies, halfpennies, farthings, florins, half crowns. Half crown was 12.5 pence, but it came in 1 coin. It was very complicated, so the sooner it was changed for the ease of people like you, the better, Joe. It was as simple as that. But you have to make it look a bit easier. And then you had another one here, which says, what does it say? That's right, you've got a 10 shilling note, pound note, and a fiver. Now it starts at a fiver because a 10 shilling note is only 50 pence, and that's nothing, is it? And a pound was a quid. Better to have a coin. Love it. Love it. Steve, so if I work on the terrible dog grooming show, I'm a key worker. No, I don't think dog grooming came into it. I don't think so, no. Why would you think that? Why would you think that? Another one here. I don't know who this one is. 452, Joe. 452. Which is lovely. It's another one of these thick ones. I love seriously, I love the thick ones in the morning. These people vote. Quite frightening, isn't it? Hopefully not at the moment. Unless they're sending it from America. Oh, they're gone. Oh, what a shame, actually. Oh, just looking forward to having a bit of banter with somebody like that. I love it when they're really so dim you can't help them at all. Shane says you're keeping me company all the way in Sydney, which is good news. I don't know what you do have speech radio over there, don't you? You know, somebody says the drugs made a difference. Yes, definitely. And also, I've suffered with long COVID since it's debilitating. Well, there you go. But there's all sorts of things now. I mean, honestly, if it wasn't for the chemists, what would you do? How would we survive? How would we survive? There's a picture on the front of the Times this morning. This is the police barricading doors. Shots fired on the grounds of the Capitol after Trump supporters stormed the building. They're not supporters. They're thick people. Do you know some of them actually went out and looted shops? They're basically corrupt thugs. That's what they are. That's the sort of people here. Why would you want to go out and loot a shop? What's that got to do with Trump being in the White House or Trump not being in the White House? It's called freedom, you know. Do you think Trump's got anything to say about the people who go and thieve? Because they were out there yesterday. Politicians put on gas masks as the protesters smashed windows and ransacked offices. Hope the police arrested loads. Make them pay for it. Kick them out their housing, because bet your bottom dollar they're sponsored housing. And they said there was a huge crowd which answered the president's call to protest. Wasn't a huge crowd at all. You know, put it this way, it wasn't exactly like 1 million. You know, you're looking at a couple of 100,000 and that's it for the whole of America. I love the way that the police are all there with their guns, all ready to shoot. Fancy going in there, storming the building. What sort of stupid people are you? And the answer is thickos. But it's the looting. We've had it in this country, the looting. They've got nothing to do with the issue. They just want to go and break into somebody else's shop and steal something. You see people, the London riots, we had people walking out with... one of them was from a very well-heeled family. I remember her distinctly because she was lifting televisions out of stores. And I thought... yeah, can't remember where it was particularly. Clapham springs to mind, or Clam, as we call it. And she was lifting televisions out, and they shoved the old bag in court. I couldn't have been more happy. Stick her in prison. She was going in there. Why are you looting? What's that got to do with the issue of the riots? Is it just because you're thieving? The answer is yes. They were just thieving, and they do it in America as well. No, as far as I'm concerned, tear gas all round. Tear gas all round. I mean, and then Trump. I'll go home now. Yes, dear. Well, that's really the best advice you've ever given. Why don't you go home? And it's not to the White House. Another one here says, my friend recommended I listen to you. I think you're hilariously honest. I found my new radio station. There you go. What do you mean you found your new radio station? Good. Where have you been? Where have we been? I mean, I've been on air for about 42 years. And I'm one of the younger ones. It's 42 years, honestly. When I started here, I had hair. Look at this. I don't... I've still got... what do you mean a bit? I see a full head of hair. A full head of hair. But then I had a bit of help in sort of getting it a little bit trimmed. It's a window, not a mirror. I like having haircuts. I remember years ago I used to leave it. And I walked down the stairs in front of somebody in Gough Square. And somebody walking behind me said, Steve, I didn't realise you're losing your hair. I went, what? They went, there's a big bald patch. What? What? I had to go immediately into the toilet, and I had to get a hand mirror and have a look at the top of my head. And we used to call it broadcaster's patch, because when you take your headphones on and off, like that, it rubs away a bit of the hair. I know it's rubbish, but listen, that was the excuse that we gave. Ask anybody who... I spend the majority of my life in a pair of headphones. Being a broadcaster's patch, yeah. Being a key worker, so says the government. I tell you, it's hilarious. Greg's used to do a ring donut with chocolate sprinkles on it. Now replaced by a milk chocolate one, says Kathy. Nice, but not the same. Well, they do that with everything nowadays. Everything. But they do yum-yums. And I nearly brought some in today, but I didn't, because I knew that Joe was going to be here, but I thought, bring him in on Sunday instead. The yum-yums are quite nice, but I've never had one. But I know what it is. It's a donut just covered in sugar. But I was a bit naughty yesterday. I went to M&S and I bought 2 cream donuts. They were delicious. Seriously, I had to do it because it was like my little treat. And that was about it. Steve, it's your favourite Christian motor mechanic. I'm also classed as a key worker. We repair key workers' vehicles and ambulances. And I'm at work now from Whitstable. There's loads of us who are key workers, but it was this funny little person, the limited intelligence one. Key worker? Yeah, radio, key worker. That's how it works. But they're a bit too dim to actually understand. Monica says, having my breakfast chicken sandwich, January, and... Richard says there are key workers and key workers. Some are essential. NHS carers, emergency services. Being updated on Gemma Collins is not that essential. Oh, Popsykins. Honestly, you are a silly old boy, aren't you? We don't do Gemma Collins all the time. We're here as a public service broadcaster. God in heaven. How dim do you have to be? Not good, is it? Monica says, well, I'm getting up at 3 a.m. I need some breakfast. After 5, only egg muffins until 11. It sounds fantastic. And another one here says, I need to revert to my normal sleeping pattern. What is normal sleeping pattern, Ramon? He says, but your show keeps me awake. That's the whole idea. Listen, that's why we've got the biggest spike in the world. That's why we're key workers. Except if you're sort of Richard, who's not the brightest penny in the box. Listen, we're still classed as key workers, darling, okay? Whether or not we're giving out information on the weather, the travel, we're key workers, okay? God, please tell me you don't vote. Please tell me you're about 15 and you can't vote. That would make everybody feel an awful lot better about it. If you look at the list, why don't you do yourself a favour, actually, Richard? Stop you appearing dim, and photocopy down, or sort of perhaps write it in your best handwriting, all the key workers. Okay, you'd be surprised. There's loads of us. And radios on that list. Actually specified radio broadcasters. Actually specified. Not just sort of a generalisation about people who work in healthcare. This is specified, radio workers. Yeah, on the government website. I'm sure you'll be able to understand it. If not, why don't you write in to Boris, see if he's got time to answer you, and try and explain why it needs to work like that. Boris, who's a regular on LBC. Somebody says, I'm getting my second injection tomorrow. Living in UAE, they're a bit different here. Oh, right, they've already got it going on there, which is good. Steve, is this how Trump makes America great again, says Abby. Sorry, I'm telling you now, they will actually drag him out of the White House. They will drag him out, whether he wants to go or not. It's just absolutely ridiculous. I heard you mention Stanley Unwin the other day, and it reminded me of the time I took part in a regional TV quiz called Home Run. My teammate was Stanley, says Neil in Stafford. What lovely man he was. He taught me some of his special language, his gobbledygook. Was it called gobbledygook? Yes, it was. Very good. And Ian says the absence of public toilets in London has been raised many times. The mayor has said, not me, Gov. There used to be one at the bottom of this road here. It's now an art gallery, I think. You go to and it's an underground toilet. But it closed years and years ago. But there were loads in London. They were sort of either underground or sort of above ground. But most of them were underground. There's a very famous one at Shepherd's Bush, just by the side of the green, turned into a snooker hall. And you know why it was famous? Because the urinals had above each and every one the cistern, but it was glass with fish in. And every time the toilets flushed, the water level went down and the fish got to the bottom, and then they slowly built up. They must have thought they were on some funfair ride. Seriously, amazing place. But no, it was turned into a snooker hall. I never went in it, but I did pass it many a day. Rob says, you're literally making my morning with your breath of fresh air. cheering listeners up in these tough times. That's what we have to do. We have to... Oh, look, there's... Oh, right. And there was a very famous one at Waterloo Station. A very famous one, which was turned into Cafe PF. And that was another big toilet at the Waterloo Station. Because people used to go in there thinking you can go to the toilet. I mean, they did have a toilet in there, but it was Cafe PF. Because I used to go... A friend of mine owned it. And he said, you must come down, and when you come back to the station, pop in and have a drink. It seemed quite a nice thing to do, actually. I felt like I was doing Brief Encounter. Steve, bit concerned Donald Trump still got control of the destruction button. He really is quite mad, isn't he? And then you look at the nasty little thugs that he surrounds himself in, and you're quite glad that he's been kicked out, which is very good, very good. Front page of the Sun this morning, these must-see TV shows. We don't promote TV shows on this programme. We only do radio shows, of which there are many on LBC. Fans have blasted Jenna Coleman's dodgy French accent in The Serpent. She plays Marie-André Leclerc, lover of Charles Sabrage, and she learnt to speak French-Canadian lingo, Quebecois, for the role. And some people have said, oh, it's just not very good. Oh, get over yourselves. Honestly, the trouble is the more people stay in, the more balmy they actually become. Oh, Monica's got her first passenger, which is fantastic. Amazing. The Sun has teamed up with the Royal Voluntary Services looking for 50,000 steward volunteers. Nobody particularly thick. Somebody says, talking of people who don't realise why Timpsons are key workers, well, why would they be key workers? They repair shoes, don't they? Well, you only got the one pair of shoes? And keys. That's a key worker. Yes, it's a joke, yeah. It's a key worker. Very funny, honestly. These people vote. Frightening, isn't it, really? Stepped out of the house, says Joe, -5, and straight onto my preheated car. Oh, somebody set fire to it again, Joe. Oh, must be nice to look out the window and see that. Your own little bonfire going on. Also, Zara Holland spared jail. They should have thrown her in prison immediately. Stupid person. Poem, thank you. Another short poem. And this is a lovely one. Lovely poem here. You'll like this one. I haven't actually read it yet, so you'll just have to sort of bear with me if I make a mistake. But luckily I'm a perfect sight reader, so it's going to be perfect. This is by Nandita Shalise Shanbag. Okay, and it's called Not Smart Enough for a Smartphone, and 'tis today's offering. My son gifted me a phone, said it was very smart. He said it would ease my life, that it was a new start. Connect to internet, search for all you want to know. No need for TV on it. Watch your favourite show. Time to throw out your ancient alarm clock. You can shop for anything from a ship to a sock. You can find every address with the high-tech map. You can get rid of wrinkles on your photo with an app. You can pay your bills online with a single click. You can order a meal with just a finger flick. Now you can chat and tweet from your armchair. Photos of your grandkids you can see and share. You have the world at your fingertips now, said he, but I struggle to make a simple call. Stupid old me. I wanted to send a message to my oldest friend. For dear, I typed dead and then press send. I tried to watch a movie, but it made my eyes spin. How to see those minifigures on a tiny screen. I tried to use the calculator. Took me an hour to find. I could have added up the numbers faster in my mind. Things get opened and switched on without my will. I break into a sweat at the thought of my data bill. Stop sending me good day texts, for goodness sake. Those pings and rings give me a blasted headache. So for others, a smartphone may be trendy and hot. For me, it's useless, as it's smart, but I am not. Very funny. Very funny. Yeah, all right. Patronise me. I'm a radio presenter. I learnt to sight read years ago. People keep saying to me, how do you sight read if you're a presenter? And the answer, I mean, my sight reading started years ago, where sight reading is where you scan 3 lines ahead of what you're reading. So I can read one line, memorise it, and then I've jumped 2 lines ahead in case there are silly words on there. And I used to do it years ago. If you were in the bathroom and you were on the loo, I'd read a book out loud until I made a mistake, and then I'd go back to the beginning and start again so that I could see the words quite clearly in my mind. And I did that for years. So that I was a very, very good sight reader. Sickening, actually. But anybody who works on news will tell you, the more news you could cram into a 2.5 or 3 minute bulletin, the better they were and the happier they were. And I was a very fast reader. You know, in a 3 minute bulletin, I could get 5 minutes worth of news. I was a very, very fast reader. I haven't changed, actually. I've always been very good at the sight reading, but it's basically reading a couple of lines ahead of yourself so that if you get difficult words, you can cover them. Steve says, Lee, love the little cough in the middle of the poem. Really brought it to life. I know. I mean, there was a line about coughing, but I took it out. I thought you wouldn't understand it. Steve, you seem to have been looking after your diet so much better. You are inspirational. I'm quite lucky, actually. I did think, actually, that Jake had lost a little bit of weight. And then I suddenly thought, no, he hasn't. You know, because, you know, people want to lose a bit of weight. Because I'm not eating as much food. I didn't have the glasses on, actually, and I thought, who is that thin pencil standing in front of me? And then I put my glasses on, and lo and behold, it was the same fat bloke who was there yesterday. But don't worry, he's waiting for the gym to open. Like we're all waiting for the gym to open. Only 3 more months for the gyms to get there, if they survive. So, a little bit of bad news for Meghan and Harry. They got paid in advance for their little book, which of course they had nothing to do with. I want to tell you that. Nothing. It was made up by somebody, but it's now on sale for 99p. So, and it got quite far, actually. Based on pre-orders, 81 in the sales chart at Barnes & Noble, the biggest bookseller in America. So, really popular. Nobody cares about them. How can you go over there and go, we want to be like you, but we're living in an $11 million house? Yeah, right, of course, dear. You're so much like us, aren't you? Hypocrites. Down to earth. Steve. The pizza place on Twickenham Green was a toilet. It was. Yes, Specs. It was a toilet. Now we have a different system in Twickenham, which they have, I think, in Richmond, where there's places that used to be a toilet, and they say, but now you can use most people go to the coffee shops, or failing that, Richmond Station's got a toilet, which is open. If you manage to make it as far as Richmond, well done. I mean, of course, if you don't live in Richmond, a bit pointless for you. No point pulling into Richmond just to rush off, go to the toilet, and nip back on the train again. It's not going to happen. Definitely not. Somebody says, here is my collection of closed, disused public toilets. We had one in Staines. It was turned into an office. But the one on Richmond Green, on Twickenham Green, is very famous. Why? Because I was going up there with a friend of mine, years ago, nipped into the toilet, then nipped out again. As I nipped out, who was nipping in? Come on, we'll have a guess. It'll be somebody famous. Wendy Richard. Yeah, Wendy Richard was using the men's toilet on Twickenham Green. Benny Hill lived just up the road in, I think, Fairacre, and he used to... like that. Don't chase me. I hate being chased. It's my worst nightmare, being chased. They used to do it at school to wind me up. They go, Stephen hates it. If you got behind him, go like that. But somebody chased. I was trying to do it, but unfortunately I just dismantled the studio, which doesn't really help, does it? I'm doing my best, goodness sake. I'm in a much better mood than I was yesterday. Yesterday I was in a foul mood. But we seem to have brought out a few snowflakes, but we've discovered the get rid of button. It's fantastic. You think Trump's got the destruct one. We got the better one. You just go, and they're gone. Don't even hear from them again. I love it. But anyway, being a key worker. Steve, that poem is better than yesterday's. Yes. Well, it's certainly, I mean, anything was better than... I could have sat here and whistled Yankee Doodle Dandy. It would have been better than yesterday's. Much better. Steve, wish my Uncle Phil and son Carlton a good new year. They've had it bad being redundant, in keeping with... Oh, dear, I wouldn't like to imagine how many people. Lots of people have lost their jobs. So let's hope this year is not going to be as bad. But that's up to you. You know, the less stupid people we get going around without masks on, the quicker we can get this thing under control and get the vaccine out. Company, 19 minutes past 5. I'll tell you one thing I did notice yesterday, when I nipped to the chemist. Everywhere was quiet. Everywhere was really, really quiet. The only places that, of course, were open were chemists and food shops and things like that. And that was it. Oh, and Timpson's. Because they're key workers. Okay, do you get the gag? Thank you. We don't do it again, actually, because it's a bit tedious. That would be BBC local radio. That can't be much longer, can it? Goodness sake, they must be struggling at the moment. The local vicar must be inundated with all sorts of things that they have to do. And my daughter had to go for a maternity appointment on Sunday morning. So it's not just lockdown. The NHS puppies. Do you know a lot of people are giving puppies up? Have you heard that? That they had puppies during lockdown, and then they're giving them back. And you think, what, you can't even look after a little puppy? What's the matter with you? And it's these stupid people who are buying them off somebody who go, oh, look, I've got some dogs left over. You know that they're going to die within a very short space of time because they're not looked after at all properly, and it's far too cold for some of these little puppies. But the list of businesses that can remain open. So here you go. Get your laughing gear around this one. Supermarkets. They've always been open. Pharmacies, always been open. Garden centres, always been open, haven't they? Most of the time. Apart from the first lockdown. Building merchants, suppliers of building products. Market stalls selling essential retail. Depends what you consider essential retail, I suppose. Businesses providing repair services, but only if they primarily offer repair services. Petrol stations, of course. How are you going to get around? Automatic but not manual car washes. Vehicle repair and MOT services. Bicycle shops, taxi and vehicle hire businesses. Banks and building societies. Post offices. Short-term loan providers. That's an interesting one, isn't it? Because people have got to have and money transfer businesses, funeral directors, launderettes and dry cleaners, medical and dental services, vets and pet shops, animal rescue centres, thank goodness, boarding facilities and animal groomers, I don't know why, agricultural supply shops, mobility and disability support shops, storage and distribution facilities, car parks, public toilets. Oh, so public toilets they've got to keep open. Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Perhaps that's why in the Bentall Centre in Kingston, they were open the other day. Motorway service areas, outdoor playgrounds, down a little bit. Outdoor parts of botanical gardens and heritage sites for exercise, places of worship and crematoriums and burial grounds. So it's quite a lot, isn't it, really? But I like the idea of public toilets. So in other words, the local council technically should keep them open. But the Bentall Centre, their toilets were open the other day. Marks and Spencer's, their toilets weren't open. Except for, presumably, the staff who can use them. So if the staff can use them, why can't the rest of us? Goodness sake, honestly. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Apparently, somebody said there was an old toilet down the commercial road. I should imagine there were loads of old toilets down the commercial road. In fact, most of the commercial road was an old toilet, wasn't it? I seem to remember. I went down there a while ago. I don't spend a lot of time down commercial road. London. I don't know where. It's very famous. It's like, knock 'em on commercial road. Hey there, what you doing now? No, you never heard of commercial road. Yes, you have. It's London. It's famous. It's the East End. It's the East End. Look, commercial road. Look, facing the former Limehouse Curve. It's in Tower Hamlets. Yeah, it's 1.9 miles. Previously the site of Gardner's department store, now the Aldgate East Underground station. And the road contains several listed buildings. I mean, that's it. If you want to see old London, go out to places like here. Look at them. Look at the George Tavern. You won't find a place like that ever again, thank God. Built around 1820. Pubs this size can't survive. Because it's too many people, and nobody's going to pubs anymore because you can't smoke. That's what people said. They said, we don't go to the pubs because you can't smoke anymore. They think, we'll go and stand outside then in the garden. People stand outside having a cigarette now. It's nice. But no, I love anywhere that's got history to it, and Commercial Road has got history. My mum used to hate it. Hated it, because she remembered it during the war. It was marked for improvement in 1943, so they cleared the slums, replaced it with modern housing. So, and there were slums in London. God knows, we had enough slums. Oh, look, there's Donald Trump. Go now, go now. Sorry, I'm just shouting at the television. I don't normally shout at the television. Lee says, I think I've been in more lockdown than relationships. Oh, I would guarantee it, really. And somebody says, I hope you and the crew are well. Yeah, they seem to be all right, yeah. They seem to be all right. They're doing all the right things. The Sixpence used to be known as a tanner. But I don't know why it was known as a tanner. No, please, don't find out. I really couldn't care less, actually. Another one says, do you not think that we could learn something from testing 10 million people? Why is it not news? Well, because it's too soon to tell, isn't it? They've only just started, injecting people. They're not going to know for ages. I mean, you might have to wait for a year to discover whether or not it's been successful. You won't know. So that's why it's not news, because you can't start giving out false information. You can only give out accurate information. Rod Liddell's column today is very interesting. This is the quote of the week, he says. which comes from a Welsh Conservative councillor, a chap called Gareth Baines. I don't know if you've heard this before, but he was tweeting about hospital admissions to accident and emergency departments, and this is what he says. A&Es in Germany aren't full of fat mums in pot noodle-stained leggings, PJs, taking their kids for a day out at A&E to harvest Facebook likes because their darling little covered Asbo fell over. That obviously people disagreed with that, so he's been forced to resign as chairman of his local Conservative association because people might have taken offence at the comments. So Rod Liddle writes, so what if they took offence? I'm sure with proper counselling they'll get over it eventually. We worry too much about the thin-skinned think. So free the Clwyd one, reinstate Gareth Baines in the hopes he turns out more tweets like the one above. Because I remember when people did used to go out on the streets in the morning, you would see women in their PJs taking their kids to school. That's their pyjamas or these sort of onesies. Or failing that, I saw a woman in a supermarket about a year ago in her slippers. I mean, or failing that, do you remember Colleen Rooney? Remember Colleen? Looking forward to the court case. She went out with her hair in curlers. Shopping. She's got curlers in her hair and she's going, and you think to yourself, what are you doing, dear? Is it Hilda Ogden? Hilda Ogden, that's exactly what she looked like. Very embarrassing. And also, congrats to a model who's been named the most beautiful face in the world. Obviously, Piers Morgan didn't get his application in time, which is a bit of a shame. And just 3% of people flying into Britain get checked later on to make sure they're not breaking quarantine regulations. Yeah, that's what that stupid bimbo off Love Island thought she could get away with. Let's get out of the country, even though my boyfriend is positive. Kanye West, who is now classed as troubled. Troubled. I think that would be another word for any one of a number of adjectives to describe him. They think that she's ready to file split petition. They've got a £1.6 billion fortune. Well, just cut it down the middle, dear, and take half each. I mean, who cares? Two of the most boring people in the old wide world, Kanye West and Kim Kardashian, the woman who's known for that huge bum. And I mean, she doesn't sing? Does she sing? I don't think she does. So it's $800 million each. $800 million each. Can you not live on that, darling? You can't take it with you. Although I would be. It was the end of a film once, wasn't it? Somebody wanted to be buried with all their money. It was an old cowboy film from the Wild West. And a member of his family said, he wants to be buried with all his money. And they went, yeah, he's going to be buried with all his money. And so he said, hold on, take it out the coffin. Took it out the coffin, he wrote a cheque out and put it in. I like that idea, actually. It keeps me amused. Toby Tarrant retweeted me because I was bombing into town at 20 miles an hour. Can't wait for my cup of tea. We always have a wave every morning. Toby and I always have, because he's in a studio just literally round the corner. He says, another cold and frosty morning. I wrote this. I'll warm you up at 4. I don't know anybody who's be listening coming in, yeah. Well, you're repeating the programme later. Goodness sake, you know what they're like. Mr. M does it. I see no reason why Toby shouldn't. But he came in, when was it, a couple of weeks ago. We were going to do a group hug. We didn't get round to it, unfortunately, because of the social distancing. But he's looking really good at the moment. I was going to say he's lost weight, but he never needed to lose weight or anything like that. But no, he looks very happy. He's engaged now, I know. Don't worry, we can get rid of her. Do you know what her mother's famous for? You know what Pippa's mother's famous for? She's the mayor of Basingstoke. Seriously. I couldn't believe it either. Somebody wrote in and said to me that, you know, she's the mayor of Basingstoke. I wonder if I'll be invited to the wedding, whenever that's going to be occurring. I mean, I'm waiting for the Gemma Collins wedding to be announced. She wants to get pregnant this year, but if she doesn't have a boyfriend and there's nobody on the horizon, I mean, seriously, wouldn't want to be seen there. That's not a good look at all. But no, I can imagine. You know, I could be matron of honour. I could catch the bouquet. I'd be fighting for the bouquet. Throw the bouquet. Got it, Pippa. That'd be good. Listen, nice to have your company this morning. I hope you're all well. And Catherine says, Steve Allen, from being a public loo to a pizza place on the Green. Was it also a cafe? It is a cafe at the moment. Yes, it's a cafe at the moment. But they just happen to do pizzas. Yeah, Arthur's. But it was another cafe before that. But then they sold it. Huge amount of money it went for. Huge amount of money. But they've got a kitchen. And then they decided there's more money in pizza. Because pizzas are cheap. You can make a 15-inch pizza for about £1. That's why, and they go, it's $9.99, and you think, sure, the profit on pizzas is astronomical. I love a pizza occasionally, but not at the moment, thank you very much indeed. Let's get the news headline, shall we? I've had a happy moment then. I shall stop it immediately. I mean, imagine turning on the radio and discovering that the presenter is in a happy mood. Because after yesterday, I was definitely not in a happy mood. Are you a Death in Paradise fan? Don't know, because I've never seen it. It's with, is it with Ralph Little? Is it him? He's in Death in Paradise. Yeah, he's very good. I talked to him about that, actually, some time ago. We love him to pieces. Also, I love the show. I wake up automatically around 4ish now, well before the alarm, says Andrea. I'm technically a key worker, but I can and do work from home. Yeah, my brother's wife is a key worker, but she's working from home. And we've got people here who are key workers, but they've been working from home since March of last year. But I'm up early and can venture to the supermarket at 7ish before I knuckle down. There you go. Steve, Posh Spice News. Every company at Company's House has an SIC code to show the business sector they operate in. Victoria Beckham Limited has an SIC code of. So now we know it's just a playground for Posh and her celeb chums. I can't wait to see what she turned over last year. I really can't, because she's selling clothes. She can't be open. And so presumably that will affect it fairly badly. See, being a key worker, I've noticed mainly the youngsters who are not sticking to the COVID-19 rules, walk around in small gangs, no social distancing, and it's, what can you do about it? All you can do is hope that the police, and you'll find out this morning with Priti Patel and how the police are going to clamp down. If you get youngsters wandering about the streets and you get people who are, not socially distancing, well, then the police have the right to get them off the streets, take them home and fine the parents. Because it's the parents' fault. These are parents who have no control over their children whatsoever. So we sort that out. Also, why don't we train all the Amazon delivery drivers to give the vaccine? Oh, good God, you're joking. Thank you very much indeed, Robin Hatfield. You are joking. I don't want somebody... I'd rather have a doctor, thank you very much indeed. I don't want anybody else. Clive is in Frozen Devon, the one asking about Death in Paradise. I've never seen it. I just obviously don't have a chance to watch all of these things on the television. I do watch a fair number, and today I will be watching a fair number of television programmes. All I've got to get today, because I get through a lot of milk, semi-skimmed. I have been a bit naughty in the past and had full-fat milk, but it doesn't matter, so I'm doing semi-skimmed milk at the moment. Sorry, skimmed is best. Skimmed? Oh, semi-skimmed. Yeah, skimmed is like water with a bit of colour. Oh, I don't like that. No, I like the Jersey milk, the Guernsey milk. That's full fat. But they do a smooth version, which is all mixed in, or they do one which has got about 1.5 inches of cream on the top, which I can't stand. I don't know why. It always looks to me like some of that sort of horrible yoghurt that looks congealed, or sort of cheese or something. Ugh, no, thank you. But all I've got to get today is milk. I've got asparagus for lunch. So I'm having asparagus. I just grill loads of asparagus and just eat it as it sort of sticks. Steve, is the Paddington Bear shop considered essential? Ooh, you've asked a tough question there. Do you know that there's a new Paddington Bear book out? But I can't remember what it's called. Jake will find it. It's on Amazon. Paddington Bear book, latest one. And it's something to do with... Because I bought it for my brother. He loves it. Because him and Marion, they adore Paddington Bear. They've been on the tours. They've done everything. You can't find a cover. And I bought Paddington Bear stuff for them. I bought them a limited edition Paddington. They've got a cell from one of the movies. They've got coins with Paddington Bear on there. But there is a book, and it's something about... What the dickens is it called? But it's definitely Paddington Bear. And the book is called... No, it's not... No, A Bear Called Paddington was the very first Paddington book. This is, Paddington's Advice or something like that. I can't remember exactly. So if you put in on Amazon Paddington Bear books, it should come up near the top of the list, because it's about the latest one out, I think. And I think it's got sort of Paddington's Advice for people to get them through life or something. It's no? Wait. You can't find it? Oh, hopeless, honestly. You watch, I'll find it in about 5 seconds. I'm going to go on to Amazon. Hope you're playing along at home. We do this, actually. I always get people writing in with the car, and I think, well, who's steering? Who is steering? I bought this. It was definitely from Amazon, because I remember thinking, wait a minute. To be more Paddington. To be more Paddington. What does it say about it? How does it describe it? There we go. The computer's crashed. It's always an excuse, isn't it? The computer's crashed. Typical, just as you're about to find something. But it's a really good, fun read, and it's for aficionados of Paddington. Okay, that's what you want. You want something. And if you're looking for something different, because I reckon in this lockdown, more people are going to be reading books. There you go. How to Be More Paddington, A Book of Kindness. Came out on the 29th of October. And I bought it. I read about it in one of the newspapers, and I immediately ordered it. Sent it to my brother, and he said it's fab. And he would know, being a Paddington aficionado. There's loads of Paddington. I bought them Paddington New Year calendars. I bought them all sorts of stuff. Anything that's got the word Paddington on it, they love. Steve, I bought your Sonic toothbrush following your mention the other day. Yeah, cheap. Steve, I won't be at all surprised if we end up hearing Donald Trump has barricaded himself in the Oval Office. He wants to be carried out. You know why? Publicity. He's so shallow. He's so shallow that he wants to be carried out. Can I sign you up to do some hospital volunteering? Not really. Not really. Not with all of my illnesses. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. But I have done it. I've helped out in old people's homes before now. And enjoy doing things like that. Was the underground toilet featured in Carry On Screaming real or set, says Graham? I don't know. I can't remember where there was an underground toilet in Carry On Screaming. Really? That was... No. That was sort of Frying Tonight, wasn't it, kind of thing? That was with... they had these two sort of creatures, and it was good. It had old Steptoe in it. Young Steptoe. Very good. Steve, what advice could you take from a bear? Stay away from angry bees. Yes. But Paddington, fab. Paddington's he's got it all. I still love the films, and we love the idea that Hugh Bonneville was also in them. And he featured in both 1 and 2. Oh, somebody you know is on the... Really? Somebody on the telly we know? What, Albert Roux? Oh, one of Darren's guests. Who was that? Oh, right. I can't remember who it was. But she was one of Darren's guests. Did you have on Rob Goldstone? Yeah, he sent me a tweet yesterday. I know everybody. Because he used to work at LBC. Yes, he used to work at LBC. I've told people the story of Rob Goldstone before. Rob Goldstone arrived with us from somewhere up north, a radio station, and arrived in LBC in what could only be described as a hurricane. You know, he's not particularly... He won't thank me for this. He's not particularly tall, and he was very rotund. But he had a personality that exceeded everything. Within less than a month of him arriving in London, he'd infiltrated all the clubs to go to. He got... most of the presenters free membership for Stringfellows. I had a celebrity membership. Kind of a waste, but I know, it was sort of there, so all the girlies came flocking round me. I'm never out the place. I seriously wasn't out the place. I used to go in there, and I would use it like sort of just having a drink. All the Page 3 girls would all sit down with me. We'd all have breakfast and everything else. I was hot property. And so all of them, from Samantha Fox to Linda Lusardi's to Maria Whittaker, we'd all sit in there, everybody be dressed up, and I got my picture, and I was on the board of all the people, and I've still got my card. I haven't been there because it's a lap dancing club, and I'm not really into lap dancing at the moment. I can ask them here to do it. They'll do it for me here. And so I used to go to Stringfellows all the time. And it was great. In those days, you could wander because Peter Stringfellow owned Stringfellows and the Hippodrome. And I used to go we'd go and have sort of an early sort of tea kind of thing, because at midnight the lights in the Hippodrome came on, and they would do a light show that lasted about 10 minutes, and it was a laser show. It was the most fantastic thing you've ever seen. In fact, you might find it on YouTube. Hippodrome light show. I mean, it was something worth watching. I mean, I was in there when all the famous Hollywood celebrities came over and sat in boxes. And it was brilliant. It really was. London was great fun in those days. And you'd go to the Hippodrome and you'd watch all these things here, all these lights come down, and then they all open up. They were like butterflies. And the music that went along with it, I used to take people in there and they'd go, yeah. It's on YouTube. I thought it would be. It's Hippodrome 1986, part 6 of 7 of the light show. And then at the end, after it finished, all the lights would fold up and go back into the ceiling again, and then the music would thump in. It was fantastic. It was the best ever. I hosted Mr. Gay UK there at the Hippodrome. I was hosting it with Rusty Lee. Rusty, what a combination. What a combination. But Rob came in to talk about doing publicity for the Trumps. He brought a book out as well. So he featured. So I knew him for ages. But he's moved in down the road from me. Or is it in the bedroom? Anyway, no, he's just down the road from me. He's in St Margaret's. Was in America for ages and ages. Nick says, you said that you helped out in an old people's home. Was that by chance Eamon Holmes' gaff? Listen, so cruel to Eamon. Listen, he's looking for a job at the moment. He'll find something. Apparently, they're going to be inundated with offers. By whom? I can't imagine, but I'm sure they will be. That's like that. They all say that. And another one here says, I was never a fan of public toilets until I got caught short, says Donny. Once driving through Portslade on Sea. Let's just say if the toilets were not open when I was passing, there would have been trouble. I know. I mean, sometimes you thank the Lord above that the toilets were open. The restaurant was very good, says Gucci Tom. Stringfellows in the 90s. I loved it. I went in there. I was in most nights. I'd go there. Well, it's lap dancing now. It's I think it's called City of Angels. And, of course, Peter died, so... But, no, we used to love it. Absolutely loved it. 11 minutes to 6 is the time. Welcome to Thursday. Roger says, looking back, those nights in the VIP area at Stringfellows must have been a right laugh. Well, actually, the trick to getting into Stringfellows, when Stringfellows was at the height, was not to try and queue up and get in, because the bouncers on the door decided who actually went in. It isn't anything, unless you were a friend of Peter's or somebody like that. It was a case of book a table in the restaurant. And then when you get to the front door, you go, I've got a table booked. And so you were straight in. But if you were just going there, I can remember going there one night, we were nipping over to the Hippodrome. And there was a group of fellas going in. And they didn't really want groups of fellas going in. What they wanted was groups of women, but they wanted the women in first. And then they would let in a few sort of... You don't want sort of to be dominated by sort of too many leery blokes. So it was very good for the girls. Yes, it was the wrong tone, actually. And the blokes are going... Yeah, he was on his phone. He was going, yeah, we're just at the door of Stringfellows now. I used to think it's obviously the biggest thing in his entire life, actually. Steve, there was a VIP area, and it was called the restaurant. You just sort of sat there. And then they would open up downstairs at midnight. But I always used to nip in to the Hippodrome with sort of friends, whoever I had with me, just to watch the light show. But if you go onto YouTube, you can see the light show and hear the music. It's fantastic. Started with Laser of the... How many? 35 years ago. Lord above, honestly. Mind you, we were laughing earlier on. We were talking about how old is Gail from Coronation Street, Helen Worth. She's 70. It's her birthday today. She's 7. Well, I mean, she doesn't seem to have changed at all. 70 years old. And it was funny because I was talking to Zora Suleiman about it. And I said 70. She went, 70? I said, wait a minute. I'm only 3 years away. I'm catching up fast. She joined in 1974. Wow. She's been going forever then. She's been going for everything. She has survived fire, flood and pestilence. Amazing, isn't it, really? Steve, the good old days, Tramps, Mortons and Annabelles, all the stars and the singers. Well, in London, you could literally wander through and see all the celebrities there. Sue Nichols, who plays Gail's mum, is 77. But her husband in real life has just died, and he was 92. Alan Bradley. He was the one who tried to kill Rita in Blackpool under the tram. And you look at him and you go, 92? Phenomenal ages. Must be something about the business, mustn't it? And somebody else says, I was never a fan of public toilets. Yes, somebody else talked about that. Somebody says, I've got a signed Paddington book and a bear signed on his label, says TJ. What, signed by Paddington? That must have been an achievement in itself. Well, I talked to Michael Bond. I thought Michael Bond was ace. Absolutely ace. And those lovely drawings in all the books of Paddington. Very clever. So, Tamara Eccleston. So she's got a house, in London. It's a fabulous, opulent lifestyle. She's not the brightest penny in the box. But that doesn't matter. She's got more staff than you. They must be absolutely having a laugh at her expense. She's got a 58-room mansion. Okay, there's only her, the daughter, and the old man. How many staff? 58-room mansion and a staff of 50. 50. I mean, that's... For 3 people. They must have seen her coming. They must be having the biggest laugh under the sun. Including 2 butlers, a chef and 2 live-in guards. For 3 of them. It's hilarious. There's a cinema, a gym, a nightclub, a bowling alley, a pool, a sauna and games room in the basement. Upstairs, there's a boutique-style Hermes and Chanel room for her jewellery. The world's best Wendy house sits in the garden. And she's portrayed on the ITV reality show Tamara's World. I mean, to be honest with you, a more vacuous person. This is the one you remember. She didn't know what toast was. She had no idea what toast was. She thought you bought toast. And somebody said, no, you put bread in... Do you? She really had no idea. And you do worry about somebody being that dim, don't you? But 58 rooms in this mansion. And there you go. She doesn't know what toast is. I mean, just absolutely ridiculous. So... She didn't know the difference between toast and bread as she's filmed making a bacon sandwich for her husband. And yet she's got 2 butlers and a chef. And she has to make her... Oh, diddums. Tamara, toast is not bread. Like bread is a whole loaf that hasn't been sliced up. This is clearly toast. It's different. Bread is like what you have in a bread basket in a restaurant. I mean, she's that thick. But 50 staff in a 58-room mansion. It's practically 1 person per room. I mean, all right, so you've got loads of money. But, you know, I mean, there's one thing as being a bit dim, and there's another thing as sort of wasting money. Terrible, really. Michael McIntyre struggling... Do you know I watched a programme on Michael McIntyre the other day? Now, I love Michael. He used to work at LBC years ago. Michael McIntyre. And then he discovered he went somewhere. He was given an award. But all the comedians were taking the mickey out of him. And yet he's one of the most successful comedians in the country. But yet they were all... They were taking the mick out of him. Yeah, they were a bit sort of snobby about him. And you think, but his business is to make people laugh, and he makes people laugh. That's why he's done quite a few Royal Variety performances. He's done loads of things. I think some of it is totally unrepeatable. He's very rude, but he does it in a cheeky manner. And I don't mind that. I think cheeky's good. Daily Star today, woo, the clap's back, which is great. That's for all you teachers, carers, refuse collectors, truckers, cleaners, posties, shop workers, radio presenters, a whole raft of people. The BBC bosses have taken its diversity policy to a new level by making a dog the co-host of a show. Stanley will front tonight's first episode of Pooch Perfect. 16 professionals will battle over 8 weeks to be the UK's top dog groomer. To be honest with you, the putting colour into dogs' fur, I think, is absolutely scandalous. The programme should have been dropped ages ago. Also, who's this a picture of? The only way is Essex for Daisy, who said she'd love to be the new face of Towie. She's from Brentwood. She says, I think I'd make quite an impression as a clean-cut Essex girl. So she's posing on page 3. Yeah, class act, darling. Absolutely. You go for it. Please, God, no. Please, God, no. Also, a man wore an astronaut helmet to protect himself during a shopping trip. And so they've now said, and this is... Which shop is this? Aldi. You can have 1 per customer, irrespective of pack size, toilet roll. So you can buy a pack of 4 or 6 or whatever it happens to be. 3 per customer, eggs, flour, dried pasta, rice, baby wipes and antibacterial wipes. But every time I've been in, there's been loads of it. They're a bit more sensible around my way. They obviously trek all these people. They've come in from sort of other areas and go, oh, let's get some toilet roll, shall we? Let's buy toilet roll. And everybody's going, no, don't, dear. You know. Steve, why is it that the richest people aren't the brightest penny in the boxes, Chris? I don't know. I mean, the toast one just defeated me completely. Absolutely completed me. And Tom says that's exactly what I did. Book a table, arrive in a black cab, straight in, no queue. I went home in a Rolls Royce once from Stringfellows. There used to be a man who had a second-hand Rolls Royce, which I thought was still quite flash. And I got him to drive me home one time. I don't know why. I never thought it was that bad, actually. Steve, Tamara has all that security and still got robbed. Well, she's only got 2 people doing security, but there are 50 staff in a 58-room mansion, which is great. Michael McIntyre is very upbeat and uplifting, a bit like yourself, says Ed. And Steve, I love hearing your stories. I quite like hearing them as well, actually. Every day I'm reminded of different things different things all the time. So Gemma Collins, you remember Gemma? The talentless one. You know, the one who was that big blob, and then she took those injections to make her lose weight. So she's never actually done any exercise in her entire life, and been a bit of an embarrassment all round. But she's planning for a baby this year. She wants a baby. She doesn't have a boyfriend or anything else because nobody's interested. She said her priority is to get married and have a child after losing 3 stone. Yeah, I think it's going back on again, isn't it, dear? Do you not think? She suffered in 2012 and wrote in her biography that she thought it was God's way of punishing her for a previous abortion. I don't think you can bring God into it, can you, really? I don't think so. But speaking on the Gemma Collins podcast about how she hopes 21 will pan out, she says, I hope I'm married, I hope I have a baby this year. I feel it's going to happen to me. I don't think so. I feel completely opposite, isn't that? I'm about as intelligent as anybody else. My main focus this year will be to be really comfortable being Gemma Collins. Oh, it's a different person, is it, love? Is it? 39, going on 12. Hopefully I'm going to have a baby. I don't know why I feel like I am. There's lots of things I want to do this year. I'd like to audition for a movie. Hollywood. Yeah, you're pushing it a bit, love. You know, I mean, you can't act. And what sort of parts do you think you're going to get? I mean, I've thought of a few, but unfortunately you won't like it, and I've been told to be nice, so I'm going to. Ever since Fern Cotton has called for Top of the Pops to come back again, they've started filling up pages with it. But, I mean, to be honest with you, I've seen Fern Cotton's presenting skills. They were lame, to say the least. One of them, they actually put her on the red carpet. She didn't know anything. For something. They used her for some film premiere or something. But they've got all these people. I mean, the end of an era. Past hosts on the show include DLT, Mike Reed, Tony Blackburn, Janice Long. It's funny how I remember half these people. Pat Sharp. Don't know. Oh, and Jimmy Savile. They were all there. But the last broadcast was 2006. But it finished because it was Led Zeppelin's Whole Lot of Love, which was their thing. And people did go on it. Cliff went on it. He was on it the most, 1968, and they had everybody on there. But it was of its period, and I think that moment in time has absolutely finished now. We don't need anything else. I mean, it's very nice of her to sort of make a contribution. But if you're going to have it now, you've got to pick somebody young who knows about music. Which they don't. Why a laser show at the planetarium years ago? The Police and Jean-Michel Jarre, that's maybe mid-80s. I used to see the laser show all the day. 7th of January. I told you we're racing through this month. It's absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. Daffyd from Wrexham, bless his heart, loved Stringfellows. He said it was the place to go to. Oh, it was. Listen, if you couldn't get into Stringfellows, you were nobody. You were nobody. Even Nicky Campbell, Steve, presented Top of the Pops back in the day. Oh, right. But, I mean, loads of people presented it. I mean, there was he might have been on the list of people. Perhaps I couldn't recognise him. What's your New Year resolution, says Dallas? Nothing. I don't do New Year resolutions. And the reason I don't do New Year resolutions is because there's a very good chance I'm not going to keep them. And secondly, there's nothing that I need to sort of stop or start doing to actually sort of make... I mean, it used to be the big thing, didn't it? Oh, stop smoking. Ooh, stop drinking. Ooh, lose weight. You know, I should imagine Gemma Collins must have an absolute diary full of things that she's tried to do over the years, till somebody said, why don't you have these injections? That'll stop you eating a lot. And so she's then droning on about, oh, yeah, no. I mean, do you not think there would have been a diet DVD out by now if it hadn't been an injection? Of course. She's not one to miss an opportunity. Also, new book launching, announced, How to Build a Successful Fashion Brand by Victoria Beckham. Oh, that's very cruel, honestly. Listen, I mean, she's very successful in her mind. Sorry. I mean, that'll sell well, won't it? I mean, we just want to know how much money she's turned over the last year. That would be the trick, because I think because they've been closed most of the time, and I can't imagine people who want to buy Victoria Beckham's clothes are going to do mail order. You know, they're going to want to go and try on this stuff. But I've seen it. Some of the stuff she's been in is ghastly. I mean, but perhaps I don't know anything about fashion. Perhaps I don't think she does a men's line, does she? I don't think so. I hope not. God in heaven, imagine what that's like. That must be for sort of really thin people, so it's not for us. There's no chance that we're ever going to be fitting into... No, certainly not for you. I mean, I might better squeeze a leg into something, or an arm. But there's no chance. At the moment I looked at the shop, then she's had to cut back on the staff, she had to cut back on flowers and all the other bits and pieces, you know, because what she was doing, she was trying to give the impression that it was really, really successful, whereas the people in the business are going, actually, it's not that successful. It really isn't. You know, I don't think she's made a profit in so many years. I mean, who knows? This year could be it. This year could be it. Steve. I went to Stringfellows. My favourite was Tramp. Did I see you there? You wouldn't have seen me in Tramp at all. No. I knew where it was, and I used to pass it on a regular basis, and I saw loads of people going in, but it never actually appealed to me. Tramp. They all appealed to different markets. You know, there were different people. If you went to the Hippodrome when Peter first took on the Hippodrome, because it had been a very successful venue for all sorts of things, and Peter took it on and decided it was going to be a bit of decadence. So, in fact, on the front door was a guy called Bradley, who appeared in a show called Why. Full makeup on, but men's makeup, doing the Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome to Cabot. And all the waitresses inside were drag. They were all drag waitresses. Most of them, 90% of them, were drag. So you can imagine if it was a tall bloke putting drag on, by the time they got the heels on, they were 6'6" tall. And people used to go, I think it's drag. People had never seen it in a London club. He was pushing the boat out, and they would wear little tutus and everything else, and they'd come around with a tray, and you ordered your drinks, and then you tipped them, and that's how they made their money. But no, there was phenomenal. Peter pushed the thing out. All the bouncers on the door were disgustingly good looking. It was really good. Oh, it looked amazing. If you saw the staff that were there at Stringfellows, and a friend of mine was one of the managers over at Stringfellows in the Hippodrome. It was all the drag, and it was fantastic. It was really good. You can imagine somebody standing there on the front door and all the people walking past the front of the Hippodrome, which they still do today, going, oh my God. And so they started letting people in, and then people went in for the light show, and then you got the best DJs, the best everything. And the middle of the stage, which was in front of the DJ box, dropped into the floor. And so you could send the stage down, you could load it up with loads of people, models or whatever else, and then bring it back up again into the... It was fantastic. I DJ'd there a couple of times. I wasn't very good. Because the decks were so far apart. It was like 50 feet. There's one on this side of the room, one over there somewhere. So you have to have two DJs. One to play one... It was very... I mean, I thought it was great. Happy days. So we've got the Ghost Bot that could allow loved ones to talk to you from beyond the grave. Why would you want that? This is your smart speaker. Could become a smart spooker hooked up to a ghost bot that lets loved ones talk to you from beyond the grave using videos, letters, social media posts and voice recordings of the deceased. The Microsoft app can create a version of their voice realistic enough to chat to bereaved relatives. It can be trained to pick up their quirks and nuances, including their speaking style and tone of voice. Microsoft has applied for a patent. Hi, Dad. Hi, Stephen. Oh, I'm not sure about that. That's very scary. But they say this special index could be used to train a chatbot to converse and interact in the personality of a specific person. Wow. I mean, that's only, I suppose, because if you've got video or things like that, but I haven't got any video of my parents speaking. Well, I don't think I have. I mean, I'd be very surprised if I had. I've got film of us as a family, cine film, which has all been put together on a piece of video, but definitely no voice. Guess what the French are missing out on at the moment, apart from a life? They're missing out on Marks and Spencer sandwiches. The French love Marks and Spencer sandwiches. That's the first casualty. Red tape has held up their delivery. Salad wraps and ready meals have also been delayed, as extra paperwork and customs checks have left M&S shelves empty across the channel. Oh, diddums, can't they make a sandwich? Goodness sake, honestly, France. I mean, where did the baguette come from? Just go and buy a baguette. What have you got in it? We got chicken. Fantastic. Why having it made in this country and sent over to France? Ridiculous. Meanwhile, Parisians are missing their daily fix of British snacks. Shopper Marcus Rubin said, empty shelves, no bun for my burger. I'm pretty shocked, actually. I thought God in heaven, honestly, if the French are worrying about it, what are they going to do, honestly? They invented the baguette. You go to the boulangerie, and they go, can I have Dale and I just used to go and buy a hunk of cheese and some baguettes, cut it up, stick some butter on there, stick a bit of cheese and eat it. That's obviously beyond most French people, I should imagine. Are we waiting for the chicken sandwich? Well, you can't. You'll have to eat something. Try a packet of crisps or something like that. I'm just assuming that the French, who I thought were gastronomic people, they enjoy doing their food. You know, they all eat all sorts of things, and which I wouldn't be touching. I mean, can you imagine having a whole snails? I mean, excuse it, frog's legs. As Les Dawson said, frog's legs. What happens to the rest of the frog? Is it doomed to spend the rest of its day going around the kitchen on casters? You know, because they only eat the legs and then they just leave it. I've tried one too. Tasted like chicken. No, it doesn't taste like chicken at all. It tastes like frog's legs. Nothing tastes like chicken apart from chicken. Have you ever had a snail?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know that in a lot of restaurants now, they put the snail into the shell? So they cook it, and then they put it in the shell, then they put a bit of garlic butter over the top of it, pop it into the oven, and you think that snail has come out of that shell. Nope. They wash them out again and refill them. Yeah. There are farms where they grow snails. You go in and you grow snails. Well, I mean, they obviously do it. And then they have snails. I don't know how it works, but it featured in a television it might have been not the Avengers, but something like that, where a man was killed by snails. They went into his office and all these snails were all over his body and everything else. Yeah. I feel all right. I feel okay. But I did have a snail one. I didn't like it. That tastes like chicken too. You chew it and it tastes like chicken. I've tried mussels, whelks, oysters. Oysters. Honestly, I ask you, oysters. It's an aphrodisiac. The last thing you're thinking of as you're throwing up is sex. I promise you. There's no way you can ever get excited about an oyster. It's like they used to say, oh, it's an aphrodisiac, Steve. So, of course, I fell for it. I fell for it all the time. I was chewing this thing thinking, I'm supposed to be thinking lustful thoughts. No, I couldn't. I couldn't at all. No, I had to go and rush to find the toilet. It was terrible. Ghastly. Big cutbacks in aviation work has led to a flood of applicants wherever jobs as flight crew are posted. You know, it's not easy, is it? It really is. It's a terrible time and it has to finish. But it's only going to finish when we get rid of the stupid people who want to go out there without their masks on. The Scouts have got to be thrown a financial lifeline, says a Labour MP. They were hit by a slump in revenue during the pandemic. They've got 100 job cuts. They also plan to sell their former headquarters, Baden-Powell House in West London, and the 86-acre Down Scout Adventure campsite in Kent. I know Baden-Powell House. That's just before you hit the Natural History Museum on the left-hand side. It's just on a corner, Baden-Powell House, and that's where people go and dib, 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 and dob, dob, dob. But they hope that ministers will meet. Apparently, the Ministry of Defence in 2018-19 gave Britain's cadet forces £175 million. It's a lot of money, isn't it? We will do our best. Yes, our Kayla, we will do our best. I don't know what our best meant. Certainly wasn't eating oysters and thinking lustful thoughts, I promise you. You just had to tie somebody up, didn't you? So you all went down into the woods and you tied up the least popular scout or cub. It's supposed to be a knot thing, but we just looked at it. And then you came away and the best person was a Queen Scout, which of course was very appropriate. And people were going, I mean, I've never even been to a jamboree. I was hoping to go to a jamboree. They have a lot of them down near Chelmsford, where a lot of Scout. They had a trouble a few years ago because from around the world, Scout troops turned up. Some of them looking a bit older than Scout should have looked, it has to be said. And they were the ones who absconded from the site. They arrived at the campsite, checked in, hello, and disappeared. Because they were asylum seekers. They were pretending, like we used to have years ago. You used to have people arriving, and they go, right, we're going to put you in school. And they go, I'm sorry, how old is this person? They go, 14. They go, why do you look 35? Because they were 35. I always remember Nick Ferrari going on this morning and arguing with some woman who was going, they're just children. He went, look at the picture of this person here. He's about 42. Of course he's not a child. They're just lying. She wouldn't have it. She would not have it. 20. There you go. I thought we'd do 6:20 this morning. So come on, up, up, up. If you have to get up. If you don't have to get up, don't get up. If you don't have to go out, don't go out. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated. David in Sunderland heard me talking the other day about the DVD called Ghosts of the Abyss, which is the film which Disney made where they took submersibles down to the Titanic, 2 of them, and they sent them into the ship. And it's all floodlit and everything else, and you can see them going down the corridors. But then what they've done cleverly is they've superimposed, not on all of it, but on the other side, what part of the ship you're on. So if it was on one of the walkways, you can see the planks and all the rest of it. If it's a corridor that's got the cabins on it, you can see them going down. The little submersible will go into the rooms, into the cabins and we'll see what's actually in there, because it's just been sitting there, basically being eaten alive by all these creatures which eat metal. And then it goes to the front of the ship, and it shows you this is where these... it's most amazing film. It really is. It's fantastic. And it's the only time... We've seen people going down there and taking pictures of the front of the ship and a bit of the side of the ship. But this one actually takes the tiny little submersibles, there's two of them, onto the ship. It goes down the staircase into the bit which you all remember because it's got the chandelier, and that's the first picture that ever appeared in the newspapers of the chandelier hanging at an angle. Very eerie because it's 2 miles down. I mean, fantastic, isn't it? So if you've never seen it, he loves it. He said, well worth the money. I thought it was one of the best things I'd seen. And you don't chew an oyster, Steve, says Linda. Well, I was told you do. If you want to make it suffer, chew an oyster. Oysters alive, yes. When you open the shell, they're live. You cut the umbilical bit at the back. I know. I can't bear the idea either. Steve, I would eat now a brie and white grape baguette, says Peter. Oh, right, okay. And Henry Riley says, I'm a producer at LBC. Can you follow me back so I can DM you, please? Oh, that's quite sweet, isn't it? I don't think he's sending these to the right people. Well, it's come up on my things. I've said that to him before. I said, why are you writing to me, asking me, so I can DM you and all this kind of... I don't want to be DM'd by Henry. He wants to be on the show. I know. It's the way it goes, isn't it? Steve, I tried a whelk in 1981. I'm still chewing it now. I don't like those either. Jennifer in St Margaret says, I've just counted 6 planes so far landing at Heathrow. I thought we were in lockdown. No, the planes are still arriving. Not many. Not many, and there's not many people on the blooming things. Do you remember the Hippodrome when it was talk of the town? Of course I do. Of course I do at my age, definitely. Have you ever tried snail caviar? No, thank you. No, thank you. And listening to your podcast from yesterday, Emily Atack's career gone from strength to strength. I know we're passing lean times, but who writes this nonsense, says Jane? Her agent, probably, I should imagine. That's the way it goes now. Okay. Somebody says, I love the M&S cheese tasters, like Watsits. Oh, they're not as strong, actually. Not as strong. They actually could be an awful lot better. Apparently, Victoria Beckham's annual accounts, Steve, are late for filing. Should have been December 31st, so she'll get a late filing penalty. Well, I don't think they're going to worry about that, are they? Steve, did Stringfellows used to be a pub called the Suffolk? No, Stringfellows was a little place next door. The Suffolk is the pub on the corner. And then they opened up... Stringfellows was much smaller than you imagine. First time I went in there, the Hippodrome was big. But that used to be the talk of the town. That was a Frank Matcham theatre. But it was small. Frank Matcham Theatre, well, it put on shows. They had variety shows. They had the middle bit, the circular bit, could be flooded in about 3 minutes, filled with water, and they had elephants coming off a slide at the top of the building into the water. Yes, there. You have a look at pictures of the Hippodrome and the elephants. Type in elephants, Hippodrome, water slide, and they had people in canoes coming over the... seriously, it was unbelievable. It was a big proper water show. Which we liked. Steve, can you ask telly or radio producers? There you go. Oh, this is people here. Elephants at the Hippodrome. There you go. And that bit could all be flooded. It was, we were very lucky, actually. We had some of the best entertainment places in the entire world. And underneath the stage at the moment, it's still there, the Elephant Walk, where they used to exercise them. Nowadays you never get away with it. Yeah, a bit like the Lambeth Walk, but with elephants. Steve, ask telly or radio producers, stop quoting distances in kilometres. It's spoiling many programmes. Well, we're in kilometres now. They'll be asking us to go back to pounds, shillings and pence, won't you? Steve, given the number and logistical locations of pharmacies attached to our big four shops and Boots, why aren't they being used for immunisations? I've got no idea. I can't understand it either. I can't understand it at all. Another one here, which says... I can't do any jokes about Gemma Collins. I think you only have to see her name written down to realise that it's just one of those jokes. And Stacey Solomon is tapping a market that may make her millions. I don't know why. She's got a book coming out called Tap to Tidy. She's going to get married to Joe Swash. They're apparently engaged. Yeah, riveting. Well, he doesn't really have a job, does he? He just sort of pops up and becomes that irritant on a programme. And Stacey's on Loose Women. I wonder if she's the one that, when they lost one of the Loose Women the other day, the one whose name we can never remember because she wasn't that important, who was on The Apprentice, but she wasn't that good on The Apprentice. Lots of inundated with offers. That key word, if you're unemployed, is inundated with offers. You don't want people to think that you haven't got any work coming up because she's launching, or she's got a face cream, apparently. Pretty wise. And it was a case of, she said in this interview that there were other people who should have left Loose Women. You know, she unfortunately had to suffer with her for 5 years. And so now she said, who are these other people? That's what I want to know. Janet Street Porter, I mean, we know she's ancient. Janet Street Porter's on it still, yeah. Yes. Well, she's been around for it. She must be in her 70s, I would think. You've still got Colleen Nolan, the one I was in the group who, you know, I'm in the mood for dancing. Carol. Yeah, Carol's on there. But the only one who speaks any sense, actually. Nadia Sawalha, I like her. She's very nice. But then they've lost the former weather girl. I don't know what these people go on to do. I've got no idea. Street Porter 74. Is she really? Lord. She's got a very interesting house, hasn't she? I think she's in the City of London, I'm pretty certain. Do you remember Peppermint Park? Do I ever? Peppermint Park. Was Stringfellow's Peppermint Park? No. Peppermint Park was a bit further down. I've been there a few times. Not there anymore. And there was another place, and they used to do ribs. Could have been called the Great Chicago Rib Shack or something like that, but that was very good as well. Another one, also complaining about people quoting distances in kilometres. You see, I get really upset at that phrase, in an upcoming episode. Why can't we say forthcoming? Upcoming episode. It doesn't make any sense at all to me. You know, but that's what it is. Somebody else telling me you don't chew an oyster. Listen, I don't chew oysters anyway. I don't buy them. I don't like them. And then somebody said to me, you know, you got it wrong yesterday when you said you don't eat fish, and then you said you eat smoked salmon. I don't class that as fish. I class fish a piece of, you know, fish. But smoked salmon is just delicious. I had some smoked salmon the other day, actually. And very nice it was, too. You can get 3 for a tenner. I thought that's my treat. That'll last 2 days. But today it's asparagus. I know. Doesn't sound that exciting, is it? Also, somebody else asked you about Peppermint Park. There's all these places that don't exist anymore. They can't. I mean, they wouldn't keep going because they wouldn't have the money to do it nowadays. Soap success after Boys from the Black Stuff. This is an actor who rose and graced the cobbles of Coronation Street, Alan Igbon, who's died aged 68. He played Tony Stewart, the estranged dad of Jason Grimshaw, in 2003. He also appeared in Brookside. Oh, see, 68, way too young. But a lot of people talking about him. He was of African and Irish descent, born in Hume in Manchester in 1952. He was in Crown Court. Oh, Crown Court was great. Did you ever see that? Crown Court. It used to go on in the afternoon, and it was set in a court with real members of the public there deciding on a case. And they would do a case. No, not like Judge Rinder. It was sort of similar. They were actually genuine cases. It's just that they had a jury in there who sort of decided on what the outcome was going to be. I bought the box set. I thought it was fantastic. Very good stuff like that. Also, a police officer has told at the moment she helped deliver a baby in a car. What is it with these people who go out in the cars and go, I think I'm going to have a baby in the car. Oh, look, thank goodness. Sales of electric cars hit almost 108,000 last year, 61% higher. Not that it's, sorry, this is, you can hear my metal tin of water in it. I'm sorry. It's only because I was hearing it thinking, where's that noise coming from? It's me. It's me all the time, Steve. Do you remember the telephone exchange situated in Hanover Square, says Sidcup Julie? I don't actually know. I don't. Emma in Sevenoaks says, I don't have to travel to London to work, so I've got back into bed and stuck the electric blanket on. Temperature 0 at the present. Something nice about climbing back into bed. Yeah, stay, listen, it's cold out there. What do you want to get up for? Don't get up. Just make sure you've got in the fridge water, milk, you know, and you've got the teas and coffees, and you've got asparagus, soup. Soup's always very warming if you're an elderly person. And you don't have to buy the actual liquid soups. You can buy packet soups now. Heinz do a packet soup for all their range. Tomato, minestrone, vegetable, chicken. which are quite nice. Although, to be honest with you, I mean, you could count the minuscule bits of chicken on one fingernail. How they can even have the audacity to call it chicken. I thought we'd have chunks of chicken in it. So I bought some chicken yesterday, and I'm going to put that into my grill and have that with the asparagus. Morning, everybody. In the summer, I often buy a dozen oysters from Sandy's in Twickenham. One day there was a young junior fellow, and he said, "Can I have them shucked?" That's what you call them when you open them, isn't it? You have to open oysters. And he said, I got myself a bit of a problem here because I thought my Kiwi accent. And once again, they were indeed shut tonight to get the screw. I don't think they're easy to open, oysters. I don't think they are. You need to sort of, so you get the oyster, you hold it in your hand, and then you put the thing in and you quickly twist it, and that will open the shell because it doesn't want to be eaten. Whether or not it knows, I've got no idea. But I did try them a few times. We got sent in years ago from Whitstable a basket of oysters. I don't know how much a basket of oysters costs, but I should imagine they're not cheap. And we got sent them in, and people were saying, "Oh, do you know how to shuck an oyster?" And, of course, I didn't. But when you think they were the most common food that you could have at one point, then all of a sudden they become really expensive. And there's a place just up the road from here at opposite Leicester Square called, I think it's Wheelers. And they do oysters. And they're very popular. They grow. I know, I don't like the look of them either. I really don't. I can't get excited about oysters and I'm not shellfish at all. And yet I'm more than happy to have a piece of smoked salmon, sliced smoked salmon, but I don't want, oysters and stuff like that. And yet people go, "Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it?" You go, "Oh, not really. I wouldn't enjoy a meal like that." But, try and be benevolent, Stephen. Try and sort of make sure. So he says, "I now ask for them opened." Yes, it always works much better that way. Steve, did you know it was used for budding solicitors to watch episodes of Crown Court as part of their studies? I did know that because it was an actual case. It was just that the jury were made up of ordinary members of the public, so they had to sit there. And as somebody who's done jury service, I loved it. There must be somebody who was listening to this programme because no sooner had I finished the first time that within a week I've been asked to do it again. So I was able to write back and say, "Listen, I've just come off jury service. I can't do it again." But it was very interesting. Did I do only once did I do the announcement. But I think in the whole thing, I probably did 3 cases. And you sort of sit there and you're looking at there's never anybody in the public gallery in these courts. We did Isleworth Crown Court. They've got about 13. And there's about 100 of you in a room. And you all turn and you think, "Blimey, how does this work?" And then they call your number out. You've all got a number. And you line up and then they take you off to that court. So you never know from day to day. And then, on the Friday, when you just want to go quickly, you're hoping, and you don't want any long cases. I wanted quick cases, so we were all right. They said, this is going to be a long case. Is there anybody who doesn't want to do it? And you can opt out of it. But you got paid for doing you got your food there and everything else. And I thought it was great. I really did think it was great to watch the inner workings of a court system and all these people shuffling up. We were all passing each other in corridors. It was like some sort of joke, but it was not. Steve, I can now officially say I'm addicted to you. Stalker. And, which is the same sort of thing, actually. Which is okay. Yeah, it's okay. Snow flurries outside Euston Station, say the Dagenham and Roofers. Well, they have said, have they not, that we're going to get snow in London today. So but what's the betting? This afternoon, Lynn will phone me. She'll go, "It's snowing." She knows I like it when it snows. I just don't want to go out in it. Kids love it, but not me. Not me at all, actually. Also, Johnny in Watford says, "I used to go to the Hippodrome regularly in the early 80s. It was amazing. Getting into the VIP area was a must." Lee John from Imagination, Cleo Rockus, Limal from Kajagoogoo. There were loads of people. It was the place to go to. And it was central London because you could come out the Hippodrome, walk over the road, get onto a train. Or get the bus over the road. It was good. So tomorrow's the big snow risk, is it, for London? Oh, Lord. Do you know when they say that, my heart drops? Because when they say there's a snow I don't know if it's a snow warning, if it's yellow or whatever colour it is. It's a case of, if they say it's going to snow in London, and I only remember it once in all my years. I mean, I've seen snow in London before. I just kept falling over in it. That was the worst thing. I could never stand up in snow at all. I do love Penman Investigates in the Mirror, from the fishy to the fraudulent, and he finds them. My goodness me, does he ever. And he names all these various companies, most of whom appear to be run by, let's just call them, not very desirable people. And I think that covers it quite nicely. The Daily Mail this morning, talking about Trump's hate mob storming the Capitol. He really is unpleasant, isn't he? But it's all died down now. I believe they've all gone back to where they came from. Sorry? There's more coming up at 7 on that one, because they've got pictures. I don't know how many they claim turn up. They'll be coming up with, there were millions or something, but there certainly wasn't. Also, the approval of COVID vaccine batches is to be sped up drastically in a huge boost to the jab campaign. It's just approved a second consignment of 500,000 doses of the Oxford jab. Oh, come on, just get on with it. I just want to be able to tell people that I'm getting my jab, because then that gives other people hope, thinking, well, if I've got mine, then mine can't be far behind. So, Steve, I did 3 months jury service at the Old Bailey. Yes, you can. I mean, I should imagine for a lot of elderly people, you want to be on a long case, and some of if it's a fraud case, they can run for months. I, of course, did not want to run for months in a court case. I wanted to sort of go on things that could be dealt with there and then. You can't talk about it, no. I mean, you're not supposed to. But, of course, among yourself as a jury, you can talk about it, but not in the room. So you have to sort of do... I mean, we were all very much like-minded. We just had, I think, on one of our juries, because you seem to be put with different people, there were 2 people who were of the opinion that the police lied. And we had to convince them. And that's what the jury... And this is why it was so interesting, because originally they started saying, no, we're not going to vote this person's guilty because we think the police are lying. And I remember sort of saying, and other people were there as well, saying, listen, but this is the evidence. The police were not lying on this. This is what they found. And eventually we managed to turn them round, because, it takes quite a bit of time and effort. But, of course, the worst thing was that if one goes outside the jury room for a cigarette, we all have to go outside the jury room. You can't sit in there waiting. It was dreadful, seriously. Dreadful. The day that Woman's Hour turns sour. This is the new Woman's Hour presenter Emma Barnett defending herself after being accused of humiliating a guest who pulled out of an interview. And they say she didn't realise her mic was on. This is Emma Barnett. And Emma said she was discussing with her producers the role of this guest in light of her allegedly anti-Semitic comments. Because Emma Barnett comes from a family who are Jewish. Orthodox Jewish family, but she's not observant. But they were discussing how they were going to handle it. So this person, threw a bit of a hissy fit, decided to walk off. And, of course, Emma Barnett, don't mess with the Barnett. You know, she was there saying, no, we didn't do that yesterday. She said, I would have happily hosted her on the programme with a question on this issue. She said, I stand by my questions to my team. And because she's not stupid. You know, you just want to find out about things, don't you? More on the jabs here. Use pubs, polling stations and offices, says Tony Blair. So, I don't mind where they do it. Just do it. Just get people in, bring back doctors out of retirement so they can go in there and do a day's work or 2 days' work or whatever it happens to be, so they can get the injections out and get them sorted out as quickly as possible. The backlog clogging up the courts, ironically talking about that a moment ago, they reckon court cases put back until 2022. There are 53,000 Crown Court cases outstanding at the moment. 53,000. A lot of people, people who die before they actually get into the court. Love Island Zara, one of the stupidest people in the world, a disgraced Miss Great Britain, and she is a disgrace, actually, escaped a prison sentence in Barbados. She broke the island's coronavirus laws. And there was somebody the other day, I don't know how she affords it, she was quarantining in a £350 a night beachfront Hilton hotel. What do you do for a living, darling? I'd love to know. I'm fascinated by this. But anyway, she was fined £4,500. If she doesn't pay in a week, they're going to throw her in prison. Should have thrown her in prison first time round. And the judge says, we cannot tolerate you breach the quarantine protocol. You've been told to stay at the hotel and you should have done that. She had a thing on her wrist. She ripped it off so they could get out of the airport. Ghastly piece of work. Honestly, I'm almost as sick to death of people like that as I am as anybody else who tried, like Rita Ora, for example. There's the best piece of free publicity in a paper today than you've ever seen in your entire life. There is a couple, and one of them is called Emma Meese, and she used to drive past this house every day, okay? And then it came up for sale. There's a whole page in papers on this story, the biggest non-event of the year. So anyway, so she finally bought this house for £400,000. And it's quite a big semi-detached house, very nice. It's in Cardiff, So, you know, £400,000 buys you Cardiff. It's so cheap there. And when she goes in there, she realises it's been a squat and a drugs den. So her and the old man, I think that there must be, yes, she bought it with her husband, Gareth, in 2017, despite doing it by torchlight. So, anyways, they see it, and then they discovered it's covered in graffiti, it's been used as a drugs den, it's been used as all these things. And so there's pages and pages and pages in all the newspapers today on the fact that what they've done is they've transformed it from a derelict squat into a dream home. You know, like, they do this on the BBC every single day, and they do it on ITV, and we've got, you know, grand designs and all these kind of things. So they haven't done anything different, apart from the fact their house is up for sale now. So they've got the biggest free advert for this house, £400,000, and now it's on the market for £875,000. But you're living in Cardiff, and this house was originally £400,000, so they've obviously spent a bit on it, but not as much as you would imagine. And it's got secret doors. There's a new kitchen as well. The Mail have got very excited about it. They've obviously never seen a new kitchen, one of the 5 bedrooms. And so they've got the picture before and the picture after and everything else. All it is, it's a free advert for flogging a house in Cardiff. Don't quite get it. But anyway, it's got a laundry chute, and, wait for this is the de rigueur thing to have in Cardiff, an outdoor dog shower. This is when you bring your pooch back in Cardiff and you discovered it's been rolling in mud and all the rest of it, and you say to it, you're not coming indoors until you've had a shower. And so that's what it's got there. They've got the original parquet flooring. It's basically a free advert. They probably can't believe their luck. They've got so much coverage. I thought it was one of those boring stories I've ever read of. This is what they do on the television. They show you a house which is falling apart in the morning, where there's 3 of them on it, or now there's 2 of them, I think. And then they go, well, we're going to come back and see it. Why did you buy this house? And you think, they're in it to make a profit. That's what they bought it for. They're not bought it for health. And here is a dog shower, a pet washing station. I mean, I feel a bit sorry for dogs. They don't like getting wet at the best of times. Not as much as cats, though. And then they do these houses up, and you go back into them again. One of them, it was pigeons everywhere. They were nesting upstairs, and I thought, I can't wait to see the transformation. So I forced myself to watch the television. And sure enough, they went back there, I think, 6 months later, and it was stunning. It was absolutely no pigeons, no mess, new windows, new everything, I just never seen anything like it. And I thought, that's how it works. That's what you do when you buy a rundown old house. You're buying it because it's cheap. Go to Liverpool, you can still get houses under £5,000. Yeah, seriously, there was a road for sale the other day for £1. £1 for it. Nobody bid for it. Who wants to bid for it? Seriously, honestly, you get really cheap places, and then somebody does them all up, and then they rent them out. That's how you make your money. A friend of mine is currently going through, I think he's on his 5th house at the moment. He works, but he also buys and sells houses, but mainly buys and then rents them out. And one of my bosses years ago at LBC, he buys houses with his partner, and then they rent them out to students. How lucrative is it at the moment? I'm not too sure, actually. So happy birthday to Helen Worth, 70. I mean, she is the most married character. And in real life, she's married twice, but I think she's done it loads of times. Formerly Potter, Gail Platt, Tilsley, Hillman, McIntyre and Rodwell. This is for little Gail. Also Andy Burnham, the Liverpool-born former Health Secretary, Mayor of Greater Manchester. And what was the other one? Mark Chapman, on this day in 1981, is fit to stand trial for murder but will plead temporary insanity. This is after he shot John Lennon outside the Dakota building, which we talked about the other day. Trevor Howard died on this day in 1988. And in 1555, here's one for the diary, OK? France captured Calais, the last continental possession of England. Really? Well, we owned Calais. How fab. That's cool, isn't it? I felt as though I was there. France captured Calais, 1558, the last continental possession of England. But there you go. William Peter Blatty, the author from New York, died in 2017. He wrote, what did he write that was very famous? Peter Blatty. William Peter Blatty. He wrote The Exorcist. It's funny, people only need to write one thing, and that's you for the rest of your life, isn't it? It's like the bloke who wrote Warhorse and stuff like that. All these sort of things which sort of turn it. And then there was one man who only did Phantom of the Opera. Charles Hart. He was lyricist on Phantom of the Opera. He made enough money out of Phantom of the Opera to never have to work ever again, as it went round the world with his lyrics. Phenomenal. Such a nice man. Such a nice man. Veggie treats to boost your immunity. Ugh, dear. It's always ghastly things, isn't it? Fish cakes and stuff like that. Anarchy in the USA, the Daily Express are talking about today. And also the family doctors will vaccinate patients with the Oxford coronavirus jab from today in a major step forward to protect the most vulnerable. So that's what we need we need more of. Thank you very much indeed. Also the people who were seized by the police as they crack down. All these people who've been arrested, they were not self-isolating, they weren't wearing masks, and they were in Parliament Square. So, you know the law, you know the rules, and Nick Ferrari is going to be talking about this morning with Priti Patel to find out exactly how hard we can come down on people. As far as I'm concerned, you're outside and you don't have a job to do, you're nicked. OK? Simple as that. And well done to a father who died of COVID-19. Despite shielding, he left behind the ultimate legacy. 6 children who all work on the NHS frontline. That was his legacy. His name was Ahsan ul Haq Chowdhury, came to the UK from India as a teenager, went on to raise an ITU doctor, 2 GPs, a junior doctor, a paediatric consultant and a pharmacist. Good for him. That's what you call leaving a legacy. That's a legacy. Also, people drank more alcohol, ate less fruit and vegetables and took less exercise in the first lockdown. I think, apparently, women, the young and the overweight, were most unhealthy. What can I say? What can I say? Also, Steve, the house in Cardiff may have a free oyster opener thrown in, says Conrad. Can you imagine, actually? Trevor Howard was brilliant as a lawyer in Bangkok Hilton, says Peter. Good. And somebody says, off on the chilly morning dog walk. That's the trouble with dogs, isn't it? You've got to walk them. I think buy a bigger house with a bigger garden, chuck them outside the back door, go running around. Or failing that, go and buy one of these doggy walker things. And just put them on it, attach the lead on it. They'll walk for days. Leave them there. They don't really care about it. Greece is the one I want, despite woke brigade rant. This is from Virginia Blackburn today. And according to a new study, people who have a temper tantrum as a child go on to have financial difficulties as an adult. That certainly explained the multiple bankruptcies of the still tantrum-throwing Donald Trump. As they drag him out of the White House. It can't be far off, can it? He'd love it. He would absolutely love it. The Duchess of Cornwall has revealed she spent much of her childhood doodling horses. So Camilla was speaking with the author and illustrator Charlie Mackesy, ahead of the launch of her new online book club, The Reading Room, next week. God, that's going to knock Richard and Judy. They're going to be up to Judy's going to be fuming. Risk of more snow. Snow. But you don't need to worry about it because it's not going to hit London until tomorrow. But if you're out in the burbs, you might be getting a little bit today. So good luck with that. If you don't need to go out, don't go out. There's no point. There's nothing to go out for. Nothing's open apart from, the food places. And so you could just sort of go and buy your food and get your bits and pieces. But there's nothing else. You can't even walk into McDonald's and order something now. That'll kill it in Leicester Square. They've been relying on walk-ins for ages, but not anymore. Thank you for your time today. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning for more Steve Allen's Early Breakfast from 4. I do have 2 podcasts. One is the whole show. The other is my free little bit extra podcast. The BBC's new Pooch Perfect show comes under fire for, can you believe it, painting dogs. Katie Price debuts her new bob. All she's done is taken out the hair extensions. And Jude Law debuts a ponytail. Nasty little gang they were. 22 years we've sent them to Nick for, which was about the best news I've ever heard. Tom Kerridge spices up the BA meals. And the Royal Mail worker who got sacked, he'd worked for the Royal Mail for 17 years. He weed in a lay-by. He says we all do it, which, I mean, to be quite honest with you, I would think he's actually probably accurate. Loads of people must wee in. I've weed in lay-bys, goodness only knows. Heavens, I've done it by the side of a motorway. But anyway, he was fired from the Royal Mail because he weed in a lay-by and because somebody complained about him. Anyway, he decided to take it to a tribunal, and they went, no, of course you're all right doing that. And he got £40,000 compensation. Whether or not he gets the job back, I'm not too sure. No negative test, no entry from next week to this country. You fly into the country. If you don't have your papers with you and you do not have something that says negative and it's within about the last, I think, 14 days or something, they're not letting you in. They're not letting you in. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's about the best thing I've ever heard. It's ridiculous. If we don't stop this thing, it's just going to get completely out of hand. Tom Kerridge apparently did BA meals years ago, says Warren. And where is that book? Certainly not with me at the moment. Mind you, the post is all over the place, isn't it? Which is a bit of a shame. Guilty of murder, the lover who killed his partner with a spanner. It's a gay love story, which we'll tell you about later. Barbara Windsor's funeral today, this afternoon. A lot of people will be there. A lot of people know where it is because I've already talked about where it is. But it is for close people that she worked with, and it was only for 30 people. They might do something later on in the year, but at the moment, this is the thing for today. It'd be loads of flowers, loads of it. Somebody wrote to me and said, actually, the flowers, because I got a thing from Scott saying where the flowers are coming from. There are a couple of places, which is very nice indeed. And then somebody called Nicholas wrote to me and said, I was looking forward to a lazy day when you started discussing various matters, including the life and times of David Copperfield. I've never even heard of the life and times of David Copperfield. Never heard of it at all. And he said, you said Shakespeare. I don't even know what the life and times of David Copperfield is. What is this, some modern thing? I don't know. But perhaps you were listening to something else, or you're having one of your bizarre dreams again. But certainly not me. Dame Joan Collins is publishing her uncensored diaries. She's 87. She's been around the block a few times. Oh, yes, she has. Oh, yes, she has. Oh, no, she hasn't. Oh, yes, she definitely has. And also, we've got this problem again. Now, as far as I know, it's been sorted out, but Corey will tell you whether it is or whether it isn't. And Susan said, I'm not sure which department to write to. She said, I've been listening to the shows for 35 years and I now need to listen on catch-up later in the day. I've missed a whole week of shows because when I select yours, it says in red print there's an error, try later. But it never works. And then yesterday I clicked onto it and it said not available. So we will check it out for you because I thought we'd sorted it out. She said, it hasn't happened to anybody else's catch-up, so what's happening with you? We'll sort it for you, Susan, OK? I promise you, we will sort it. It will not go on much longer because we get thousands upon thousands and thousands of people who download every day. What you might need to do, if it's been sorted, is you might need to refresh. So in other words, turn it all off, turn it all on again, and do it that way, and that way it probably might work. Good news is The Wanted's Tom Parker. Do you remember a short while ago he had a brain tumour, and they said it's terminal? Well, apparently it's been significantly reduced. So that's good news. Very pleased about that. The British gas engineers said to be solidly behind a 5-day strike. I didn't even know it was happening. They went on strike yesterday. Did you know that? I didn't know. No idea. And Britain's biggest butty. It's a foot tall. It'll cost you 20 quid. And stopping men wearing shorts to work whilst letting women wear trousers above the ankle is discrimination. I'd never wear shorts to work. I don't wear shorts. I don't let them wear shorts. Absolutely not. If anybody on my team walks in shorts, they're off the programme immediately. I won't have... Well, you can wear a skirt if you want to. Yeah, I'm not having anybody wearing shorts, honestly. A little bit of decorum, please. And also a little bit of, you're supposed to be... It's like going to school and going, well, sod you, I'm not going to wear the uniform. And so I'll wear something else. They turn up in their sort of expensive trainers and stuff like that. Peasants they are. That's what they are. But no, we won't have anybody wearing shorts on the... And we already discussed this years ago. And I said, no, anybody wearing shorts, you better bring some trousers in at the same time. You can wear anything you like around the building, not on my programme. Definitely not. Most popular boys' names of 2001 we'll have for you later on. And a crooked accountant was spared jail after she nicked 60,000 quid. The reason she nicked it, she said, it was to get her own back because she'd previously been bullied. Why not go to a tribunal? Why not take it to court? No, she decided to thieve. Hundreds of viewers complained to Channel 4 after their alternative Christmas message featured the Queen. And a Chinese takeout goes viral for posting an X-rated rant about customers who refuse to answer the door. People obviously have a few sort of drinks and they order their food. Then they can't remember they've ordered the food. And so the Chinese delivery people get to the door, ring the doorbell, and all they can hear inside, go away, go away. And so the man who owns the Chinese takeaway has printed all these things saying these people are stupid. Very stupid. Also, lockdown lovers can send a bouquet that will never droop for Valentine's Day. Why? Because it's made of Lego. How exciting. Nothing says more than I love you than a piece of Lego. I don't think so. But apparently it's got all sorts of different flowers in there. I don't quite get it, actually. I do like Lego. We used to have a bag of it when we were... looking for a property down in Berkshire. We had a big bag of Lego, but unfortunately there wasn't enough of it to actually make anything. You could make the wall of a house, but you couldn't finish the house off. You couldn't really do anything at all. And we only had red and white. Now they do all these great colours, which is fantastic. Great start to my Fridays, says Sandy. Says you make me laugh. Good. Well, not this morning. Not after that Trump disaster the other day. If anything ever proved to anybody what a nasty piece of work he is, that would be it yesterday. Calling those people out, and then there were a few celebrity boyfriends there, you know, the numpties of the world over in America, going, you know, millions have turned up. No, they haven't. A couple of 100,000. Thugs. Thugs. Blatant thugs. That's all they were. And at the end of the day, 5 people dead. And that's when Trump went, you should all go home, thank you, you know, we love you and all this. I think there's 5 people dead here, hello? What if he has sort of sent a letter of apology that for, you know, had he not called all these people out, you know, these people might still be alive. They might still be alive, but now they're not, which is awful. Where did you get the info about anglers and when? The Angling Trust website says it's not allowed, says Greg. Well, these people were angling. And the golfers were not happy at all because, you know, golfers, everybody plays golf. I don't play golf, but I know loads of people who do. And they seem to, I don't get it. As far as I'm concerned, the only reason you're going to play golf is because you can sit in a little electric car and pootle about all over the place. You don't actually have to hit the blooming ball. The only golf I've ever played is the one at the seaside. I've never done anything like that. Steve, thank God it's Friday. What about the people who wee-wee in the swimming pools? That's surely a sin, says Abby. You can't wee-wee in swimming pools now. Because you can't use a swimming pool. And secondly, they put chemicals in the water. If you wee-wee, you'll end up with a colour all the way around you, and they will take you out and they will spank your bottom and throw you out onto the grass. You must not wee-wee in the water. That's just everybody does it in the sea, I realise. Shane says, I'm sorry, Steve, I'll change my shorts and put on jeans. So, well, you're all right. Sydney, most people, we accept the fact you can't dress yourselves. We accept the fact that all Australians walk about in shorts. You know, over in this country, we don't. There are a few silly people. Do you know, I went to Costco yesterday. I had to go and get a couple of little bits and pieces. There's only about 4 of us in there. I've never seen it so empty. It was delightful. It was absolutely delightful. So I bought I bought a present for Corey, because he's backwards. I got you 2 presents. I have. 2, seriously. 2 presents, and not any cost to yourself. What do you think they are, the 2 presents? Some hair-cutting scissors. No, I mean, I'm not sure about the Alice band, but you've worn it before, so I'm quite used to seeing it. It's like a coiled spring, Corey. That's how they describe it. They go, it's like a coiled spring. But I bought you... Wait a minute. Because I saw it and I thought of you immediately. Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. Some new masks. These are triple layer face masks. It says for men, so I got the right one, did I? Yeah, that's okay. And comfort fit, breathable and washable. Made with organic cotton. So I knew I knew you'd like that. Okay, because he's been away at the moment. Well, I say away, he's having have to recharge his tag. And but that was okay, we've had it all checked. So I got you the triple layer face masks. And whilst I was in there... What's in here? What's in the big bag? The big bag. Cream eggs. And it's not even Easter. You get you can scramble them. You can do them on toast. You can do all sorts of things. Oh, I left the price in here. Oh, no, that was for something else. Oh, good Lord. And, so I bought you some Cadbury's cream eggs, and there's 50 in here. 50 in here. To celebrate their golden years. So I put it in the bag. You can have the Robert Dias bag as a gift, and your masks. Cool, isn't it? 22 quid. And, listen, there's no point in asking for money at the moment. Money's the last thing we'd be asking from him. Harry and Meghan's book is only 99 pence, not even £1, says Dean. Hilarious, isn't it? But obviously somebody's fallen for the rubbish that they emanate with. They're still milking the publicity in this country. Funny, I shouldn't imagine they make even a line in an American newspaper. Really don't. Nige from Pontyclun says, hope you're feeling a bit better. You can always tell by the programme, can't you? You can always tell by the... If I sound fairly bouncy... My boss said to me yesterday, I had a chat to him. I always know it's him. He reverses the charges. And, hi, Tom. And he was late, actually. He did say 9 o'clock, but it was at least 7 minutes past before he phoned. I nearly remonstrated, but I thought, no, don't do that. That's not necessary. And he was just saying, you all right? And I was going, yeah. I've had a few sort of hairy moments and things like that. And, but, you know, we're sort of there. He said, if there's anything you need... I thought, well, a house in Regent's Park would not go amiss. You know, if you could spring me one of those. Thank you very much indeed. But that wasn't forthcoming, so it doesn't matter. What else we got here? We got Steve. The coast is freezing, says Monica. Do you know, it was... I don't think it was that cold this morning. Well, it wasn't. Sorry, it was. And then I put my little hand heater on, and that was lovely. And I alternate it. I've got a hand heater. You heat it up. Well, you charge it up, and it's hot. It does 60 degrees, 50 degrees, or 40 degrees. And so I put it in one pocket, and then I take the hand out and put it in the other pocket. Yeah, it's that old hand warmer. I bought it on the internet. I bought it on Amazon, actually, not on the internet. I bought it on Amazon. There's loads of them, because I bought one which has got flames in it. It was like a Zippo lighter, but a bigger version. And then I saw these electronic ones, and I thought, that's the one for me. That is the one for me. And so I bought another one the other day. So I've got two. They were $16.99. That was my treat. That was my Christmas present to myself for this year. The other one's going to be a new Bentley. But yeah, as long as you've got the hand warmer, who cares? And so I was very pleased about it because my hands get freezing. And somebody said to me the other day, they said, my hands get really cold. I said, need one of these things. Because I wish it was just a little bit thinner. God knows what sort of electronics are inside this thing. You only charge it up. I mean, I could be transmitting to the moon or something like that. Or sort of some people in China are getting, sort of a run. There's probably a hidden camera in here. I don't know. And all of a sudden they're watching me, in which case, a bit of a fright for them over in Wuhan. Somebody says, there's a camping and caravan site up in Bonnie, Scotland called Loch Doon. Loch Doon. Actually, I saw a house for sale up by a loch the other day. It was by Loch Lomond. And I looked at it and I thought, that's really nice. You get a lot of house for your money up there. And then I thought, that's great. But of course, for 6 months of the year, you're going to be cut off with the ice and the snow. It's not exactly driving down the road to a Tesco or something like that, or an Aldi or a Morrison's or God forbid, a Marks and Spencer's or a Waitrose or any other supermarket. And I remember thinking, so what do you do? Do you have a delivery out there? What happens if the car can't get through, or the lorry? You should really stock up. So I thought, that's where Costco would come in. You go out, you buy crates and crates of soups. So you've got soup to get you through. If all else fails, bread that you can bake. So that's a good idea. And then I thought, it's probably lovely in the summer. In the winter, it's probably miserable as sin. You probably have to lock off most of the house because it's so cold, and you just have to sit there. There's a pair of bungling burglars in the paper today. Caught. One of them sat on his phone, which dialed 999. So he ends up sitting on his phone because he was a bit thick, and they caught. I think he's gone to prison. Dame Shirley Bassey's got a birthday today. She's 84. Many happy returns of the day, Dame Shirley. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Steve, I wish you'd not mentioned Costco. I'm drooling thinking of their breakfast pastries. Breakfast pastries? What breakfast pastries? I know Costco backwards. I've been a member there for about 15 years. And I've never said breakfast pastries. No, they do pizza, ice cream. They do a mango drink, which, to be honest with you, is just so full of sugar it drives you around the bend. So if you're a diabetic, don't bother. Also, Paul says, I bought 3 packs of those Costco face masks. They're undoubtedly the most comfortable and well-fitting masks I've come across. Yeah, I put one on earlier on, actually. And I was looking at trying to see my reflection in the window of the newsroom. And without realising that my friend Rich does his early breakfast show in the studio, which sort of adjoins it. And I was suddenly aware of him looking at me, so I waved, thinking, I need to go round and say, listen, I just wanted to see what it looks like on. But they're really nice masks, actually. They're very nice. You get 4, so that you could probably wear one and then you sort of wear one, wash one. Triple protection, yes, which I think is absolutely necessary in this day and age. We don't want anybody to go down with something, although I told you the other day a friend of mine has gone down with coronavirus. Also, Peter Andre has gone down with it. If he's down with it, I'm assuming the wife must have gone down with it, but they've said not. So they're self-isolating. Pete's 47, pushing 50. Another one here, which says 85 days till Easter. Fantastic. Monica says a lot of midges flown in for free. We like that, actually. Poor old Monica, honestly. So the trouble is, it's freezing cold. When she says it's cold on the coast, it's cold on the coast. It really is. And it's freezing. -4, she says. I got up and, believe me, with my phone encouragement. Good morning. It's -2. Of course, was wrong. Already wondered if I should get up and go to the coffee place. Should be better. Yeah, I think, actually, Monica, my favourite Jewish cab driver, I think we might get a bit of snow today. Whether we get a lot of snow... I can remember one time years ago, and it was before Christmas, in Twickenham, and Paul Cooper had all his trees out, Christmas trees up and down the road, and we looked up to the sky, and I went, it looks like a bit of snow. Because you can always tell, can't you? There's a sort of a colour that the sky goes. And then it started a little bit like little... I said, oh, look, there's a couple of little flakes. Within an hour, the trees were covered in snow. Absolutely covered. I've got to dismantle my tree. The lights are off, which is the way I always want to do it every year. You don't have to do it that way. You can leave your tree up all year, as far as I'm concerned. It makes no difference at all. Steve says, Shane, there was a Karen at the IKEA store in southern Sydney yesterday. Refused to wear a mask. Please find her $200. Oh, I love the ones in America. The ones in America are my favourites of all time. And also, the other thing is, Desiree says croissant. Oh, you're just buying from the bakery side of it. I don't call them breakfast pastries. I just call them buying a box of croissant, which they do loads of. I brought those in. I tell you what they do, which is very nice. It's like little tiny sort of pastries. I saw somebody buying it to go and sell in their cafe the other day. I told people, but they aren't in the food section. They're in the they're next to the meat. You've got the meat, and then you've got the dairy, and you've got all the other bits and pieces. But they do nice cream cakes, and occasionally I'm partial to a cream horn or something like that, which is very nice, very tasty, very bad, but very tasty indeed. So today I don't know what I'm going to have. Yesterday I had asparagus again. Don't know why. I've got some avocado, smashed avocado, which they say you can put straight onto toast, but I think that's so pretentious. Since when did ordinary working class people have avocado on toast? I remember going to Patisserie Valerie in Marylebone High Street, and they started doing it. After years, they went, we're going to start doing avocado on toast. It was about £8. And so I had it a couple of times. I remember thinking, it's a bit naff, isn't it? Now they do it in Marks and Spencer's in a little tub, so I bought it. Don't know why. Just having one of my moments again. Because I think to myself, it's Friday. And Friday means I can be lazy. Friday means I don't have to do anything. I can be lazy any day, actually. Because my boss said to me yesterday, he said, do you think you're working too hard? So when I'd stopped laughing, I said to him, I said, I only have to work 3 hours a day. I said, it's not difficult. I said, people work 8-hour days, 10-hour days, 11-hour days. I said, it would be very churlish if I was one of those people complaining and I do 3 hours. Somebody said to me once, they said, all you have to do is 3 hours a day. I thought, yeah, well, if it was that easy, you'd be doing it. But of course, you're not. There's a specialist way of doing things, and there are certain people. I can't drive a train. But I can do a radio programme, and I know that because we've got a spike at this time of the morning. We've got a huge spike. I mean, it's tremendous. Steve, apparently if you're a company person and go in early and pay for top membership, Costco, you get breakfast pastries. I'm never visiting early enough. No, you can't get in early enough, unfortunately. I have top membership, as you can well imagine. So there is no breakfast pastries for you. Is no breakfast pastries. I mean, there are in some places, but not in Costco. I mean, I've been going there. I was there yesterday at 9:30. They don't open until 10, but they let people in at 9:30. There's no free pastries. Yeah, exactly. I'm calling you a liar. Pants on fire. If you're a company person. Steve, lockdown shopping is advised once a week. Why are you going daily? Why don't you mind your own business, you snowflake? What's it got to do with you? You worry about yourself, because I should imagine you're about the least perfect person we're ever going to discover. Laurie Lee says, gypsy tarts for me, Steve. All this food talk's making me peckish. You wait till I tell you about the best sandwich that's on offer. It's in a cafe, and you have to call them posh cafes now. It's like it's a transport kind of thing, and everything's bigger. And this is a foot tall, and it's 20 quid. Foot tall. Why do you think all people who drive lorries are fat? You ever seen anybody thin driving a lorry? Of course not. They spend most of their time sitting down. If you sit down most of the time, you're not getting exercise. If I was doing this programme standing up, if I was sort of standing up here and walking backwards and forwards, A, you wouldn't hear half the programme, and B, the weight would still be on. So I'm going to disappear. So lorry drivers, huge. It's like bouncers. Never find a thin bouncer, do you? Out there somewhere. Enormous. It's because they don't do bouncers, they don't have to do anything. Sorry, mate, you can't come in. I was in last week, you're not in tonight, all right, mate? We got too many people in there look like you. I've never had a fight with a bouncer. Well, I used to work in nightclubs for years and years, so of course bouncers were always my best friend. Can't tell you all the secret stories about bouncers, but by God, I tell you, if ever I write my memoirs, bouncers come in for it. Oh, I could tell you stories, make your hair curl. Absolutely. Because all the girls used to flirt with all the bouncers. That was where you got into a club. Hello. And in they went. You know, because most of the bouncers were sort of deeply unattractive and heterosexual. Never a good idea as far as... Even the ones on the gay clubs were deeply attractive and heterosexual as well, which, of course, was a waste of time for everybody. You know, all the boys used to flirt with them, and there weren't any girls going in anyway in those days. Steve, your hand warmer saga keeps going on. I love it. But the USB hand devices, though, they can catch fire like vehicles. This is perfect. I mean, did not get hot? And you just push the little button, and then up comes the temperature, and it tells you, and you just charge it up overnight. Wait a minute. There you go. And you get a little... You can't see that. It just says 60 on there. And I can drop it down to 50 or 40. And within about a minute, that will be... Whew. I mean, you could pop it anywhere. Inside pocket, down your pants, wherever you want, you know, wherever you want to keep warm. This would be the thing to do. I think they're brilliant. But the trouble is, it's not like those cigarettes that caught fire. Because mainly the cigarettes that were catching fire, the ones that you charge up the vaping, people weren't buying them on the internet. What they were doing, they were buying them off dodgy shops, which sell those sort of things. So very dangerous, very dangerous. And 84850. Justin says, why don't you see fat pilots? Well, you'd never get in the seat. The seats are really thin. The seats are really thin, let me tell you. Very, very thin. And another one here. There is, or was before COVID, You Never Wrong, of course. You get it as a free sample. And coffee. Seriously, ask at the desk or go to Watford head office one. There's no free sample. What are you on about, free sample? I'm in there every morning, practically. Yeah, you're backtracking. You're just trying to cover yourself, aren't you? Because you know it's a part of old hooey. Steve says, Lee, I drive a truck and I'm not overweight. No, well, you're probably not in the circle that you mix in. But I promise you, everybody else will tell you. He says, try dragging 20 tons of stuff off the back with a pallet truck every night. Yeah. What, you mean to say you still can't be fat? Hello? Of course you can. Of course you can, Lee. He says, I wish I just sat all night. Well, yeah, so pull it off and put it back on again. I mean, come on, honestly. It's not like you don't get paid for it. Steve, anybody hungry around Junction 3 of the M4? A lorry load of live crabs has been shed. Ooh, they'll be making their way into the undergrowth, won't they? Oh, crabs in the undergrowth. Terrible thought. Terrible thought. I don't like crab, actually. I'm not particularly bothered about it. I don't want to do anything like that. I don't want to do that and lobsters. As you know, I'm not very good with anything like that. But give me I might have fish fingers today, actually. Fish fingers could go down a treat. I could go for fish fingers and I could go for scampi. No, see, the trouble is with scampi, you've got to really deep fat fry it. I might go for KFC. I've got a voucher. Which I haven't used. Which I had since last year. Another one here says, I hope this daft government have realised that the thousands of clinically vulnerable immunosuppressed patients out there must not have the AstraZeneca vaccine, as they could get ill because it's got a live virus. They need to have the Pfizer vaccine, says Lee. I mean, he says perhaps somebody could check with Matt Hancock's office. Well, he got it completely wrong the other day. He's in a chemist. They're having it delivered. And the chemist said, no, we're not. They hadn't got anything delivered by the end of the day, so that wasn't particularly good, was it? But I think they know what they're doing, roughly. Laurie Lee says, I'm not fat either. Yeah, whatever. Come on. Big Andy says, I nearly choked on my pie when you said all lorry drivers are fat. I mean, you can't drive down the road without a pie in one hand, a Ginster's pasty, or something like that, or at least 2 or 3 sausage rolls from Greggs. They're very good value, actually. You get, I think, 4 for £3 or something like that. But they should be hot. If you kept the food hot, people would like it more. You serve a hot bacon sandwich and a hot sausage sandwich. I love the little sausages. I do. I could cram 2 in my mouth at the same time. They're really delicious. But I've never actually asked for that. I just generally ask for bacon baguette with 2 extra bacon. It's still under £3.50, which I think is okay. Lasts me about 10-15 minutes. It's nice. But you wouldn't want that cold, would you? You would only want to... You would only want to sort of have it if it was hot. So why not sausage rolls? They have to say to them, they say that they're not hot. You think, why don't they just get one of those heated cabinets in where you put all the pasties in? Because they sell enough pies and pasties. In fact, the majority of their food is pies and pasties. And serve it hot that way. Oh, look, there's Trump. Boo! Boo! Sorry, I do beg your pardon. I was letting my political persuasions get in the way. Boo! Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Look at the time, honestly. I'm going to get in so much trouble. But it's nice to have your company. Please, says Kat, tell me about the best sandwich. Nope. Going to make you wait. It's called a tease in radio terms. In fact, this whole programme's called a tease, to be honest with you, because even I don't know what's going on half the time. Steve says, Martin, why'd you keep putting Margate down? Well, if you don't know, there's no hope, is there? Have you been to Margate? God's waiting room. Seriously, there's a lot of people sitting in bus shelters on the sea. I went there. Spent a week there one day. And I remember thinking to myself, shan't be coming back here again. It had a pleasure beach. There was nothing pleasurable about it. Hearing you eat lots of asparagus. I do eat lots of asparagus, actually. Did you know, says Lynn, that it makes your wee smell? I don't mind the smell of it at all. I'm one of those sort of... I don't ever understand why people go, oh, asparagus makes your wee smell. Doesn't make any difference at all to me. And I love asparagus. Very good for you. I ate about 20 of them yesterday. I put them on my little machine, pulled the lid down, and 5 minutes later, ba-doom. I'm supposed to probably do it with hollandaise sauce, but I don't want to do it like that. Hope the penicillin's kicked in. It does get better on a daily basis. I've taken 4 tablets so far, and I've got 7 days' worth of tablets. So it's getting better. It's certainly a lot better than it was on Wednesday. Wednesday, I think, was one of those days. I was telling my friend Rich about what a disaster it's been. I said, don't ever get to my age. I said it all starts going a bit pear-shaped. And, Steve, I think there's an interesting debate here about lorry drivers versus bus drivers and pilots, says Justin. Pilots eating pies whilst driving, flying, or as I say, fat ones, as they don't exercise, or stopping someone to wash in the toilet sinks. Can you imagine a Virgin pilot in the airport bathroom, shirt off, washing and cleaning teeth, saying, all right, mate? It takes a certain type of person to be a lorry driver. What are you saying? Oh, yes, I mean, I think you've started a bit of... I mean, I have to be honest, somebody who drives, a 15-tonner or whatever they call these things nowadays, you can't exactly see them going, all right, everybody, hello, welcome aboard this flight. We're going to Malaga, all right? Everybody all right with that one? We won the cup and all the rest of it. Anybody from Aston here? Yeah, great. Anyway, we're flying off. By the way, the stewardess bird, she's called Rachel, okay? She's looking for somebody to take her for a drink later. You can imagine, can't you? Because you imagine lorry drivers are fairly butch. Not the ones who write to this programme, it has to be said. But, I mean, they generally speaking are quite butch, because they're driving a big rig, Because we are the men of the convoy, trucking through the night. Convoy. Remember that? C.W. McCall. Everybody got into CB radio. Break a break for a copy. Break a break for a copy. What's your handle? I'm not going to tell you what my handle was. You wouldn't believe it. How many candles you burning? What was that one? I can't remember. What was that one? That's right. How old are you? Yeah. I'm sorry, why don't you just ask me how old I am? What's the point? I'm sorry. How many candles you burning? Crank it up to 29. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah. This is Little Bo Peep here. Hello, Gary. People used to come up with this sort of... because it was only good in America, where all the truckers were eating Yorkie bars. That's what triggered it. They did an advert on the television for truckers eating Yorkie bars, so proving that all truckers just eat all the worst things under the sun. And then they had this thing, Convoy by C.W. McCall. Started off with Break a Break for a Coffee. And then it went... I thought it was a great song, actually. Great song. Peanut butter, Marmite on crumpets. Dripping with butter, says Lee, not the fat lorry driver. Why tell lies? Do you not think when you send in a text to this programme that we can't see you? We can see you because you've sent in on your telephone. That'll frighten a few people. The limited intelligence people, that we can actually see what you look like. You've seen that woman in the paper today. She's very good. Somebody will write and criticise her, and they'll call her every name under the sun, mainly to do with Muslim things. So what she does is she tracks them down, and she goes, can we meet up? And they back down. And one of them, she found him in the phone book, so she phoned him up, and she went, I'd like to come round and see you. He went, I'll have to check with my wife, because they're all a bit wimpy, if indeed they've even got wives. And so she went round there, and he discovered they had a lot in common. They didn't like the same things and all that sort of stuff. But and I remember they did it on the television. They did it on the television, and when was it? Ages ago. It was a boxer, I think, or somebody like that. He found somebody who criticised him, and the TV company sought them down. It's so easy to find. So easy. But with the help of the police, you can do it in seconds. And And they put him up on television. It was like a girl's blouse. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was only a joke. Graham says, you're going to give us your asparagus tips. Yeah, it's not for you. It's too expensive. It's quite a posh vegetable, isn't it, asparagus? It's not like eating an apple or an orange or something like that, but people get very carried away with it. I like it. Steve, hope you and the crew are well. Yes, I think we're all, I think everybody's well today. Yeah, Corey's good. Hair's a bit of a mess, but, we've had trouble with the hair before, so now he wears his Alice band. Seriously, it's a new, I know, I'd not seen it before. It looked like a spring out of a clock. That's lovely, isn't it? That really is lovely. It really is. It's a shame it's not in a fluorescent colour. Then it would look sort of, see, I prefer your hair like that. That's great. So we can't see your face. Much better. Vast improvement. One that says, you'll lose a few listeners, says Joe, with your outdated views on lorry drivers. Ooh, Snowflake Joe's with us. Snowflake Joe. Joe doesn't understand jokes. He's got no sense of humour. He's a real sad person. I think you'll be losing a lot of lorry drivers who'll be listening into your... What do you know? You don't know anything about figures. You don't know how we collate them. You've got no idea. More lorry drivers listen to this programme than anything else, Joe, whereas nobody listens to you. Nobody listens to you. What can I tell you? Steve, on a quick break, I'm working in ICU. So give me a shout out with somebody who hasn't got a name. So there you go. So shout out to a person with no name. Steve. This one says, what's your 20 breaker? What does that mean? What's your 20 breaker? No, we don't know that one. We don't do CB radio in this country. I did have a CB radio in my TR7. I had a mag mount on the roof of the car. I tell you, it was like trying to pull half the roof out, which was very good. And you'd sort of go and you'd sort of chat to people, but I wasn't really into it as much as other people were. Other people got really quite into stuff like that. Apparently, it's asking what's your 20 emerged as a way to seek somebody's whereabouts. So you go, I'm on the road, okay, in the car or in the lorry. But some people got addicted to it. I used to know somebody, she was addicted to CB radio. She would get home from work, 8 o'clock at night, 6 in the morning, she's still on the CB radio talking to people. I just thought it was a pickup place, What's your handle, and then what's your 20? And then they'd say, OK, crank it up to 32. So it was to have a private show. You turn the dial till you got to channel 32, and then it turns out everybody else was in on channel 32 at the same time, hoping for a bit of How's Your Father. Disgraceful. You don't see it now, do you? You don't see people with CB radios, but you do see Joe fat lorry drivers. Way. You know why? Sitting down all the time. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Martin says, the people are civil in God's waiting room. Say good morning. You wouldn't get that in London. That's Margate, your old army, Your old, yeah. The people are civil, kind, and say good morning, yeah. Of course they do. And while they're doing that, their hand's slipping into your handbag, and they've taken out, your inhaler and everything else, and that's it. No, you can find people who civil... What do you think? People don't talk to you in London? Of course they do. People are always talking to me. Hello, mate. Yeah, hello. What's your name? Steve. What do you do? I'm on the radio. I don't like the radio. I've got rabbits. Have you really? Go to the doctor, get some cream for it. I'm sure they better sort it out. Oh, no, that was hives. Have you tried the new McDonald's Katsu Curry Chicken Nuggets? No. No, you can't walk into a McDonald's now. They've stopped you doing it. You've got to pre-order and have it delivered by some little joker on a little scooter. They're pootling about all over the place, aren't they? My godfathers. Steve, says Nick, lorries have 18 wheels to bear the weight of the fat driver. That's so cruel. I think, why do they have 18 wheels? Is it because if you get a puncture that you've got the other wheel on the other side to sort of hold it up a bit? Corey, of course, who doesn't drive. Oh, you do drive. I don't think you could drive a lorry. No, not your sort of thing. I can imagine you reversing into just about everything going. But me, I'd be perfect. I'm brilliant. I can reverse around corners and everything. Yeah, my car is basically a lorry. I've got sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I've got 6 wheels. 6 wheels. Remember that song years ago, 3 Wheels on My Wagon? By the new Christy Minstrels. 3 wheels on my wagon, but I'm still rolling along. The Cherokees are after me. They look mad. I'm very sad, but I'm singing a happy song. It was a huge hit on children's radio years ago. Of course, you have to be a certain age to remember it. I remember it because somebody told me about it the other day. I wouldn't remember it myself. Steve, turn you on. at 4:15 every day. Great start to the day. See you on the flip-flopper breaker. That's Laurie Lee. OK, slightly tubby. Of course, slightly tubby. Goodness sake, but what's the matter with slightly tubby? At the moment, I'm losing weight so fast, I've had to order a leather punch to make more holes in my belt so I can do it. I'm having to hang on to my jeans walking to the bus stop. Because the other day I was carrying some bags, I put water in and different bits and pieces. I got halfway across the road and I felt my jeans slipping down. I thought, oh, God, I don't want to be arrested again for that. It was bad enough last time round. What were you doing, sir? He was walking across the road, officer, and his trousers fell down just as he reached me. So I have to cling on to the thing, even crossing the road here to go to the bus stop. Ridiculous. At least you're not losing this lorry driver, says Monica, masked as your favourite Jewish cabbie. Thank you so much. And have you got your ears on? There you go, there's one for Corey. Have you got your ears on? You know what that means? Of course. Have you got your ears on? Can you hear? Are you there? Are you there? Hello, you got your ears on? Hello, break. I'm going to tell him now what my CB handle was. You'd never guess it in a million years. Well, you might, actually. 13 to 5. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Steve, been listening to you for years and will for years to come, says Mark, the lorry driver from Dewsbury. But poor old Joe. We got another one from Joe, actually, which says, wait a minute, no. I understand it's a joke, he says. I'm saying some people will take offence. No, they won't, Joe. Just you. Honestly, one of these people who worries about what other people do. Why don't you worry more about yourself? That's the trouble in this world, isn't it? I'm waiting for the first person to write in and go, how dare you say Trump's got blood on his hands? I'm seriously waiting for that. Because that seems to inflame people, doesn't it? And yet, it's absolutely true. Had he not called people out the other day, there'd be 5 people who'd still be alive. And when I saw the thugs on the television, Boris Johnson, Priti Patel, every government minister has condemned it. The man's a fool. An absolute idiot. People smashing windows to get in. People doing all sorts of things. People had to barricade themselves in offices. I mean, mob rule. And you want to vote for that man? No, thank you. Well, they didn't. Steve, we can't all live in posh areas like West London. Margate is beautiful by the sea in summer, but windy in winter. Lots of families come here for the summer. Of course they do. It's a seaside resort. God, it's truth, honestly. You don't run a shop down... No, you wouldn't. No, I wouldn't imagine so, because you wouldn't be writing. Also, try baked asparagus wrapped in Parma ham, says Robin. No, I just like buying it as asparagus, cut the end off, or break it off, actually. It breaks off quite well because it's fibrous. And then just put it in my machine, leave it for 5 minutes, take it out. They've been cooked nicely on both sides, and just eat it like a stick of rock or something. And it's really good for you. Well, I keep telling myself it's really good for me. Steve, Anthony says, to convince those who are anti-vaxxers, if they don't take the vaccine, they have to spend the rest of their lives holidaying in Margate. Actually, a lot of people probably would spend time in Margate. People go to Brighton, don't they? They go, where are we going to? We're going to Margate. Can we go somewhere else? Well, you could go to Bognor Regis. Oh, I don't want to go to a bog. No, thank you very much indeed. Can we go to Butlins? Aye, we can go to Butlins. We've been going for 15... some people go to the same holiday resort every year abroad. We always go back there. I mean, when's the last time I saw the sea? Well, I mean, the last time I don't know. Last time I saw the sea. Well, I've seen television pictures of it. In person, the sea. I don't know. When was the last time I saw the sea? When did I see the sea last time? I suppose it must be when I went to Brighton. Go and see a friend of mine. That was quite some time ago, because she's self-isolating and all the rest. She works from home. And I've not been down there for a while, but I saw the sea then. And, is it sort of necessary to do this programme? You have to have seen the sea? Is this a quiz or something? When was the last time you saw the moon? When was the last time you saw the Sahara Desert? When was the last time you saw snow in the Sahara Desert? Because they do get snow in the Sahara Desert. Yeah, you see, disbeliever. They do. So why would you think they don't get snow in the Sahara Desert? They do. Oh, not at night time. At night time, it goes freezing cold. Really cold in the desert. That's when all the creepy crawlies come out. Ooh. They have those sidewinders, those snakes. And they sidewind. You can see the image that they leave in the sand. I don't like snakes. There was a woman on the television yesterday on Channel 5. They were doing your favourite Egyptian tombs. And, of course, it was Tutankhamun who was number 1, mainly because the poor bloke is there exposed for all to see. They unwrapped all his bandages. They've got all his coffins, and there were about 5 of them inside each one. It was like the Russian dolls. And they're in the museum, but he's in his tomb, wrapped in a sort of a sheet with just his head at the top and his feet sticking out the bottom. Poor soul. Honestly, I'm sure he never thought he'd end up his life as some exhibit. But they think he might have fathered 2 children. He was only 19 when he died. And then they had pictures of other people from other tombs. And then they opened up a tomb for this journalist to go and see. It was amazing, actually. And the work that they do on the stuff they took out of the tombs, I'm fascinated by that. I've never been inside the Great Pyramid. I'd love to go. But, of course, I haven't seen the sea for ages, so there's no point, is there, really, unless you've seen the sea. Steve, raw asparagus cut into small pieces, lovely in salads. Yes. Anne says, you're great fun this morning. I certainly am. You know why? Because I've not seen the sea and I'm not going to Margate. All lorry drivers are fat and Trump everybody hates. There you go. I mean, that sums up the programme this morning. That's what my boss said to me yesterday. He said, you were on form this morning. I thought, what do you mean this morning? I'm on form every morning. I was quite hurt by that. I wrote him a very strong letter. I'm always on fire every morning. You have to be. You have to be. Although, actually, strangely enough, I did actually close my eyes in the back of the car this morning, which was a shame as I was driving. And anyway, no. Always sort of entertains people on the pavement. Get out of the way! But no, I did. I closed my eyes, and I thought, this is quite... And then the next thing, we were here. I wanted the journey to go on a bit. I wanted it to be like a train journey to Margate. Goes on forever. You get to Margate, turn around and come all the way back again. You don't want to stay there, do you? What do you do at the seaside? Same as everybody else. You buy a ball... and you play ball on the beach, or, a ball with a bit of elastic attached to it, or you buy a fishing net, or you buy a bucket and spade, then you have some chips on the promenade, and then you come home. Stick a rock with your name through it. Oh, look, a stick of rock with Stephen, because my real name they didn't have in there, and my handle. The Trump mob looked as though they were going to sing YMCA or in the Navy. I just thought there was a thuggish element. My God, was there a thuggish element. But I think that thuggery breeds other thuggery. That's what I think it was. I mean, watching some of the people attacking the police, I think some of the police are going to be fired, they've said, because they didn't appear to do anything. They appear to be totally useless. Margate's on the up, says Martin. I've had enough of you already. You're boring. I'm not remotely interested in whether Margate's on the up or the moon's on the up. I couldn't care less. All right, you stay there, you live there, we don't care. Why don't they train Amazon delivery drivers to give the vaccine? The entire population would be immunised by Monday, Saturday if you've got Prime. Old joke, we did it yesterday, but doesn't mean to say that we can't repeat things. I love the idea. Somebody thinks that West London is posh. Yeah, right, of course it is. Have you been to Hounslow? Not exactly posh. Just very, very ordinary. It's just house prices are phenomenal. Richmond's not posh. It's so not posh. I'd be going to... Oh, get over yourself. Richmond's not posh. It's got a McDonald's. It's got chip shops. It's got deer, but only in the park. It's not like they're wandering up and down the blooming High Street. Half the High Street is closed. Richmond is posh, honestly. There are certain little bits of Richmond where they've got some expensive houses. Up Richmond Hill is the best thing. But that's about it. I mean, you might as well say... But, I mean, houses are the same all round our area. 2-bedroom flats about £700,000. Which is kind of tough if you don't... Yeah, look, so a picture of Richmond. This is where... There's nobody there. They took these pictures early hours of the morning. Look at that. That's the front page. You see that building on the left-hand side in that one there? That's where I used to work as a DJ. That was Cheeky Pete's. Cheeky Pete's and Brolly's, and I worked there for a few years, actually. And that place right in the middle, there used to be a palace there, which was all fallen down, and they built up that, and people sit there and have an ice cream and watch the Thames going by. Things to do in... There's all sorts of things to do there, like leave, and you can go shopping, you can buy things, but I mean, it's not posh. It's quite ordinary. It's got a train station. Some very common people on those trains. And for a week or so, we couldn't actually get to the train station, so I had to go to Kingston. Of course, it's not posher than where you live. He owns where he lives, okay? He owns it. He owns the whole road. He's going to be one of those Karens on the internet. And somebody says, that man in Margate that says hello and nicks your inhaler sounds horrible. I'm not going there. I'm asthmatic. I don't think I've ever been to Margate, actually. I can't think of anything. I know it's got an amusement arcade. got a pleasure beach or something. As I say, the only sort of pleasure beach is, well, hey, it's, you don't want to go there on a ride, do you? Although, actually, Margate would be the place to go to. Steve, keep going. We need you. Yep, it's true. And you were talking about snakes a few years back. I was at the local park, says Shane. I've seen a snake. I've never moved so quickly. See, the trouble is I can't tell whether a snake is dangerous or whether it's not. I just treat them all as being dangerous. I'm not very good with snakes at all. I've held one. I don't like it. I don't like tarantulas either. But we do have the big breakfast, which we'll tell you about in a moment, which is fantastic, actually. It's only 20 quid. Only 20 quid. Steve, with Costco making sure everybody's wearing the mask, be happy to shop in a safe supermarket. Where do I do my shopping? They don't care. Well, you just have to make sure you avoid people in there if they're, daft enough to let people in without masks on. But Costco are making sure you Friday, break on Saturday, back on Sunday. So Sunday morning between 4 and 7. Do you know, I was driving out yesterday. I was going to Costco and listening to Nick Ferrari, as one does. And I got Dawn Neeson, the Daily Star columnist, who honestly, it was very good. I hope that's the start of something new. My friend Matt, he says, Happy New Year. Lovely, Matt. And he says, up nice and early and have you on. I didn't realise we have a mutual friend until recently. Ian Camfield. Oh, is he telling you he's a friend of mine? Oh, ghastly, honestly. Some people would do anything, Matt. Seriously, he's absolutely terrible. He just goes, oh yeah, I know Steve Allen. And he pesters me with things and I just totally ignore him. Seriously, I think he's on one of those watching things. But I hope you had a nice Christmas and I hope that you had a happy New Year, although not much to sort of smile about at the moment, is there? So we do our best anyway. But he's sort of Cardiff, Glasgow, London. In other words, Matt gets around quite a bit. He came down. I've not seen him actually in ages and ages. Came down with Polly, who's now. I mean, since it shows how long ago it was. She's had a child. Nothing to do with me. I want that on record. Thank you very much indeed. But no, Matt, it's nice to hear from you. You are up early, aren't you? 5:05 in the morning. Phew. I like people up early. We're a special breed of person. Those people who wake up early in the morning. There's something nice about it. Something nice. No, I mean seriously, don't believe a word Ian says. He'll try and make out that I've been having conversations with. It's not true. It's not true. He's tried to have conversations with me, but I've just had to block him. You know what he's like? He's always telling me about how great it is living in America and all this kind of stuff. Not at the moment, thank you very much indeed. David says riots in America, about 80% not wearing masks, shouting, spitting, and spreading the virus. 5 people died, many more will be infected. Well, that you'll never know, will you? I was working out the other day, and I suppose everybody will say exactly the same thing, that if you pick up, it's like, let's highlight Peter Andre, who has coronavirus. And it's a case of, he has no idea where he got it from. So, he says, I've hardly been out. Well, what do you think he's done? Flown through the letterbox? You must have been out somewhere. You must have been out somewhere for you to have got it. How it spreads, we do not know. Roger says, an odd choice for breakfast. I've just had a Scotch egg, red pepper and tomato sandwich. I ate a whole box of tomatoes the other day. A whole little tomatoes, little Santini. Look at me, obviously knowing about Santini tomatoes. I mean, I'm not supposed to know about things like this. Yeah, you can tell I'm from Richmond. We have different coloured tomatoes. We have heritage tomatoes. Have you seen those, all in different colours? Yeah. And I've got something here. Where is it? It's in my... I'm going to show it to Corey because he hasn't seen this. Bear with me. This is nice. You're not going to know what this is, but I'm going to... Oh, I found another egg. Bizarre. Honestly, these things are just breeding. Where is this thing gone to? Where is it come here? There we go. What's that? Don't cheat, anybody. Don't cheat. What is it? Don't cheat. Is it a mango? No, dear, it's not a mango. Okay, I'll give you a clue. It's Open Agra. It comes from somewhere. What do you think it is? Okay. What does it look like? Okay, let's start from that one. No. It is an orange, yes. But what's unusual about it? What's unusual about this orange? It's not orange, you're right. What does it taste of? Chocolate. It's a chocolate orange. It's not... It's just flavour chocolate. It's not like that Terry's chocolate orange, which is chocolate flavoured with orange. This is an actual fruit which tastes of chocolate. Zora Suleiman gave it to me. She said, what do you think that is? And of course, I played the same game. I've got no idea. Is it a motor vehicle from Margate? I don't know. Is it a clapped-out mini engine? No, it's a chocolate orange. But I've not had the nerve to open it. Because it's going to be too messy in here, so I'm going to let you open it. And then you can go, oh my goodness me, look at this, it tastes of chocolate. You know, like you get those grapes in M&S, candy floss grapes. Have you had those? Yeah. Well, this is the same sort of thing, only this is a chocolate orange. And so I'm dying to know whether or not the fruit inside is actually chocolate or how it's done. I mean, I hope chocolate's not running rampant through those orange groves. You know what chocolates are like? I mean, oh dear, they'll hang around with anybody. But, yeah, so we'll have a go later, shall we? Have a go. I like to do instant tests on the programme. Somebody says, have you forgotten the poem? No. No, it's another weird one. This is, we had some days of really weird ones. And this one, who picked this one? God, here we go. Expect the captain dead on the deck at the end of it. It's been picked by Corey again, who has the oddest taste in poetry. I mean, I can imagine him and the girlfriend, sitting down going, he stood on the bunk bed at dawn. A wave came through the window and pinned him to the wall. He's dead. He's in a better place. This one is called Calm by Anonymous. So nobody's even owned up to it. That's embarrassing. So this is a firm favourite of Corey's, okay? An amazing thing happens when you get honest with yourself and start doing what you love, what makes you happy. You stop wishing for the weekend, you stop merely looking forward to special events. You begin to live in each moment, and you start feeling like a human being. You just ride the wave that is life. With this feeling of contentment and joy, you move fluidly, steadily, calm and grateful. A veil is lifted, and a whole new perspective is born. I mean, you do wonder what medication. I thought I was on medication. This one. I mean, what is it about that poem that kind of appealed to you, Corey? Was it... Reminds me of working on this show. A veil is lifted on this show, yeah, because we're all wearing veils. And you move fluidly, steadily, calm and grateful. I'm not sure about that. You stop merely looking forward to special events in your dreams. You begin to live in each moment and you start feeling like a human being. Yeah, whatever. And again, this water thing, you just ride the wave that is life. You are quite mad, aren't you? I mean, you really are. I don't know. When you met your girlfriend, did you sort of say to her, I like poetry? And she went, oh, me too. So they have does she have a love of poetry as well? Really? Does she read this stuff that I'm having to read? You don't... It's erudite. We don't want erudite. We just want something that's interesting and it's quite funny. Erudite. Who cares about erudite? Only error. Can't believe it, honestly. Do you like Brighton better than Margate, says Martin? You're beginning to get on my nerves now, actually. I think we might have to put you out of your misery, because I don't think I can bear to read anything else from you. It's got nothing to do with you, where I enjoy most. Tell you what I enjoy the most? My bathroom. OK, that's been my most favourite place over the last 3 weeks. Roger says, if you don't tackle the chocolate orange soon, you'll know who will be eating it tonight at 10. Oh, of course, you know who's on tonight, don't you? Nick Abbott. He'll be complaining. Steve Allen has left food again in the studio. This looks like an orange. Or is it a grapefruit? Who knows? But I think we should get a knife and then cut it. Yeah, should we get a knife? Cut it down. I'm just dying to see what colour the flesh is inside. I mean, just out of curiosity. Because they do start messing about with fruit nowadays, don't they? And they do sort of hybrid fruits and different things. I mean, at the moment, Satsumas I'm enjoying. They're very good at the moment. Very nice. And Steve, all the best for 2021. Thank you for your essential early entertainment. I've DJ'd in many after-hours clubs and in heaven for 29 years, says S. Really, heaven. I've been to heaven. I used to know, I just still do, Paul Savoury, who owned heaven. Oh, here we go.
Do take care.
Do take care. It's a knife. Oh, it's a posh knife. Where's that from? Wow. That's very nice. So, right. You watch. This is going to go all over the blooming place. So, oh. No, it just looks like an orange inside, which is a bit disappointing. Wait a minute. Play along at home. And here it is. We've now got a quarter of it. She swears blind it tastes of chocolate. I'm not totally convinced. So wait a minute. It tastes like an orange. Do you think this is her joke for the day? Go on, try this one, Steve. It's a chocolate orange. I fall for it every time, I tell you. Gullible Steve Allen. Oh, really? Yeah. And then if you sort of suck it, it tastes of peppermint. Fantastic. No, it tastes like... It just tastes like orange. I mean, it's very nice, but it's just orange. They must think I'm a complete dodo bird out there in the newsroom. They must go, what can we get him with today? Because you heard about that other thing, didn't you? Where Nick, my producer at the weekend, for one occasion, gave me a poem to read. And I read it out, and it turned out to be a Kylie Minogue song. I was reading a Kylie Minogue, and I got to the end of it, and I thought, it sounds a bit familiar, but I couldn't quite work it out. And it finished the poem, just it got to, I should be so lucky. Lucky, lucky, lucky. But up until then, I'd read the whole thing. And then people started writing in, going, you've just read out Kylie Minogue's I Should Be So Lucky. I was not happy. I'm still to get him back. Perhaps I should try him on the chocolate orange, but it's very juicy. Well, actually, it's not as juicy as it could be, but it doesn't taste like chocolate at all. Do you think she's siphoned out the chocolate already? And nothing would surprise me with Zora. And I was so good to her this morning. It was lovely. Do you know, you can never turn on a radio programme and find people doing things honestly. People always have to sort of exaggerate everything. When we do something as an experiment, we do it properly. That's actually not bad, but I was seriously expecting, I don't know why, dark chocolate-covered flesh. Duh. Do you know tomato is one of the worst things to eat if you suffer from cystitis? Anne says, oh, God, that poem. Get rid of Corey. We don't need that. No, I can't get rid of him. Can't get rid of him. He's the nearest thing to perfection, which gives you a rough idea how crap my life is at the moment. And so, how are you enjoying working with Corey? Yeah, well, you know, I'm on medication. I've had cystitis 3 times. Yes. So, what sort of effect has Corey had on your life? Well, I'm on medication, and I'm seeing a psychiatrist. But apart from that, things are really going well. He comes in here, starts moaning about his blooming car. It's making this kind of noise. I said, yeah, but that's what noise tractors make nowadays. Apparently, 1,000 apologies, says Greg. Angling is now allowed again with certain restrictions. I'm never wrong. Why would you ever doubt? If I say something, it's always right. It's always right. You know, because we know about these things. Steve, another one here that says, do you watch The Only Way is Essex? Not really. I've seen Z-listers before over the years. There's some very tragic people on the programme. I mean, very tragic people. Mainly people that can't string 2 words together. It's a shame because it's such a lovely county. It's a beautiful county. It really is absolutely lovely. But it's a case of, you know, they're there and all the girls talk about who they've pulled and who they haven't pulled. And then along comes some dodo bird with the weirdest haircut in the world. And he's like, yeah, because I never, cheated with you. Because, we weren't going out together. Yous was seeing somebody else. That's the latest thing. I heard Mark Wright on the television the other day because he's now playing football for a club nobody's ever heard of. And he goes, use this. It's you, dear. It's you. God's sake, learn to speak properly. Very embarrassing. Somebody else says, during lockdown, I ordered a new TV. So I dropped my TV and it broke. Oh. What was the punishment for punking you with the Kylie song? I can't tell you. It'll take effect shortly. The next time he uses the cash point. Okay, just saying. Don't want to make a big deal about it. Somebody says, somebody else ask if you watch The Only Way is Essex. I've seen it before. I've seen half the dodo birds on there, and to be honest with you, it's a bit embarrassing. All of those programmes are full of sad, lonely people who haven't got any friends. You know, because otherwise, they all go and meet in Sugar Hunt at Brentwood. Can you imagine walking in there and seeing Amy Childs, 76, you know, Gemma Collins, 95, just round the waist, and all these other people, and you think, oh, God, they really do exist. How bad. How bad. Nice to have your company. Nice. Steve, I expect you're the only one there that actually uses a cash point, as the younger ones don't ever carry cash. They don't. You're so right. I asked them the other day how much cash they would carry. They don't carry any cash at all. They put it all on cards. Whereas me, I carry cash. I use cash, and I use the card as well, but in a lot of shops I can use cash. So it depends how I'm feeling. If I'm in Marks and Spencer's, I use cash. Or if I can't get to one of the machines there, then I use the card. which seems to work just as well. Doesn't seem to make any difference, actually. Steve, if you can find fresh juice sugarcane, it will clear cystitis within 48 hours. It's expensive, says Jane. Listen, don't ever say to me it's expensive. If I think it's your health, I don't care what something costs. I seriously don't. Although a friend of mine says, she said to me the other day, because when she said, oh, you've had it 3 times now, cystitis, and I said, yeah, literally, a couple of days respite and then back into it again. And she says, why don't you go private? Because I'm NHS. I've had all my operations on the NHS. I've had my burns on the NHS. I've had my stents on the NHS. Everything dealt with by the NHS. I'm a huge fan of the NHS. And she said, why don't you go private with the cystitis and see what it is? Because you can afford to pay for it. I said, well, let's see what happens first, shall we, with the tablets, which is good. Steve, I'm staring at a packet of M&S sticky toffee pudding. Oh, no, I don't do sticky toffee. That's too many calories. Although, to be honest with you, I don't mind a sponge pudding. Okay, what? Tiramisu? What's that got to do with sticky toffee pudding? What are you on today? Honestly, he's been away for a couple of days. He's come back mad as a broomstick. Completely. Steve, you mentioned I dropped my TV, but didn't answer the rest of my question. You're a man of outright opinions, but had no opinions. Why is this? You linked to Amazon or have shares? Yeah. Okay, both. Any other stupid question of the morning? You won't be writing again. Steve, your asparagus consumption is very concerning. Excuse me, it's coming from Peru or Chile and packed in an Airbus. Is it really? Well, there you go. They're the only places that grow... Oh, dear. They're the only places that grow it, are they? Why do you worry about things? Worry about yourself. Worry about yourself. It'd make it so much easier. Have you considered a locally produced swede or turnip? No, I'm buying asparagus, OK? If I wanted swede or turnip, I'd buy swede or turnip, but I don't want it. Monica says sugarcane syrup's quite cheap in the Caribbean, that is. It's a long way to go for a bit of sugarcane. We used to have that as kids. We used to eat sugarcane. Not that we used to get the sugarcane, the cane, and just suck it. And you get the sugarcane juice out of it. We did that as youngsters. It was all over the blooming place. So Dame Joan Collins, publishing her uncensored diary. She's 87. I mean, I don't know what she's remembering, but I hope to God I'm not in it. And what was the other one that I quite like? Oh, Thomas Schaffernacker, voted the nation's best weather presenter. 42 today. He's only voted the nation's best weather presenter because he's the best looking weather presenter. And people have seen him with his shirt off and they go, that's the best weather presenter. You go, no, it's not. He just reads auto cue the same as all of them. But the one thing that he has above all of them is he's a very good artist. Have you ever seen his pictures? Put in Thomas Schaffernacker. You won't better spell it. Schaffernacker. You have a look at some of his pictures. He's unbelievably brilliant. I can't tell you how brilliant he is. If I could afford one of his pictures, I'd probably buy them. I think he's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Which is nice. Oh, look. How interesting. Spencer Matthews having to do an advert on the television. I didn't think he had any work doing the rounds. Have you found Thomas Schaffernacker? You've seen some... Yeah. Look at his... These are his pictures. He's brilliant. Isn't he brilliant? Look. You think they're photographs. This is his drawings. He's absolutely brilliant. He hasn't done me yet, but I mean, look at them. I mean, look at the second column, second one in. There you go. Look at that. Wait, blow it. He's just brilliant. He's so clever. If I had a talent like that, I wouldn't be reading the weather on the television. I'd be doing people's portraits. He does everything. All of this stuff here. You just go on and type him in. And he draws pictures of things. He's very, very clever. I'm very jealous. Very jealous. Steve, you get nice fresh asparagus in Margate. No, you don't. Steve, if you like steamed puddings, check out these beauties. Ooh, asparagus is an aphrodisiac. Yeah, right. No, it's not. Steve, I'm a diabetic. And I suffer from poor blood circulation. I get really cold hands and feet. I'm going to check out the hand warmer and see if they do anything for feet. No, these aren't for feet. These aren't for feet. You could probably buy something for feet. I don't know what. Eamon Holmes is advertising something for elderly people. So that's very appropriate. They're all having to do adverts, aren't they? Because it's the only way you can sort of get a living, I suppose, at the moment. But I've got poor blood circulation, especially in my feet. And that's a diabetic trait. But I've got no feeling in either of my feet. So that's it. Steve, I never carry cash or cards. I only use Apple Pay, using my Apple Watch, and refuse to shop anywhere that demands cash only. Well, I mean, there aren't any shops that demand cash only. Some restaurants, but I mean, apart from that, I wouldn't worry about it. Very cold in East Sussex, isn't it always? Isn't it always very cold? And another one says, sticky toffee pudding has 319 calories per 100 grams. That's lower than 100 grams of dark chocolate. But I wouldn't eat either. I wouldn't eat either of those. I wouldn't eat dark chocolate. I've had dark chocolate, but I wouldn't be interested in eating it at this precise moment. I mean, I'm looking at Cadbury's cream egg. Now, there'll be many of you listening who probably would go, you're just sitting there looking at it. And yeah, sitting there looking at it in front of me. It's begging me to eat it, but I'm not really interested at all. Really couldn't be bothered eating. Put them away. Put them away. Put them back in the bag. Showing off to people just because you've got 50. If that doesn't see you through till the weekend, there's no justice, is there, really? The Sun this morning, Queen legend Brian May is launching his own badger-scented perfume. He's going to raise money to protect wildlife. That'll do very well, actually, I would have thought. Definitely. Who's this? Arabella Chi. Never heard of her. Who is she? Oh, wait a minute, she's got her clothes off. Love Island. Only guessing. Yeah, if you take your clothes off, you're Love Island. And below me down, she's Love Island. She's going to be offering exclusive bikini body content. Bikini body. And tips on how I get my bikini body. Yeah. Well, you don't do anything, do you, dear? Because people who've got a body like yours, it's natural. You haven't had to do anything at all. Unless you're trying to depart people from their cash. Arabella says she's super excited. Ooh, super excited. Can't imagine what that must be like. But she's going to be offering this bikini body content. You can imagine the sort of people writing in, hello, I'm 47 stone. Can I get a bikini body? No, you can't. 200,000 jabs a day pledged the Prime Minister. By next week with the army joining the COVID war. And which is good, which is very good indeed. Dame Barbara Windsor praised for her extraordinary work raising dementia awareness. Funeral in London this afternoon, and it's going to be a special occasion. Somebody will film it. There'll be film of Barbara going in and things like that. Cara Delevingne is Britain's highest paid model. She made 15.7 million last year. Her earnings on a net worth of 30.2 million dwarf those of Kate Moss, who brought in 9 million. What on earth's Cara Delevingne, Dan, or Delevingne? I don't know at all. And Elon, the richest until Jeff hits back. Here's Jennifer Lopez showing her cheeky side on a beach. She's wearing a bikini, and she's obviously got a photographer with her to take a picture. Ulrika Johnson is guest columnist, 4x4. She talks about rescue centres being flooded by lockdown puppies. And she says, I always thought a businesswoman, they always say that, don't they? What do you flog, darling? Face cream. Lovely. So you're a businesswoman, aren't you? Syra Khan's the gobby one from The Apprentice. She was the loser on The Apprentice. She's carved out a nice career and become the gobby one on Loose Women 2. No, she hasn't. You're obviously not watching it, Ulrika. She's been nothing if not stilted on the programme. And she says... She's warm, kind, and empathetic. She's desperate. That's what she is. She's desperate to be famous. So she's left Loose Women, but she's kicked them in the shins on her parting shot, saying there are other people who shouldn't be on the panel either. They should have moved on by now. Yeah, well, you worry about yourself, darling, because now you're not on television. It's going to be a disappearing act so fast you'll never realise it. Also, in Tier 4, and presumably it's now even more the case in lockdown. So to Zara McDermott, off to the Maldives, Zara Holland, Barbados, Vogue Williams, St Bart's and the Slebs slumming it in Dubai. Hope you're enjoying your educational trip in the sun, while the rest of us are forced to face the grim realities of the pandemic. Well, let's face it, Zara McDermott, one of the most boring programmes on the television. Zara Holland, she got fined £4,500 because she tried to skip the country. Why? Because she's a bozo. Vogue Williams went to St Bart's, and I can't remember why. There must be some reason. And then the Beckhams all jetted off to go to stay at the Peltz's £30 million mansion. The Beckhams, of course, don't have a £30 million mansion. A little bit embarrassing. Plus, the wanted singer Tom Parker has revealed his terminal brain tumour is shrinking after treatment, which is brilliant. He said, I'm responding well to treatment. Every day I'm keeping on the fight. You do that. He's had chemotherapy and radiotherapy. So keep on with it. Nothing to lose. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Let's have a check on the news headline, shall we, at 5:30 with Simon Compton. Friday. Friday is a good day. Friday is the weekend. Friday is in London. We might have snow. totally convinced we will have. I mean, it doesn't look snowy. And should we find out, actually? Hey, Siri, are we expecting any snow today?
There's no snow in the forecast today.
Oh, that's it. That's all it's come up with. Chance of rain is 10%. So, that's not very good, is it, really? Let's find out something else. Oh, 0 degrees. Hey, Siri, what's the temperature today in London? In your own time. Here we go. We're obviously on strike. I hate it when it does things like that. Hey, Siri, what's the temperature in London today? Nothing at all. Seriously. I've set yours off. Right. Yes. Live 2 degrees. High of 2 degrees, right. Typical, isn't it? I'm the one who's talking to my phone. My phone's got nothing to say to me at all. It's obviously gone on strike. There's a run... I don't know if you've ever heard of Sandbanks. Sandbanks is near Bournemouth. It's a very posh area. You know, I mean, people have tatty little bungalows. And what you're buying is you're buying the site. Somebody will come in, buy a bungalow, pull it down, and then they put up a new house. And it's all full of houses where they're, you know, when you look at what a bungalow is on Sandbanks, this buyer has paid, it's just sold for 1.45 million. The buyer paid many times its value elsewhere, has already bulldozed the tired and tatty home to make way for a swanky new build. So this bungalow, I mean, which anywhere else you'd be looking at 20 grand, it was a complete dump, but it's on Sandbanks. It will feature, when it's finished, 4 bedrooms, cinema room, gym, home office and views of the Dorset Peninsula, home to celebrities such as Harry Redknapp. The new build will cost 1.2 million, but could be worth 3 million. But some neighbours say it's spoiling the area. Kind of tough. It's Sandbanks. It's very, very expensive. The estate agent down there, one of them, Adrian Dunford, says it's probably the tattiest property we've had on the market recently, but it's all about location. The buyer isn't looking to profit. They plan to make it their forever home. Have you noticed that's a new buzzword? Seriously, they call it, this is my forever dog. Or this is so, it's fantastic. I love it. I love it. It's great. All right, here's the cafe that's serving up Britain's biggest breakfast sandwich. It's a foot tall. Okay? Foot tall. And it's multi-layered. It's the full English. It does look very nice. How you eat it, I've got no idea. I mean, you can't get something a foot... Well, I don't know, the producer probably could. A foot wide in your mouth. This weighs more than £5. It's got 4,000 calories, so it's not very good at all, is it? And it's at Big Dave's. The cafe owner, Dave Blackburn, says it's got 5 sausages, 5 bacon rashers, 5 eggs, beans, tomatoes, mushrooms, plus a selection of either black pudding, haggis, hash browns, or all 3. 20 quid. So far, 80 people have attempted to eat it, but only 6 have managed it in 6 years. Because it's huge. I mean, it's got 2 pounds of beans in it, 2 pounds of tomatoes, 1 pound of mushrooms, 5 pork sausages, 5 bacon rashers, 5 eggs. And they've cut it in half to show you what it looks like. And it's great, but I don't know how you eat the blooming thing. I mean, surely put it all on a plate and then just let somebody eat it. That's too many calories. 4,000 calorie in a £5. They say it's Britain's biggest, but on sale in Tesco's this week, a vegan donut. Interested now, aren't we? I thought so. Jazzy Jam Donuts production lines are deep cleaned each run to avoid animal contaminations. Andy Bingham, creator, says of the eggless treats, we've been flat out. I think we'll have to tell Luke. Luke will be very excited. He probably knows about these things. But a vegan donut, he'd definitely be up for something like that. Graham Norton, and why he's switching to another radio station. Money. Money. And the fact he doesn't want people to know how much he earns. And so they're sort of doing, lots of sort of plugs for it and things like that. Everybody's competing in radio. Whereas I don't think that people are drawn to people on radio who earn a fortune. You know, he was earning, £750,000. I don't think that attracts an audience. I think that people go, wait a minute, you're so filthy rich, how much money do you need? I watch that. I do quite like that Live from the Apollo programme. That's quite good, isn't it? We get a room full of people, you know, and a comedian on stage, some of whom look okay, and I've never quite got Alan Carr's stand-up act at all. I just didn't get it. I thought it was just desperately unfunny. But then I said the other day that comic, Rob Beckett, You know, with all the big teeth, pretty sort of boy, but, you know, he's a bit prone to being tubby. We saw him with his shirt off. That was an unwise move. But they use him on everything, and then they unwisely gave him a quiz show to do on the television, presumably working on the assumption, as I said the other day, that if you're a comedian, you're going to be really funny and you're going to interact with nothing at all. He's as bland as they come. They've already tried him on a quiz before and he was useless at that. This one's even worse. He just stands there and reads what it is. You know, how much is a tin of beans? You know, in a recent survey, so-and-so people said this, and that, and they get it wrong and he reads the answer out. There's no funny, no humour, no anything. He looks bored out of his mind. I mean, in fact, at one point, he folded his arms to give the answers. And I thought, oh dear, body language really bad. Steve, you've set off my Siri 3 times. Hey, Siri. Play Driving Home for Christmas. It always annoys people, doesn't it? Does it work? Does it work? Have you got Driving Home for Christmas yet? You will have. You've got... It's uncanny. The power on the radio. You watch other radio stations. We tried that. Did you hear Steve Allen? He started talking to Siri. You know, Siri, what's the weather forecast like in Anglesey? You know, there'd be people now going, you know, the weather forecast has come in for Anglesey. The power I could have. Who's the best presenter? Oh, no, we can't do that one. That really sounds dreadful, doesn't it? Mirror, mirror on the wall. And Siri. Who's the best presenter of them all? It'll come back as something... You watch, it'll come back as somebody... Yeah, James O'Brien is the best presenter we've ever heard, Steve. I heard him the other day, actually. He was trying to do a plug for... He's got a book out, apparently. Not that you'd ever know. You could listen to that programme till doomsday and never know he's got 2 books out. Seriously, I've hardly ever heard him mention it at all. And also, this is... Bimini. Who's Bimini? I don't know who that is, actually. But... it could be drag. It might be drag. I'm not sure, actually. There's so much drag on the television at the moment. Also, a new ITV quiz show will soon be popping up every Saturday night with contestants relying on their family and friends. They don't tell you who the presenter of it is. I hope it's somebody who's a presenter as opposed to a comedian, which is, not the best thing to have. Romantic Joe Swash, with that funny hair... and that peculiar colour on his face, put a mountain of flowers in a woodland spot where he proposed to Stacey Solomon. But on yesterday's Loose Women, she revealed she thought it was a shrine to a dead person. It is, dear, him. Why would you do that? So he puts all these flowers down, and she goes, oh, is that a shrine to somebody? I think, no, this is where we first met. I can imagine it was sort of one of those occasions where you try and forget it as quickly as possible. But they're only engaged. They're not sort of getting married, and she appears to be sort of earning a lot more than him. And so, hope she's done one of those agreements that when you actually get married, you don't have to share your money with somebody. You know, you do what... I forget what they call them. What do they call them? A prenup. That's right, a prenup. Oh, look, here she is. Vicky Patterson. Testing a budget fit kit. Oh, right. She wore trainers from Primark. Well, there you go. You've exceeded your value immediately. Poor old soul, honestly. The old Croydon facelift, scraped back hair, in a ponytail. Whether it's hers or not, we're not particularly sure about it, and we probably shouldn't worry about it at the same time. Times on the front page. Congressional staff in Washington raising their hands as armed police secure the Capitol during Wednesday's chaos when supporters of President Trump ran amok. He's already now gone on record as saying they will find who these people are. Well, I hope so. Let's see the full force of the law come down. That's the only way you're going to ingratiate yourself. Apart from that, you're on a hiding to nothing, I'm afraid. Kim Jong-un has promised to raise North Korea's defence capabilities to a higher level as a portrait's been unveiled showing the leader in a formal military uniform. In fact, the only things that fit him, aren't they, nowadays? Poor soul, honestly, he does his best. I thought that was going to be something really good. Kim Jong-un, and then they were all out there obviously they don't have coronavirus there, but I suspect they probably do. Danny Dyer has given his daughter's unborn baby a nickname. She's called The Chav. Yep, that kind of fits. America was a nation ripped apart as there were calls to remove mentally unsound Donald Trump from office after the shocking siege of the Capitol building. He was accused of having blood on his hands as he incited the riot in Washington, which left 4 people dead. Now 5 people dead because a policeman has died as well. Nancy Pelosi last night called for Trump's immediate removal from office through the 25th Amendment. I mean, you cannot believe the hatred that there is towards this man. You know, he has blood on his hands. If he hadn't called people to go there, then it would have been, you know, a lot easier. There wouldn't have been 5 people whose families are now mourning them. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. Michelin-starred pies in the sky are going to be making their way to British Airways economy passengers. Oh, I love a pie. Love a pie in the sky. And this is the airlines launched its new largely UK-sourced pre-purchase Speedbird Cafe menu by Tom Kerridge, promising high-quality sandwiches and pies. I don't want a high-quality sandwich because I don't think any sandwich is high quality. I don't know what you think you're putting in a sandwich, but I mean, egg mayonnaise and cress and stuff like that is not really high-end sandwich, but a pie is lovely. Steve, does LBC pay you a success fee if your viewing figures are good for QI? Does LBC pay you a success fee if your viewing figures are good for QI? I don't have viewing figures. I have audience figures, and my figures are very good, thank you. Very good. Do you know whose birthday it is today? Noreen told me this. And little Julie as well. 86 today. 86. Who? Come on, don't cheat. I know what you like, cheating next door. So I can tell you today, and a lot of you will be very interested, 86. Had he lived, he'd have been 86 today. Elvis. Elvis would have been 86 today. I mean, to be honest with you, the amount of substances that he put in his body and the drugs and all the other things for waking up, going to sleep, going to the toilet, reminds me of me, actually. But Noreen says he would have been 86. I can't believe it, really. Yeah. Have a nice couple of days and hopefully you get on top of your cystitis. Well, at the moment, I am on top of it, if you pardon the expression. It's painful. It's very it's a lot better. Now I've started on this other medication, so it's getting better. The fact that Corey's little face sort of lights up the building is enough to sort of set me into rehab. And but no, it's definitely better. Definitely better than it was, and definitely better than some of the effects we were ghastly. I could tell you a funny story, but you wouldn't appreciate. Well, you would appreciate it. Rita Ora, stupid woman. Illegal 30th birthday party venues face having its licence revoked by the council. Well, this will be interesting. Let's see if they've got teeth, shall we? They had a party at Casa Cruz in West London. They were in breach of a premises licence condition. Why would they not revoke the licence? Why would they not? You know, she's bagged herself £1 million paycheck for The Masked Singer. Every time I see her on screen, I boo her. She's been dropped from an advert, which she does on the television, and there's one radio station that's dropped all her music. As far as I'm concerned, don't take the Michael out of us, dear. We're far too intelligent for that. You know, you and that party venue, which I'm sure was lovely, but they broke the law. And if you break the law, you pay for it. And I'm expecting to see some reaction. If they go, oh, we're just going to fine them. What good's that? They'll just do it again. Here's a woman, Jenny Irons, unrecognisable. She's dropped down 2 sizes in 2 years, and she's won one of these places which help you lose weight. They always do a bit of free publicity for somebody. She shed 17 stone, and everybody goes, oh, I can do that. Yeah, of course you can. That's why it took her 2 years to do it. She was 27 stone 5 in 2018. She said, being named Woman of the Year is like cherry on the cake. You're not Woman of the Year at all, darlings. Loads of people have had sort of diets that have worked and diets that don't work either. Morning, nice to have your company. What are you doing for the weekend? Oh, I know. Nothing. There's no point in saying I'm going to be doing anything because you're not going to be doing anything. You're going to be going out, doing a little bit of shopping and incurring the wrath of the snowflake. What are you doing out shopping? And you're supposed to be going out once a week. No, it never says that. They just make these things up. I'm sure they go to the internet and find out that, you know, all the things that they thought they were talking about are absolutely wrong. But so far this morning, do you know we've not had one person criticising me for my non-support of Donald Trump, the man with blood on his hands. Not one person. You can't. There's nothing you can argue about with that. Had he not called all those people out, you'd be looking at 5 people who are still living, which is bad. Shane in Sydney says, I like a pie. Good. That's, okay, fine. You know, I'm Pisces. And police are hunting a fraudster. Did you hear about this? He injected a 92-year-old woman with an unknown substance, saying it was a fake COVID vaccine before charging her 160 quid. They'll find him. Don't worry. I mean, that's just ridiculous, isn't it? But you do get stupid people. See them on the television all the time. I've got the people who were pinching lead off church roofs and selling it. Luckily, the judge was on my side on this one. You see, I think we should come down really hard on these people. 22 years they've gone to prison for. Fantastic. You'll learn. You'll learn. Also, a dog had to be put on a drip after eating cannabis whilst out on a walk. Kizzy ate the drug during walkies along the Forth and Clyde Canal. Where'd you get cannabis from? Is it growing by the side of the canal? But anyway. And also, Time is being called on a bad pint after Boffins found a way to boost the hoppy taste of beer. As I say all the time, I've never drunk a pint of beer in my life. I've never had a pint of beer. Just doesn't interest... Of course not. I live in West London. We don't do pints of beer. We do a Cinzano and lemonade, a Snowball, and a Pimm's. Yeah. So what's the matter with that? Honestly, talk about bullying. How dreadful, isn't it? Honestly, oh, you live in West London, don't you? So you have all these posh drinks. You don't know where we're drinking them because you can't go to a pub. I just take it and start setting up a little bar by the side of the Thames because we live by the side of the Thames, which is quite nice. It's very nice. Have you ever been on the Thames? It's very nice. I go in on a regular basis. I take a boat. Well, I did do. Barbara's flowers, says Alice, are being made from our local florists in Camden who are working from home. I wanted flowers for a friend from the same florist who do all my flowers, and it was touch and go. There'd be enough after doing Barbara's. Luckily, I got mine too, so all happy. My neighbour and friend is also going to the crematorium. I don't want to say, I have already said which one it is, but I don't want loads and loads of people to turn up. I don't want it to turn into some sort of circus. And she wouldn't have wanted that, and I know Scott doesn't, because I think later in the year they will do something. And so that people can go and show their respect. I mean, there will be people waiting outside the gates of the crematorium for this afternoon. So, there you go. Roger says, Rita Ora's gone quiet recently. Well, we wish. Is she still stuck in Serbia? No, she's doing that Masked Singer rubbish. Every time she stands up, I boo her. The presenter of the new game show on Saturday nights is The Chase's Paul Sinner. Yes, do you know, I think you're right, actually, Todd. I think you are right. It is Paul Sinner. I watched The Chase the other day. They had sort of not a celebrity version. The celebrity version is just full of simple, easy questions. It's very bad. Very bad. You've got to ask them more difficult questions, because on some of the quiz shows, I would have no idea. One of them, actually, Bradley came up with the other day. What was it? How many light years away is something like... I can't remember exactly. Like Saturn or something like that. How many light years away? And I think Bradley said, who would know that? How would you know? Oh, no, how many Earth years make up a year on Saturn or something? And it was 8,600. He said, why would you know that? But, of course, all the people on the Chase knew it, except the woman who did get it wrong. But she still walked away with 4,000 quid, which actually, in this day and age, you go somewhere and somebody tells you for an hour of your time you can earn 4,000 quid. It's like whenever you see the people on that programme, not I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, what do they call it? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And they get to 32,000 quid, and they suddenly realise there's no point in risking everything. £32,000 is enough money to keep you happy for quite a few months, thank you very much indeed. You can change the car, build an extension, go on a nice holiday, nowhere. There's all sorts of things you can do. Buy your own pub, sit in it by yourself, you know, with the door locked, curtains drawn. But 32,000 quid, so they'll go, I think I'll keep it. They go, well, you know, you would have gone for this answer, and I can tell you now, you wouldn't be sitting there with £32,000. You'd be sitting there with 1,000. And you think, thank God they took the 32,000. Because it's all insured. It's all insured. Tom and Marcus set to be among the most popular boys' names of 2021, thanks to COVID-19. So you've got favourite male baby names and inspirations. Diana. That was because of Princess Diana, of course. Anya, star of Emma and the Queen's Gambit. Maeve, character in Netflix's Sex Education. Sex Education? Stop it. Not for you. Not for you. Billy, award-winning singer Eilish. Lewis, do you know he's got no job at the moment, Lewis Hamilton? No income. Why? His contract was up. Marcus, the footballer, as you know. Tom, Captain Sir Tom Moore. And Connell. I didn't even know who this was. Connell, apparently, is the lead character in BBC's Normal People. So there you go. Those are the names. Kids to get heroes' names. Because every time you get somewhere, that's exactly what it is. It's somebody's name. So Kylie, there'll be lots of kids. You know, you hear it in the supermarket, Asda and places like that. You know, Kylie, come here. Jason, come here. And they've seen it on the television. All of a sudden, people like the names, and so they go for them. And then you get Corey, and you can't quite work out what his mother was thinking of at the time. Ice hockey player, really? Wow. How cool is that? That's very cool. Ice hockey player where? You don't know, Canada. So I can't think of anywhere else apart from Canada where they do ice hockey. I mean, I suppose America and other places. And, oh, look, the music. I can't tell you where they got the name Steve from. A book, I should imagine. Don't know, my brother's called Andrew. But I'm quite happy with Stephen. Doesn't make any difference to me. To be honest with you, it makes no difference. People call me every name under the sun. So the producer trying to open a plastic bag is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. He's like Samson who's lost his strength. There's a thing at the top. It's got a little thing that goes over there which is holding it together. When you peel that back, okay, then you can open the top of the bag. You don't need to rip it. So violent, honestly. It's probably the area you live in, London, isn't it? Makes you feel a bit like that. What do you mean the chip shop's closed? Open it up. What do you mean you can't get a kebab? It's nice, isn't it? They're quite hefty. They're triple. We're trying these masks on, and because I keep getting the ones, the blue ones, you know, which you've seen, which are the disposables. Wear it, throw it away, and you put it on, and it slips down your nose. But these ones, they're quite good actually, aren't they? They seem to feel fairly firm. You can breathe through it quite nicely. Yeah, it's very comfy, isn't it? I didn't think a mask would be comfy. But, look, it's a vast improvement to your face. And you must wear it more often. Like throughout the whole of the year. Steve, another one here, says £4,000 for an hour of your time. Are you referring to LBC pay rates for award-winning breakfast show presenters? I've got no idea. I mean, I'm always intrigued by sort of why people are so fascinated by what other people earn. You know, nobody's ever questioned the Queen going, excuse me, how much money did you rake in last year? Or Prince Charles or William, how much money did you turn over? That's what you would want to know. Somebody says you can't lose on 32,000. We were just doing a demonstration. Okay. Is Tom not Tom Hardy? No, absolutely not, I'm afraid. Also, many years ago, I went rowing on the Thames in London. I forgot about the tide and had to be rescued, says Mary. Yes, it's tidal. It's the Thames. Have you tried Noilly Prat vermouth? Very West London, nice with a cube of ice and a slice of orange peel. Oh, no. I haven't, actually. I haven't. You can buy it in Waitrose. Oh, I should imagine you could probably buy it in all the places. I've seen the bottle. The bottle looks quite nice. It's a vermouth, is it? Ah, well, now you know. Steve, steak and kidney pudding or pie? Pudding. Always pudding. Steak and kidney pudding. Oh, definitely. That's nice, actually. Just with mashed potatoes. Just with mashed potato is quite nice. I do like mashed potato. And somebody says, beautiful place. Sandbanks, all very lovely. Beautiful place to live. Hayling Island, another lovely place. Not as upmarket as Sandbank. What do you mean not as up? It's nowhere near as upmarket. Sadly, these beautiful places could be wiped out. Climate change. Anne in Blackburn says, I'd move to higher ground. Just saying. Do you know, it amazes me that when you talk on the radio, if you have lucky enough to have a speech radio programme or something like that, and there's people listening all around the country. So in Blackburn, there are people listening to the programme in Blackburn, in Lancashire. I've never been. There's all these sort of places. Perhaps I should go to them. People have often said to me, you go to Blackburn. And I said, I've been to Blackpool, but I've never been to Blackburn. I've never been to some of these West Country museums where people dress up in character and you go round there and it's back in the 1940s again, which I quite like. But I've never done anything like that. I keep talking about it. I'm having a look at a picture of Blackburn. Right, that's off the list straight away. We're not going there. Good God, you must be joking. Have you seen it? It's like a scene out of Coronation Street. It really... I mean, show me another picture of it. Show me another picture. Look at this. They've got coronavirus fears. I'm not at all surprised. It is. It's Coronation Street. Isn't it? It is E by Gum. Well, probably not E by Gum. That would be something else. But here's a picture of lots of houses. Grim up north, as they say. We always laugh about that because we live in the south and it's fairly grim down here at times. People, the worst thing about us in the south is we just get spoilt for everything. Seriously, the price of housing, that's why, young people can't afford to buy a place. Unless you win the lottery or your parents are really rich, there's no chance of you buying a property in London. It's way too expensive. That's why. Have you ever seen it? And it's always all the giveaway. On The Only Way is Chelsea, which is like, okay, really posh girls, but they're doing exactly the same as the ones in Essex, just that they're doing it with a posh accent. And they, whenever they do programmes where they're back at somebody's house, they use somebody else's. Because their own places are like little bedsits. Yeah. Biggins used somebody else's house when he was on the Celebrity cooking food for everybody else, which he was brilliant at, but it was somebody else's house. He didn't use his own house. And the people in Chelsea, they don't use them. They had a thing the other day, and not one of the celebrities on it was using their own place. They just borrow somebody else's, makes it look more impressive. No point in going, just living like a bedsit, in Chelsea, because I don't work. None of them appear to work. Have you ever seen anybody working in that programme? Nope. Ever been to Burnley? Oh, we just talked about that, haven't we? Well, Blackburn. I've never been to Burnley either. That's Lancashire. Sandy in Peterborough says, today I got my hand surgery. Got the call on Wednesday to say the doctor's not got opening for Friday. Take it. Always take it. And guess whose other birthday it is today? Ollie in Putney reminded me that it's David Bowie's birthday today. Or Bowie. Zowie. He would have been how old today? 73. 73, David Bowie. I mean, that was a shock for me. Do you know what was the biggest shock? That they sold everything of his, all his art collection, everything went. And I thought, I couldn't get rid of anything. I'm a bit funny like that. If it's in the family, I would keep it. So I've got my parents' furniture. I've got loads of bits and pieces from my parents. I wouldn't dream of getting rid of them. I mean, what happens after I've gone? I couldn't really care less. But at the moment, absolutely not. Driving home for Christmas in my truck, Steve. Thank you for that. And another one here says, no radio personality is worth not sleeping for. I've been up working all night, decided not to sleep so I can giggle my way into the morning with you and your team. I love the way you call them a team. So sweet, honestly. Like they call themselves producers. It's funny. It's just a word, isn't it? You're part of a team. And it makes them feel as though they belong. Because I don't want them to feel that, at the end of the programme, the curtains come down, somebody turns the lights off, and you wander out into the darkness of Leicester Square and you walk past people sitting in doorways. Although I've noticed that one of the people who's been sleeping in a doorway for the past year at a place that used to be called Garfunkel's, but it's up for sale, has now bought himself a tent. But this is the biggest tent I've ever seen. I thought he was putting on a circus. Seriously, it takes up the entire doorway and it's huge. It's up to the roof. It's enormous. I mean, why you'd be warm inside a tent? We've got loads of tents in London. There's very few people actually sleeping rough who aren't in tents. And so I noticed that this morning. Nobody else in Leicester Square at all. It was all very, very quiet this morning, which actually I quite like. I think London is lovely. I think London is absolutely lovely. But you're quite right, no radio personality is worth not sleeping for. Unless, of course, it's this programme. Little Julie says, happy birthday to the King of Rock and Roll, 86. And James says, you've set off my Siri 3 times. Hey, Siri, who's your favourite radio presenter? There you go.
I guess I don't have one.
Yeah, all right. Don't start. Nothing worse than when the phone starts. Yeah, offensive, that is. Yeah, I guess I don't have one. It's outrageous. Will Guyot says, morning, Steve. Corey is my new hero. Oh, God, honestly. Nothing like crawling up to Corey, is there? Why is he your new hero? He helped me with the studio tech issue earlier. Corey did? He doesn't know one end of the typewriter from the other. Seriously, he's still working on 2 tobacco tins and a piece of string. You can't change a fuse. You told me the other week you couldn't change a fuse. What did you help him with? You helped him with a techie matter? Yeah, right. You're the new tech correspondent. He wants to get me onto his programme. He's got some new podcast or something. I've told him the fee, but so far we've heard nothing back from the agent. We'll wait and see what happens. Somebody else says, Steve, hot food or... Oh, I've lost it. It's gone. Honestly, blimey, sorry. University Challenge is my favourite quiz show. I missed the final. Very popular in Essex. Very popular because they've got no idea what it is. Just a lot of people sitting on top of each other, which is very funny. Thank you very much indeed. And I've got so many which have just popped in and then disappeared. So, hot food or food at an ambient temperature attracts VAT. I'm really not bothered by that. Seriously, I'm never going to worry about things like that. Also, Tricia from Dundee says, first time texting your show. It's my future husband, James that got me into asparagus, and I like it. Not had it in about 4 years. My favourite food is chicken korma or a good chicken curry. Oh, how lovely. Could eat that now, actually. I could eat a chicken curry right now, right this precise moment. I could walk out of the studio. There could be a table serving chicken curry with some... I don't want anything else. Just chicken, mashed potato would be nice, or some chips. That'd be good, wouldn't it? But I'm never going to get it. Not at this time of the morning. A lot of people saying how much they are addicted to the radio. Yeah, loads of people, actually, which is good. Does Biggins live in East London? Hackney. And, yep, he lives in Hackney. I've been round to the house quite a few occasions, actually. It's not a big house. It just suits him and Neil very well. Steve, councils give homeless people tents because they can't open the night shelters due to COVID. Do they? I was often wondered where the tents came from. Steve, sitting up in bed, recovering from pneumonia, not very nice, says Luigi. I've never had it, but I'm assuming it's not very nice at all. And did you see the Grand Designs £4 million house in a graveyard in Fulham? I did see it, yes. £4 million. He had to borrow £1 million, didn't he? And the council didn't want him to do this or do that. But he's obviously from a titled family. And he was having a swimming pool put in, which was good. Somebody says, don't knock Lancashire. There's some beautiful scenery. Well, you can't live on scenery, can you? You know, if you could live anywhere in the UK, not Twickenham, where would you live? Says Penny. If I won some money tonight on the lottery, I would probably move to Regent's Park. I would think. That'd be quite nice. It's within... Dale lived in Regent's Park. He had a 4-storey townhouse. And I saw a flat there. You get a flat there, three bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, about 3.5 million. They don't come up very often. And they've all got underground parking. And concierge and things like that, because they're very... It's quite a nice area to live. And at night time, it's sort of... They've got their own police force... Make sure that sort of, the rubbish people don't go there. Roger says, forget Blackburn. Your audience reaches Shane in Oz, Jake in Minnesota, and Monica in her cab. Which is good. I like that. Eddie, Steve. Toby Tarrant had a lady on yesterday who predicts the future with asparagus. Oh, I've heard of people who read tea bags and stuff like that. There's all sorts of people who want to predict the future. The future is whatever we want to make it. If you want to go out without a mask on, risk it. But I'm delighted to tell you that the amount of people going out at the moment has fallen dramatically. It really is. They've all they've been very good and they've stayed in because it's the only way that we're going to stop this thing. And you do want it to finish, don't you? Because I can't help feeling that the people without the masks on, they quite clearly don't want this to finish. They want it to go on forever and ever, which I don't. 84850, Sue Ann says, have you applied for a taxi card, yet you're eligible and the spikes over shoes? I've got no idea what a taxi card is. I don't know. I don't have one. I need a new cover for my Freedom Pass thing, which is good. Sue Ann said, you get the small bowl yet? Yeah, I bought it, I said the other day. Poundland. And very good it is too. Very, very good. Very good. It's absolutely wonderful. I love it to pieces. I think you should change washing up bowls every so often. It's like towels, isn't it? Excuse me. It's like bedding. You should always change bedding quite a lot. Front page of the Mirror. Boris Johnson calling in the army in a desperate bid to get the vaccine out to millions by February. Well, come on. This woman plugging this diet company thing. I mean, honestly, it's just free publicity, isn't it? But it's taken her 2 years. She's Slimmer of the Year. Whatever. It's the only way that they obviously get people into it. They go, oh, blimey, she was this size, and now look at her. But you go, yeah, it's taken her 2 years. Might as well start today. Start walking upstairs, eat less fatty foods. It's not complicated. Excuse me. Minister snubbed offer for cheap broadband for kids. Gas workers stay united on a walkout. I don't know why they're walking out. Honestly, in this day and age, not the best thing to do. The boys' names. Oh, we got girls' names. Oh, yeah, the same things. It's Jodie after Jodie Comer, Diana and Anya and Maeve. Can you see people being called Maeve? Charles's Dutchy Food Company boosts charity by 3.6 million. His Dutchy organic range. I didn't think he owned it anymore. I thought it was part owned by Waitrose, Duchy of Cornwall stuff. I'm pretty certain. It's posted profits up to 3.625 million for 2020. Parent organisation, the Prince of Wales Charitable Foundation, will get the cash alongside a payment of 100,000 to Charles's Countryside Fund. Yeah, I thought they were that he stopped that a while ago. He still gets money from it, but I thought it was Waitrose who were something to do with it. I'm pretty certain. But he obviously gets money into there. Put it this way, there'll be some, bits and pieces, put this in here. There you go. Founded by HRH, the Prince of Wales' Duchy Originals, now run by Waitrose and Partners, and known as the Waitrose Duchy Organic. The brand has come a long way since its first product, the Oaten Biscuit. Yet its three main principles remain the same. So it's now Waitrose's Duchy Organic. They all do it, don't they? He obviously decided it's easier to get somebody else to do it. Plus, what's come up for sale? Oh, this is interesting. A Peugeot with a typewriter installed by the Nazis. It's up for sale, riddled with bullet holes thought to be from the Normandy invasion. It was built in 1939 for the French army, stolen by the Germans and driven near to the front line of Normandy. They're seeking 20,000 quid for it. A lot of money for a car. But I mean, it's a piece of history. And what would you do with this much money? Elon Musk has reportedly overtaken Jeff Bezos to become the richest person on the planet. Mr. Musk's wealth has risen to £139 billion. I mean, I don't know what you would buy with £139 billion. After an increase in the value of Tesla, the electric car firm he runs and owns 20% of, that tops Mr. Bezos' fortune by £1.1 billion, even though Amazon's share price has soared during the shutdown of shops. Because most people buy online, don't they, now? And you can buy food on Amazon, you can buy anything you like. I bought some sweeties on Amazon. They were sweeties of, like, what I call car sweets. Do you know what car sweets are? We used to have them years and years ago. I'm just trying to find it, actually. And, oh dear, sorry. I keep getting things from Amazon saying, would you like to share your experiences? No, I just went online, ordered something, that was it. But these particular sweeties, are they here? Where are the blooming things? They're from a company, I think, called Simpkins. I'm pretty certain. And they do these sweets, which we used to have in cars years and years ago. There you go. Simpkins Forest Fruit Travel Sweets, butterscotch drops, and another one. I seem to have ordered it twice, actually. It doesn't matter. And they do them. They do these hard sweets. You know, when you open the tin, it looks like a cloud of dust has covered them. Do you know what they used to sell in Harrods up until about 1916? You won't believe this. You will not believe this. What did Harrods sell up to 1916? You could go in there and buy this over the counter. Cocaine. Cocaine. Because it was seen as medicinal. Mind you, some people today probably see it as medicinal. But yeah, because it used to feature in drinks. I mean, I'm led to believe that one of the ingredients in a certain fizzy drink used to contain cocaine. But you could buy it over the counter up until 1916. And that fascinating fact I learnt from this week's edition of Country Life. So there you go, cocaine. Mind you, they also had in there a pair of very expensive shoes in a glass case guarded by an adder. A snake was in there with them. So if you put your hand in, the snake was going to go for you. A bit like I'm a Celebrity, but you just don't die at the end of it. And they had a snake guarding it, and it became a novelty. A novelty, so that people go, oh, look, there's the snake. But no, they sold cocaine over the counter. Isn't that funny? Nowadays, it's all sorts of things. Travel sweets in powder. Yes, and you know what the powder is? Sugar. Sugar. Steve, what do you buy with 139 billion? Anything you want? No, not anything you want. There's loads of things you couldn't afford. Can't buy the moon. You couldn't buy NASA or something. No, definitely not. No. But I quite like the idea of having that much money. David in Belfast says, 17 days into my stay in major trauma ward in Belfast after a motorbike crash. Staff are amazing, and I'm listening to your show and podcast every day. He says, P.S. the best car sweets are cinnamon. Well, I always had a thing for butterscotch. Butterscotch sweets, and kids like them. So we used to have a competition in the car, because otherwise, being kids, as you know, if you've got children, they just crunch them. And they used to do Callard and Bowser's. They probably still do butterscotch, a bit like Werther's Originals. And they were delicious. I mean, you can't just eat one, because there's something in it which just makes you crave another one of these things. Steve, somebody else talking about the money, what you would do with 139 billion. I don't know, by the time you bought a house, though, you've still got the same friends, haven't you? Do you think you'd inherit a load of other people? Yep, you'd inherit a load of other people. They'd be sort of going, oh, can I be your friend? You go, no. Oh, go on, you've got 139. What would your friends do, though, if you only said, listen, I'm going to give you 50,000 quid? They'd be going, well, you've got 139 billion, and that's all you're giving us. I mean, that is an awful lot of money. Graham Norton declares that the Eurovision Song Contest will go ahead, which is great. I'm fine for that. He's commented on the competition since 2009, says it will occur, despite the ongoing pandemic, on May the 22nd in Rotterdam. Dale and I went to Rotterdam. We went to Rotterdam. We drove all the way to Rotterdam. Then we had an evening out in Amsterdam. Completely different. Completely different. He drove. He drove. I don't think he'd be a very good passenger. He liked driving. He liked driving. But we went over... Sorry? No, not particularly fast. He was sort of so-so. Curbing. He always used to curb his wheels. He was very bad at things like that. And he never actually bought a car. He did them on lease. Whether or not that was beneficial for the tax, I've got no idea. But I've never thought about that. I've only ever bought 3 cars on what we used to call hire purchase in my day. First one I bought was a Mini, little brown Mini, which cost me 3,300. After that, I bought right load of old shower of cars. I bought a Fiat Tipo, and I bought a Mazda as well, which was in sparkle green. In fact, I traded in the Mazda for a Rolls. Had to add some money to it, but that's what I did. I'd seen this Rolls for some time, and I thought to myself, what a brilliant idea, trading in. And I remember them telling me some years later, a Fiat Tipo. There you go, Fiat Tipo. There it is. There, that one there. Yeah, I mean, some of them are, they obviously changed the design because mine was much more modern than that. Yeah, and I remember them telling me after I exchanged the Mazda for the Rolls, plus added some money, he said to me, we were stuck with that car for such a long time. He said, we couldn't get rid of the blooming thing. I said, I am sorry. But that's what you do. You trade in your first car, and then you drive out the show and you go, yeah. Once you've got over the novelty of driving it, it's just like another vehicle. It doesn't make any difference. And so then every time after that, I traded up. So I've done about six cars since that first day, which is, it's still exciting. I still see a car, but I have to see it and know that I want it. It has to look, and it's got to be at the right price. You know, you can't afford to just go splashing out money left, right and centre. Traditional cod and chips is going to be replaced at the fish and chip shop. Why? Apparently, hake. Experts claim it's more sustainable. Hake populations are booming. Cornish fisherman Rob Wing says there's currently an abundance of hake, with strong quotas indicating ongoing sustainability. Wow. So rockfish say hake is meaty, silky, juicy, versatile and easy to cook. See, I like rock salmon, which is dogfish, I believe, but it's only got the one bone down the middle. I don't want to risk any bones anywhere, thank you very much indeed. I'm not good with things like that at all. 84850. Connie says, talking about live shows, just to let you know that your Global Make Some Noise show from August 2020 is still on my smartphone. Does that make me a true Steve Allen fan? Always. Always, Connie. Good heavens above. Only. Absolutely. Steve, $1 billion is a lot. If you had $1 million and spent £1 every second, you'd run out in 11.5 days. And Roger says, a colleague of mine won $5 million on the lottery and gave me 200 quid. I didn't complain. Oh, that doesn't seem very... Won $5 million. I would think if I mean, it depends how many people you've got as friends, but I mean, if I won $5 million, I'd be giving somebody a bit more than 200 quid. You know, the 250 or something like that. I don't want to go mad. There's no point in spoiling them, but you can imagine the resentment you'd get, wouldn't you, if you just gave somebody 200 quid and they go, and you won $5 million, you go, yeah, sorry, but I want to buy... I mean, you can't even sort of, you know, if I was going to buy a house in Regent's Park for sort of 3.5–4 million, what are you left with? $1 million. I'd still have to come to work, but there again, that's the bonus as far as I'm concerned. The bonus for you, because we love you. Love. Talking about Donald Trump and how he's conceded. Of course he has, because 5 people died yesterday. What else could he do? Somebody said to him, don't make a mistake again. This was the worst mistake you've ever made, unfortunately. Somebody said, glad you're feeling better. You can tell, can't you, actually? I bounce around a little bit more than usual. And I hope the ceremony later, more of a celebration of Barbara's life. It's going to be only a few people there. There's not going to be any more than 30. It has to be. That's the way it is. And they'll probably do something. So Biggins will be there, and obviously Scott. who is probably not looking forward to today, but it's a celebration of her life because she gave so much. And she was such a little character. Whichever way you look at it, she was a great character. And even when I look at the pictures of her now, I just always imagined she's always going to be around, as indeed did Scott and everybody else. You just didn't imagine. So when she actually got dementia, and they've raised over £140,000 already for research into dementia, which I think is fantastic. If only you could say to her, listen, you did really well. You did really well. Guess what's 350 days, 17 hours and 30-something minutes away from? Christmas. Thank you, Joseph in Bethlehem. 350 days. Count them down. Mind you, the rate we're going, it whizzes through, doesn't it? It really does whiz through. Steve, the guy who won 5 million was tight even after the win. I mean, he bought an old Mercedes for 3,000 quid. Well, if you won 5 million pounds, that's going to see you out for the rest of your life. You know, provided you just carry on as normal. But if you sort of take the money, you know, like you do get some people that they get addicted to the publicity. Oh, whatever happened to that stupid lottery winner who sort of blew it all on breast implants and everything else? And you sort of wonder, you know, what do you think there's going to be another paycheck around the corner? And the answer is, of course, there's not. So they end up just having stupid stories in the newspaper. You all know who they are. They've been on the papers so many times. There was one bloke, we interviewed him on Fives Company years ago. He'd won some money, and he settled down with this woman and her page 3 daughter. And the next thing, he's got no money. He's got no money at all. You know, I mean, you know, if you're going to hang on to it, hang on to it. But I mean, if you won 5 million, you can buy yourself, you know, a flat or a house or something like that, and then invest the rest of it. But people don't want to do that. People do not want to take the advice of the lottery people. They want to go out there and buy, you know, get the best clothes, do the best holidays, buy the flashiest cars and stuff like that. And that way, it disappears very fast. Very quickly. Whereas if you're clever with it, you can make that work for you for the rest of your life. A good accountant, and with the help of the lottery people, Camelot, they offer advice. 90% of people don't take it. They go, just give us the money. Give us the money. They go, but listen, we can help you invest this and provide you with an income for the rest of your life. But they don't seem to want that, and those are the ones who lose everything, which is a shame. Which is a great shame. Johnny in Watford, another day of home schooling for Simona. Kids Bobby and Emily starting to get used to it. I think people do. People do. I mean, I don't know, actually. Julie says, surely Trump couldn't be allowed to press the nuclear button. I think now he's going to get out of the White House as fast as his stumpy little legs will carry him, because the death of 5 people yesterday has thrown him. And obviously with the people still advising him, they're saying, listen, don't upset people. Don't upset people. This can only backfire. And it backfired badly yesterday. I like the story of a man in the paper today. This is my sort of person. His name's James Anderson. You might not have heard of James Anderson, but he's a very kind-hearted person. He's a plumber. And he set up the Disabled and Elderly Plumbing and Heating Emergency Response to stop rogue workers scamming the needy. Since 2017, he and his team have fixed 10,000 heating and plumbing systems free of charge. But since COVID, he's branched into food parcels, PPE, and even paying bills for family in need. He said during the pandemic alone, he spent £57,000, but he said it was worth every penny. He's seeking extra support for a crowdfunding campaign, saying, we won't ever walk away. If you need help, we're here. That's the sort of person who should get an award. 10,000 heating and plumbing systems free of charge because he set up this Disabled and Elderly Plumbing and Heating Emergency Response thing to stop the rogue workers scamming the needy. They've got a picture of that bloke who scammed that old lady of 92 out of the fake COVID virus, and it cost her £160. They will find him because he's obviously... Somebody will go, I know who that is. That's a good thing. People will always sort of dob somebody in. If they've done something vile like that, they deserve to pay for it. What else in the paper today? Thunderbolts and lightning, very enlighteningly, because we're going to get another blast of icy weather. So, I mean, I see people walking around with little thin coats on, not even proper coats. You've got to dress up in this weather accordingly to make sure that you can survive, because it's freezing. I've got my little hand warmer. I mean, I know it seems a bit naff, but it's like putting on a funny hat, isn't it, that doesn't really suit you. Nick Knowles used to wear these hats all the time. They were these sort of Norwegian hats. They had bits floating off them and everything else. I used to look at them and thinking, I couldn't walk around with something like that on. And yet I've tried these hats with bobbles on the top of them, bobble hats, and they don't suit me at all. So I don't bother. As long as you've got a scarf around your neck, because you've got to protect your voice in this business. You know, I've had my flu jab. I just want the other one, thank you very much, at the moment. But you have to protect yourself, because if you lose your voice middle of winter and it's going to get cold, no thank you. So I'd rather stay in. I can have hot tea, stuff like that. I can have a nice hot cup of coffee, more asparagus, toast, anything. I might today risk the smashed avocado. See how I do with that. That could be quite good. Searing new pictures and analysis on the night that rocked America. Washington plots to tell Trump, you are fired. I mean, if necessary, they'll drag him out of the White House, but I think he will go voluntarily. And the reason being, 5 people died. And if he hadn't called these people out of there, it's purely down to him. Purely down to him. Not because he was responsible, but had he not mentioned this to people, they wouldn't have gone there. Gone there in the first place. Matthew says, popped out to Tesco Express for the sun and bacon, and trust me, it's freezing. It is very cold. It is very cold. Just wrap up warm. I mean, put some gloves on if you're an elderly person. You know, just make sure the pavements might be a little bit icy this morning. If we do get... There's no chance of snow in London. I've just checked in it yesterday. They were going, oh, snow in London. And I'm thinking, maybe not. So, unusually for a sport, it can require hours of putting your feet up while you wait for a bite. So tennis and golf have been prescribed despite having argumentally greater health benefits. The body for fishing said they've been angling hard for it to be allowed because of the huge benefits on individual health and well-being. What, for fishing? Good Lord above. Actually, I can understand running, cycling or walking or tennis playing or badminton or something like that, but not fishing. You just sit there dangling your worm in the water. Make up your own jokes. Thank you very much indeed. Also, mayhem on the Hill, the day of devastation that shamed us. I mean, it was just absolutely disgraceful. What was going on? Shots were fired in the nearby House chamber. Also, escape hoods were handed out to the congressmen, which protect them from tear gas. They must have wondered what the hell was going on. At 2:11, Trump turns on Pence, and then people started scaling the walls to cheers. Mike Pence is escorted from the Senate chamber. Trump accused him of not having the courage to protect Americans from fraudulent and inaccurate election results. And the next minute, you know, it all turns pear-shaped. And it's the pear-shaped thing that will get him out. I mean, one thing here, proud neo-Nazis, gun obsessives, conspiracy theorists. Most terrifying thing about the Capitol mob, they're convinced they're fighting for democracy. And they'll never give up. And they've got all sorts of people. There's face paint and fur hat. Jake Angel managed to stand out from the Capitol crowd. The 32-year-old, pictured in more conservative clothing with Rudy Giuliani, has become a fixture at right-wing rallies. He's known as, I can't remember what it is anyway, fueled by conspiracy theories. A little bit embarrassing, really. A little bit embarrassing. But I wonder whether or not, after this, whether America could be a shining beacon to the rest of the world. An outlaw in the White House who feels no shame and will now be a martyr to millions. Well, you know, if he does what he says he does, and I'd be very surprised if he manages it, he's going to round up all these people who caused all this trouble. They've got photographs of them. It's not difficult to find. They'll find them, and let's see them lay down the law. Please. Thank you. Also, the Britons clapping for heroes. Bit of a mixture on this one. They're not totally sure whether or not some people want to clap for heroes. But they were clapping for the NHS and key workers. There are other people who are clapping for all sorts of people. You know, Keir Starmer tweeted, once again, we took to our doorsteps, but clapping isn't enough. They need to be paid properly. They want lorry drivers, ambulance drivers, all key workers. They were clapping for everybody. But not everybody was doing it, which was a shame. They managed to find a few people. Also, the row caused Clap for Carers founder Anne-Marie Plass to step back, because people were saying, you know, some NHS workers saying that instead of clapping, people should respect the lockdown or lobby the government. The Equalities chief who broke lockdown with a second home trip, Rebecca Hilsenrath, Britain's top equalities chief, under investigation after being ordered by police to leave her second home in Wales for breaching lockdown rules. And she says, I travelled to our home in Wales before lockdown in the belief it was allowed. We didn't realise that lockdown necessitated or even permitted our departure. I mean, do these people have brain cells? Why are they not using them? Everybody else seems to understand what it is, dear. I mean, surely you must have realised. Goodness sake. Very embarrassing, isn't it? Very embarrassing. Somebody like you as well. 84850. steve@lbc.co.uk. Monica says, can you share a story about this plumber on your Twitter? I'd love to fill an application room to get some honour in the next honours list. I mean, I gave you the name. I've lost the company name now. Forgot what it was. But, wait a minute. I think it was in one of my other papers. I think I've already moved on from that paper. But you'll find man who sort of, doesn't charge people for the elderly. And it's I think he should get an award as well. Out of all the people who get awards, he should get an award. 10,000 people he's helped out, not charge them a penny piece. He should definitely get some sort of an award. So, fingers crossed, eh? Fingers crossed. It's Friday at 10 to 7 in the morning. The BBC's been criticised for glamorising smoking in its glossy new 1970s drama The Serpent, based on a real-life serial killer. Shows most of the main characters incessantly puffing away. But the trouble is, I can understand where people are coming from. Oh, you can't be doing that. But, it's either going to reflect real life or it's not. If you seriously think that because you're picturing somebody smoking, it's glorifying smoking, you're very much mistaken. Very much mistaken. Loads of people are smoking on it. Somebody advised quitters not to tune in because somebody's sparking up everything. Yeah, but that's just stupid. That is ignorance of the highest order. Because if you go out there on the street, you'll see people standing in doorways, having a cigarette. Does that mean, it's like vegetarians? Does that mean they can't walk past a butcher's shop? It's ridiculous. It's not glorifying smoking. They're doing an accurate portrayal of what people did in those days. In fact, every movie that came out of this country during the 50s, 60s, 40s, 30s, people smoked in it. It didn't glamorise it. It's just what people did. But the old Marys who complain about these things, the snowflakes, for goodness sake. Somebody said, for anybody watching The Serpent or trying to give up smoking, good luck. Well, then you're weak and feeble then. Try and get over yourself. Ridiculous. Ash Boss, Deborah said, there's a proven casual link between watching people smoke on screen and taking up smoking yourself. Well, I've watched 1,000,001 people smoking. I haven't been tempted into smoking again. Dear me, why do they think they speak for everybody where they don't really speak for anybody at all? Hancock, Matt Hancock, you know him. He says the deaths of coronavirus, we were up again the other day, over 1,000 deaths. He says they will fall by mid-February. Well, he's not been right on anything else, and let's hope he's going to be right on this one. I would like to think that it's good. They've got, shattered staff at one of Britain's busiest hospitals says they were at the limit of their abilities. They've got, I forget how many people who are in intensive care. They've had to expand the number of intensive care beds for the critically sick from 60 to 120. Nurses who would usually be assigned to one patient are now dealing with up to 4 casualties at any one time. The one person I felt sorry for was the woman who had to work on the ward where sort of people were sort of dying. And she had to, because people couldn't go in and see their loved ones. And she would hold a phone up to somebody's ear so that people could say their goodbyes. That was a woman who should get an award as far as I was concerned. Chris Lowry remembers my Fiat Tipo with the number plate LBC. And says, he said, I don't understand, whilst you're all in lockdown, I hear Joanne on the Travel News talking about long delays and slow-moving traffic. Where's everybody going? Well, you might ask that question. I don't know. When we came in last night, the roads were fairly empty, 90% empty. I'll find that the buses are empty this morning. The trains are nearly all empty. But you're right, whenever you hear the Travel News, it's always queues here, queues there, and you think, but where are they going to? I was always intrigued by that. And the answer is, I suppose, they're obviously going off to sort of do a day's work or something like that. I don't know. I really don't know, actually. And, Steve, I worked 10 years for GTEC, who operated the Federal Lottery. We were not allowed by contract to play whilst employed. We would give the winner investment advice. Now, if I won, I'd buy a house by the Sao Paulo beach, medium car and invest the rest, says Conrad. Absolutely. But, of course, people who've never had maybe that sort of money, they want to go out and people go, oh, you're a lottery winner. What are you driving? A 5-year-old car. What for? And you go, because I want the money to last me for the rest of my life. That's the whole idea. For me, it wouldn't make any difference to me. It really wouldn't. I mean, I'd probably lose a little bit more weight and probably look more... I might have a hair transplant and some Botox. Actually, that's something I knew I was going to mention to you. After Piers Morgan was talking about that poor girl from Towie, not the brightest one, and he said, so you don't want the vaccine? She went, no, I don't want the vaccine. He said, and yet you're putting stuff into your face, fillers in your lips. And do you know what's in that stuff? Of course she doesn't. She's not bright enough. Really, Lauren Goodyear, I mean, really embarrassing. 1 in 12 Sainsbury's staff are off work, double the normal level. Around 8% of 172,000 staff are off because of COVID or other reasons. Oh, dear. And the Beckham family? David was criticised yesterday. He's always been criticised because he's not the brightest penny in the box, is he? He flew his wife and children to America for a football business trip and New Year's Eve celebrations. They took a private jet. With all the children, you have to name all of them. You can't just say the family because they all want a name check. At the time, Dave was allowed to fly to Florida to work with his club. One online critic said normal people are doing the best we can with this COVID, and these Z-listers fly off willy-nilly and brag about it. Oh, God. You wait till Brooklyn gets married. God, that poor Peltz family have got no idea what's about to hit them. You know, when the family... Because there's going to be 2 weddings. You know that, don't you, for Brooklyn? Because he's such a huge celebrity. He's going to have one over in America in the billionaire's place. And, God, that'll upset her. I shouldn't imagine, actually, poor old Victoria's ever had staff to deal with. But, and I don't think she cooks. Oh, don't worry, Harper cooks, doesn't she? She's cordon bleu cook. And then there's going to be something over here, and they're hoping that Elton John will turn up. You know, because they'll be milking the publicity. What if they'll sell the wedding pictures? They'll have to, won't they? They're so mean with their money. They don't seem to buy anything interesting. They just sort of say, oh, Dave's buying this car and Dave's invested in this and all the rest of it. And I never believe half of it. Still waiting to find out how much tax she's paying this year. Has she filed her tax returns? I do hope so, because she can't have had a good year. She can't have done. Also, well, this looks quite nice. Fewer than 375 calories. They've got... I'm never sure whether all this stuff tastes as good as it should do. They've got this M&S thing here. Smoky Mexican-style bean chili. Sweet sour chicken with egg fried rice. Now, that sounds absolutely on the money as far as I'm concerned. And pan-fried chicken masala. Sounds delicious, actually. Shouldn't be thinking about that at this time of the morning. Mary's scone recipe is our Great British Bake offering. Festive searches came up with Yorkshire pudding, perfect roast turkey crown, roast potatoes and honey-glazed gammon, which I know Neil did very well. And the top 10 recipes for 2020, banana bread, fluffy American pancakes, whoopee, Mary Berry's scones or scones, shortbread, pizza dough, Mary Berry's easy Victoria sandwich, she is a delight, basic buttercream icing, Yorkshire puddings again, easy chocolate cookies and easiest ever banana cake. Most of that sounded quite delicious to me, actually. But don't forget, it's the Jazzy Jam Donut being sold at Tesco. It's the first officially vegan donut. Can't imagine what it tastes like. I'm tempted to go just to sort of try it. But then I thought, I don't know, maybe not, actually. Steve, people are still coming in for minor things in GP surgeries. Well, I'm surprised because you can't go into any of our surgeries. You have to phone up. They say on the answer phone, do not turn up at the surgery. In fact, you can't get in. All the doors are locked. You have to speak to them through the buzzer. So stay at home unless you really need medical help. Even then, you speak to somebody on the telephone. You don't turn up. Definitely not. Definitely not. Listen, I gotta go. It's the weekend. It's Friday.